let's look at the ending of Death Note and consider that, do you feel bad for Light when he's running away or when he's about to die? It's like you don't feel bad for him because he operates on the same measure, the Machiavellian way, that he even said himself. I know it's hard to face when it's happening, but he would almost be the type of guy to accept it. You beat me, so good for you. Maybe the fact that he lost to two people, like Mello and Nier combined, instead of L, right? It's almost like he would respect it in that moment. Like, I got beaten, fair enough. But obviously, in that case, he's upset about it, but I get it. It's like, he would really be thinking, or what you'd really be thinking is, you don't feel bad for him, nor did you feel good for him if he wins. It's just like it's a means to an end. So, like, you should have just done a better job. It's always about ability, right? Light was always the smartest person in the room. Even when he gets caught, he's the smartest person in the room. So, it's your fault still. Mikami might have been stupid and made a mistake, but it's sort of consistent with his orders, and I know why he thought that Light couldn't write the name, because Light hadn't shown that he can write he hadn't done anything, right, the whole time. So he was under surveillance, but, I mean, Light could always just go in the bathroom somewhere. Like, how can they surveil him to that extent? Like, what, do they watch him in the bathroom? They have cameras in the bathroom? He's not allowed to go anywhere without the team seeing him? Like, really? The team's asleep in the room, right, where his whole base, and they're asleep, so he's sitting and contemplating. Like, he could easily write a name. Like, I'm just saying, he could do so many things, find so many ways to, like when he's taking a shower, when he does this, when he does that. Nobody ever thinks to search inside his watch, which, to be fair, that's kind of an innocuous thing. A watch isn't really meant to be, used to store stuff. Like, it's inside, like, the clockwork. It's not even really a thing that's meant to be like that. Nor does anybody even have proof that you can do that, right? Nobody ever knows that you can write on a ripped off scrap of paper. L speculates, but he can't prove it. Nier doesn't consider it until the last episode, right? It's never confirmed until Ryuk says it in the last episode. But no, my point is that you don't feel bad for Light, because again, it's all about ability. You would really be thinking, okay, well then he served his purpose, he made the world a better place, and now, good enough. Like, now he dies and that's good enough. So the point is that you have, it was a means to an end. He said, even if I have to sacrifice my mind and my soul to make the world a better place, so be it. So he was a Machiavellian character, he did what he was supposed to do, means to an end, and everything's fine, and he even acknowledged that. So in a way, maybe it's a good thing that he died, because, okay, before he gets too carried away or whatever, right? It's not about him. So it's a means to an end. He made the world a better place. He saved far more innocent lives than killing them when he reduced worldwide crime by 70% over a period of years. So what you learn and what you understand is that you would be looking at it from the same lens of meritocracy and ability, that he's just on a different level of measurement. It's not a moral argument. It's like, well, he just wasn't capable enough to win, so there you go, that's the outcome. Or, if he wanted to win, he should have just been smarter and better and accounted for Mikami's potential mistake and all this kind of stuff. So, the point is that Light would be looked at the same way. Don't look at it like, oh, that proves he's a bad guy, or he got what he deserved, or he regrets it now. It would just be ability, like, oh, I guess I wasn't good enough. I guess I wasn't as smart as I thought. I guess I should have done something better from an ability and planning standpoint, because again, the morality comes second. He even says so himself, and he means that literally. That's actually the way the world works. Like, if Kira's caught, then he's evil. If he wins, then he's justice. Like, that's the only way that you have to look at it. I still don't know why some of those videos are still on my Kick. Like, I haven't used it in, like, literally almost a month. And I'm kind of behind on uploading, too, so I'll have to catch up sometime. I don't like to fall too hard behind, and it's hard to catch up, because we have, like, literally 20 hours a week of... Not that it takes me that long to edit it, but still... I guess in a way I almost wouldn't have to edit it. I could just keep the pauses and stuff in there, because mostly I just start immediately and then stop immediately. Like, I just trim off like the beginning and the end of some of these if I take a minute to start or whatever. So that would almost be negligible, but I like it as a replayed sort of stream too. So like, I just wanted to talk about that subject, but now I don't know. I'm just obsessed with talking about Death Note, but I don't know really what else to do. So we're taking a break from Monk and from the movie Gauntlet. I was enjoying it. It's almost a good halfway point, or I guess not even really close to halfway. G in the alphabet, but it's a good little intermission. I don't have to continue those, but Monk deserves to be continued just because it's so good and whatever. But I'm really stunned as to how good it is. Think about how long it took me to get around to this. Like, I love the pacing of how I've done this. It's been like a year since I've been doing these recorded sessions, right? Something like that. And I have them all saved, too. I have them on like a flash drive, external hard drive, because it's not really that big. I mean, a whole week's worth of like 14 hours or whatever is only like 2 or 3 gigs. So it adds up, but it's fine. On top of uploading them, too. At the beginning, I couldn't keep up with the uploading. I was trying to do episode by episode, which is way too much work. Where I would like put the timestamp and only do the one episode, like Film Critic Reacts to Sopranos episode, whatever. But the thing is that we started off and I said the 2 things I want to watch are Serial Experiments Lane. Right, Lane and Monk were the 2 things I thought about as like, oh, I have an urge to watch both of these. I just have heard about them or something that seemed like they'd be up my alley and I want to watch them. But I didn't start off with either one. I started with Girls, apparently, and then I went into a couple movies, Girls episode 1 and 2, then I watched a bunch of movies and other random stuff like TV pilots and sitcom thing. I was trying to do all kind of different format. Watch until it makes me laugh, watch until it fails to make me laugh. Every episode has to make me laugh at least once, or if I laugh at all at any point. Or like watching something scary until I get scared, etc., etc. Then we did some random YouTube stuff in there and so on. But I was like watching scary videos caught on doorbell camera and stuff. And then once we're done with that, we have the simple ability to consider that you have I did all that. I can kind of chronicle and go back, but only based on what I uploaded. I've read through my titles out there a couple times. It's pretty funny. Some of them are pretty hilarious. I love stating something in just like a very blunt, bold-faced way that's kind of like, very meme-worthy. Like, you're just saying what you're doing, but it's so absurd if you take it literally. And you have, okay, so we did all that. Then at some point I did Lane. I think I flipped a coin. Oh, no, I didn't do Lane. I flipped a coin, did like a virtual coin flip to determine whether I'd watch Sopranos or Lane. And so then I watched Sopranos, and then after that I watched Lane anyway, by default. And then I think I might have done that where I think I did it like that. I said, okay, so let's consider Sopranos. So we did Sopranos and Lane coin flip, and Lane won, I guess. Or no, Sopranos won. And then when we finished that, we got to episode 13, and we lost on the plot armor count thing, like whatever. One of my criteria is that I stopped watching if the main character gets saved by plot armor 3 times in a season. And then after that, we watched Lane, I think, by default. Or I still didn't. I did a coin flip between Lane and Monk, and then I watched Lane, because Lane won that. Then I ended up doing Monk sort of by default. after a while, though. It was a long time, though. I think after Lane, I started to watch all the court cases and all kind of random stuff. Jodi Arias trial. I was watching those both during these sessions and outside of them. I was like obsessed with it, as I've always watched those in the past. But we went from Jodi Arias to Chandler Halderson to fucking Casey Anthony, all this shit. So we did all that, and then I also did. I also did, all kind of random YouTube videos. I was trying to do that YouTube series in there, too. I feel like that was after Lane, too, where I went into, like, a YouTube series where I said, I did all kind of formats, actually. I'm going to watch random YouTube videos drawn from different categories. Then I'm going to segue into watching some big-name series, big-name movies, which I'm kind of at that point now. Or not really big-name movies, but like this monk will segue then into Breaking Bad or something big, like Game of Thrones. Right, that's where we're at now. But I like kind of dancing around it. Like, we're going to get there, but we don't have to do it right away. And I might test that with one of these. This is a hypothetical. How many views will it get? Where I literally steal the content that I'm watching and sync it up with my shit and just show it, or I just show parts of it. And then I won't do face cam. I'll do a VTuber fucking avatar. But what we have here is the simple ability to consider that we have, I keep forgetting. We did all that, and then we end up getting around to Monk now. But basically, we had done like an audiobook thing where we were trying to do How About Heart. We were going to do like the Harry Potter gauntlet, watch all the movies, listen to all the audiobooks. Then we were going to, I introduced like the Crunchyroll gauntlet with that thing, what was that first one that we saw? Like Crunchyroll randomizer. It's that chick with the red hair. It's named after her, where she's in love with the prince, and then the prince kills her dad in the first episode. Spoilers, whatever the fuck that is. Sanja, something like that. I think I'm thinking of a movie like Sanya the Red or something. But the point is that you have this ability to consider that I introduced all that, and then I finally got around to here, where I was doing Monk. Well, it's been at least a month, so we've only watched like 7 episodes a month. We're almost doing it like on a 1 episode a week basis, where as if it was coming out for real, which I hate watching stuff like that. If I want to watch something, I'll honestly wait till it's over, or at least until like a season is over, and then watch it all. Yeah, if I want to watch it all together, right, back to back to back, I'll do it. I don't want to. That's almost like a relationship goal type of thing, where like I'd make content out of it. That is such a fun thing. I want to like react to stuff with somebody, and like, and fuck it, they could do face cam, but I wouldn't. But like, and live vicariously. So it could be stuff that I've already seen, but I want them to see it for the first time. Right, and sort of mooch off of their reaction. So that is kind of a fun dynamic. So yeah, we got Monk and this, and then when this is over, we can move on to any other series that I want. I guess the alphabetical Netflix thing will be over long before, so I don't know what we'll segue into from there. We could go to a different streaming service, or I guess not, or I could just repeat it. I could do it again, where I go back to A. I kind of don't want to do that, but it's going to take so long to get there. It's fine. There'll be different things on there, and it doesn't really matter, but then again, a lot of it will be the same. So I could watch like the runner-ups for last time, or I could just do something totally different. I'll look through them again. That's my least favorite part, where I have to look through the alphabetical list, because Netflix doesn't do it for you, and it takes forever, and I just have to go by the pictures, and then I have to remember which ones interest me, and then I do like a list randomizer to ultimately choose it. except when I want to simp for Mila Kunis and I somehow try to do some mental gymnastics to watch Friends with Benefits, even though I didn't really do it. Like, it sort of was legitimate, but, yeah, I should watch the Netflix Death Note one since I'm so obsessed with Death Note now. You want to do it in such a way that... Yeah, that could be a fun dynamic to do with the React content when somebody... It doesn't even have to be a relationship. It could be a guy, but I mean, it would almost make more sense. Little stimuli acme never hurt anybody. And I like the fact that, I don't know, I basically wasn't sure what I wanted to watch. Or like, I should react to other people's reaction to something, live vicariously through them, but it's not the same thing. And I try not to give too much away, but it'd be sort of fun to just, I don't know, like, you know what's going to happen, but you want to see their reaction to what's going to happen and sort of tease them a little bit. And then that's the kind of foreplay I'm talking about. But yeah, that's like one of the least intimate things you can do with somebody is like watch a movie or watch a show. Because like, you're not really talking during it. You might start to make out or some shit, but like, yeah, let's just sit quietly in silence and then just watch. Like, you might make some jokes or have some conversation, but like in a way you'd be sort of stoic, especially in the theater. Like, there's not much value to it. You just kind of sit there and you're just there. Right, you're not going to really talk if you watch it too intently, or you can kind of talk about it after. It's just like one of those mindless vapor type things. Like, nobody's really going to think about it, talk about it too much. Like, oh yeah, you'll just say, oh, I like that performance, I like that, and then you move on and have sex. I don't know, it just seems like one of the least romantic things to do, even if it's like supposed to be a sexual movie. Like, it can give you ideas for role play and stuff, but bro has the Robert De Niro Riz, the Travis Bickle Riz from Taxi Driver, where he takes Sybil Shepherd to a dirty movie on their first date. Like, it's almost implied like he's so innocent and naive, not that that's really an innocent thing to do, that he doesn't know any better, but he knows it's kind of weird, and she even questions it. And he just thinks it's normal because that's what he does, but you would think he'd have a certain amount of self-awareness that, okay, it's fine if I do it, but it's not the sort of thing she needs to do. Like, so it doesn't mean that you have to justify it yourself, like, oh, I think watching dirty movies is bad, and I shouldn't do it. That's not the position. You can say, I can do as much as I want. I'll go watch one after I drop her home and jack off. But I would at least have the self-awareness that, okay, I'm not going to take somebody else there. Let's just take her to some cute little romance or whatever. But, like, even she says, this is about as interesting to me as saying, let's fuck. But I don't think that's even his intention necessarily, right? Like, I don't think it's a way to say that to her. It was just more like it's the kind of thing he just normally does, I guess. He's just used to it. I don't know. But again, it's hard to have that lack of a self-awareness. Again, not saying that you think it's bad, but you at least are aware that other people would think it's bad. That's the whole objectivity that is sort of my trademark, that I would always play devil's advocate against my own arguments in the debate format. That was my great power. That's a good technique for anybody to use. Like, you make your argument, but make the argument you think somebody else will make against you. So play devil's advocate and say, this is the counter and rebuttal I expect that is the best possible one. So I end up making a better argument against my case than my actual opposition does. And you have like, you know, you come up with a hypothetical and then you argue against it yourself because you're assuming, like, this is what they're gonna... I wonder if that's actually a common technique. like certainly in court cases and stuff, you would assume like, okay, this is what the defense is going to try to argue for. But at times you would probably say, let's just not worry about it. Let's just make our case. And unless it's known to us for sure, we're not going to speculate too much. But yeah, you have Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, all kind of shit. I don't know why I feel like those two have some sort of correlation to each other. Maybe it's made by the same people, or maybe the actors overlap, or maybe it's meant to be in the same universe somehow. Or there's some like fan theory that this guy's going to go try to defend Walter White or catch him or something. Like, yeah, could Monk catch Walter White? Probably. Like, I don't know how smart he is or how... I guess he must be pretty smart, but all I know, he's like a professor who cooks meth or something, and he's just... I know that one scene, I don't think I've even seen it, but I just seen it suggested, like, I am the danger, which I assume is like his wife or somebody saying, we're in danger, and then he says, I am the danger. But yeah, we can get around to those. I have no inhibition about watching a big name series now. I was trying to sort of skirt around it, or I had a couple preferences. But yeah, it took us like a whole year to get around to the first two series that I ultimately wanted to watch, between Lane and Monk. And The Sopranos is sort of a superfluous addition as well. And in particular, Sopranos is the most watched series so far. We watched 13 episodes, which might not seem like a lot, but it's a good amount because you have a lot of conditions and criteria and different things go into it. Let's try to do some absolutist speech today. I have two meanings of that. One is to speak as if an absolutist would speak, but also the short form of speech, where when it's written, it's hard to explain, but you, like the way you would write absolutist speak, as an example of absolutist speak, would be ABST-SPK. It might seem like some new age internet thing, which could be used for efficiency to just shorten stuff, but you can do it with anything, and it was something more intrinsic that I had said a long time ago and would be used in some of my short stories and stuff. Just like, you're getting across the point. It's similar to the name for function concept to do with absolutism that I talked about. Like, you get the point across. So it doesn't matter what language or how it's written or how neat the handwriting is or how, even something as simple as writing could tell you all those layers that, this could be a scene in one of these things. Like, a detective identifies, this must be an absolutist because it's written in such a sloppy, messy manner. In other words, they didn't care. They cared just about efficiency, getting it down. And then they also didn't care about spelling it all out and all this prim and proper insistence upon appearance, pretense, non-impact, zero-sum means, objectively adverse and finite. Because if you value things like that, like appearance, then you'll be caught in that forever. You'll spend a good portion of your life doing things that don't have impact, even in a direct, functional, measurable sense, let alone in an efficient sense, a high-level sense. But even just on a basic level, you look at it like... not even on that level, it's just pure pretense. If you shorten that, it wouldn't have any impact at all aside from your mere acknowledgement and appearance, which is subjective and could apply to anything. And so because of that, right, those are the kind of thing, like what you wear. Imagine the amount of time, money, effort, etc. in your life. You focus on what you wear. You might think it's important, it's good, it's positive, but that's only necessary as per a contrived state that's objectively adverse to everyone and finite. And the reason why is because you're trying to overcompensate for something, you're trying to dress up, literally dress it up, performative aspects, etc. That would not be necessary if you were at peace with your inherent state, inherent nature, etc. Right? You wouldn't need to do it as much. It wouldn't be as much of a compulsory thing, ritualistic tendencies, right? You're reduced to structure, like, you go to this event, so you have to dress a certain way. But because it's only because you're going to that event, there's nothing genuine about it. You don't really dress that way. You're only doing it because of the reduction to structure. Ergo, you could just remove that and say, well, we could all just wear the same thing all the time or be naked, or it wouldn't matter, right? We're creating the pretense that it matters, and it only matters because of that pretense. So it shows you still a primitive state, right? False inherent contrivance response as well. But yeah, getting back to the handwriting absolute speak would be like that. Because again, you're getting across the meaning of what is said. in the most efficient way possible, so you don't care. You don't belaboring the point is not necessary, and then it's actually adverse, self-defeating. Such a simple concept as that is very illuminating. And then the other thing is also there's some words that are like invented, which I can't remember off the top of my head what they were, but sort of things that would make sense that are sort of extrapolations on existing words or something similar. But yeah, this name for function, you wouldn't name something after a person who found it out. You wouldn't name it after some other thing in Latin or thing in whatever, like the way that medical terms and legal terms. What is the other one? Either in Latin or in, I forget. But you wouldn't worry about that. You would name it for function, as in the name would tell you something about what it is or what it does in a functional sense, not just, it's named this because that's the person who made it, who came up with it. Like pasteurization. I guess we associate pasteurization with that, but it was Louis Pasteur. That's why it's called that, not, that doesn't tell me what it does. Even though that one is, even though that one kind of you think has become ubiquitous with it, right? The reality is, no, don't name it after somebody's name. Don't name it after something else arbitrary. Name it after something that actually tells us about it. So even like when you're naming roads or something, you would say, Cobblestone Road. Not just as a name, but actually that's what it's made of. Or there'd be a more direct... See, it almost seems boring or banal at some point. But it only is from the token of that you need some overcompensation from externality from every little thing. Imagine a world that is that bland and direct and to the point. You would frame that as negative, but it's neutral, it's it's inherent, it's the way natural. It's only negative because you require constant reinforcement from externality, constant undue positive emphasis and overcompensation, so it would simply reveal the contrivance state that you're forced to be a part of, right, and that you're indoctrinated by. So it's really exposing the contrivance state more so than it is a flaw with the structure itself. And the reason why is because of the simple fact that those are some pretty good concepts. I like that as an illustration, actually. You can see, this is like a phrase I would use, you can see everything in every little thing, and every little thing in everything, right? So like, even something as innocuous as, just handwriting is going to be something that turns into, you can tell they're an absolutist because absolute is speech, and the measure of writing is kind of sloppy and just to the point. And see, it's sort of the misframing of ability in society a little bit, that ability isn't about doing the most number of things as quickly as possible just to get them over, this is where we are, not even just ability, but even experience. It's not about the number of things. We got to rush. Let's pick up our kids from school and then hurry home and take them here and do this and do that. And then like you're trying to get in the maximum number of activities in your life and others, right? That's how you measure it. But you're not ever looking at it the other way as far as like a depth of experience. No, I don't want to experience the most number of things, potentially. You want to experience everything fully and deeply. So anything you're going to do, don't do it at half-mast. If it's worth doing, then do it fully. Otherwise, don't do it at all, right? Half-mast invalidation. So now it's not about, let's just rush through and let's just do the most we can. Let's do it the most fully we can. Let's be fully present, fully think about it, fully understand the nature of the process, not just take it for granted, pre-con at half-mast. So if you do that, then you're basically in a position where if you do that, you're in a position where you're basically able to... I'm just going to set this down. I don't want to keep holding that. You're in a position... I feel like I'm always blocking it, though. You're in a position where you're basically able to... again, just let's rush, get everything done with. Let's treat it at half-mast, but in reality, and then value it by place false value based on undue emphasis. The amount that a person contrives, or the amount that a person, puts up performative aspects, even though they're only, so it's a contest of contrivance. That doesn't mean that it's valuable. On the contrary, it means that they're only doing that because it's as an overcompensation. So we rate overcompensation. Oh, this person does it well. This person doesn't do it as well, right? So we're rewarding artifice in that way. And now you have lack of honesty, but now you have the ability to you have the ability to consider that, again, neutrality framed as a negative, and also the ability to consider that the nature of contrivance would be as such that you're able to consider that... I kind of forgot. Most number experiences, so again, it would be about more speed. So a good example, like, let's just do things and just have fun, and you only live once, and you do that to justify not thinking, but the result would be the same if it's worth thinking about, then, if it's worth doing, it's worth considering, thinking about, etc. Otherwise, don't do it. This notion that that's somehow a good thing, normalize thinking and actually, using your brain. But, like talking to yourself, that's called thinking. You should try it sometimes. Absolutist quote, one of my favorites. Or, just, in general, normalize thinking, being objective, considering things, having a plan, having a measure, having some basis. Like, but that takes the fun out of it. Or, you can't do that. Or, the overthinker. Or, it's like talking to yourself, that's weird. Or, it's something else where you're basically able to, there's some negative connotation with overthinker, nerd, something. But the fact that you're condemning thought shows you that your overextended contrivance state is actively adverse, self-defeating, and finite by the most basic measure and definition of a human being that is fairly objective, because what separates you from an animal? It's the ability to think, it's self-awareness, nothing more. It's not social contrivance overextended through language. It's not emotion, irrational insistence upon yourself. It's none of that. It's the fact that I'm sort of describing each of these things in this manner. It's the fact that your ability to think. So anything that undermines that, such as society itself, constant contrivance, undue emphasis, contrivance response, social contrivance, undue emphasis, perpetual pretense, contest of contrivance, even indoctrination, stigma, all this kind of stuff. And so what you do is you basically realize that the undue emphasis and everything like that is going to put you in a position to the fact that you need it is sort of telling, and the fact that, again, everything taken on an initial base level, partly due to unwillingness to be puzzled. Like, people don't want to think, period, but like false absolute half-mass functionalism, again, always concerned with the what, but not even in great detail, but not the why or a measure. And you might think, gee, there is like this fallacy of permission aspect and everything. Like, you're not, I don't know, it's just, pose a hypothetical, like, okay, you have a lot of money, so you don't have to worry about being reduced to half-mass human function structure. Now it's like, it's just you're spoiled, or you're just a jerk or something. But that at least enables some objective thought, whereas otherwise it's just a subject to whatever functional state you're in to reinforce. So anything that undermines your thought is going to be questioned there. And again, constant state of distraction, contrivance, undue emphasis, when you're finally not reducing your mind to human functionalism, where you're doing a zero-sum sense for like your job or something, then in those terms you might think deeply, but only in those terms, like that's only what's allowed. Then outside of that, you distract yourself, folly favoritism, right? And then you distort every aspect of reality. And you might think things are the way they are because that's the way they should be, the fallacy, like, oh, there's a reason why, but the reason why is telling. Yes, there is a reason why certain things are insisted upon, like, oh, love or some false absolute with semioacme. It's because, not because it is so, but because it is not, but because it is useful for society to control, right? Because if you didn't emphasize that, then what would people do? Oh, they'd just be uninhibited, hedonistic kind of stuff. So you have the ability to consider that okay, maybe stop here. This is the way to say, like, what is cognitive dissonance? To vouch for or kind of not question your objectively adverse contrivance state, or to choose it, or to be a part of it, or to reinforce it, or treat it like it's normal, or to just take it for granted, or to vouch for your contrivance state, to embrace or practice your objectively adverse contrivance state that you've been reduced to. Now, you may feel, oh, maybe you have no choice, although in a manner you still do always, but it's like, if you remove the undue emphasis, etc., and just go for functionalism basis, oh no, that's somehow negative, like, oh, that's selfish or something. But all you're doing is you're being more direct with it and taking away that contrivance, but that is the bridge that sort of connects, right, one self-interest to another and creates this false framing of something else in between. But it's like this collective sacrifice, but nobody chooses really to make it, or it's taken for granted, and everything is treated like a fallacy of a privilege, right? So the only thing you would say is, from a self-aware, inherent base position, theoretical, would you come to the same thing? And the answer is probably many people would not, at least, right? Even after heavy indoctrination, there still exists a conflict of contrivance, which shows you at least its non-absolute state. Ergo, you have to let that go and be assessed at least on a more objective level. And so now you're in a position where you can easily find that a lot of things go along with this. RBO is really one of the strongest points that, well, first of all, it leads to an overextended state in which you see that in every area that you are seeing life being valued less and less. And if you can do that, then, anything mass-produced suffers in quality for it. And if you can do that, then you realize I don't want to have like a ton of these short sessions, but I always think I'm not going to do a session, and then now I have to hold it because I haven't set it up properly with the mic and everything. So it's not really the best idea or the best position that I put myself in. And so you're basically in a position to be able to consider, that's basically what cognitive dissonance is, that your ability to, it's when you embrace a objectively adverse contrivance state that you've been reduced to against your will, non-choice reaction, insistence is a big hallmark. And what that does for you is it makes you recognize the fact that the objectively adverse contrivance state, again, non-consensual social contract at birth, heavy indoctrination, all these kind of things. Again, it's not to question the end result, but it's to, like, the path to which you get there. If it's really, the right thing to do or some positive thing, then you wouldn't need to have all that, right? Why would that be necessary? So in other words, it is an artificial process, whether it's worth doing, not worth doing, not really measurable, not really consistent. But even if you say that, it's hard to consistently come up with it. And so you're able to basically able to basically just do it in such a way that you have an objectively adverse contrivance state, and you are embracing it in a way that again, you're not assessing it. I mean, again, it's just pure reactionary, like, basis. So by that logic, it could be arbitrary, it could be anything. Especially the real grimy part of it is when you get into the tying to zero-sum means, because that's when it becomes extremely disingenuous. People will embrace anything then because, you're in the Hitler Youth and your paycheck, as you grow up, your finances depend on not saying something negative about Hitler or Nazis, and your money and paycheck depends on that too. So, like, when you do it that way, of course people are going to accept it. So the incentive outweighs it. So you're not objectively coming to any of this, but yet you take it for granted, or, again, there's like a false pride, false insistence. It's just like false norm that comes with it too. This is what the normal person is like. That is this reduced, half-mast, indoctrinated state. It's totally not consistent or really purely defined or held accountable, but it's especially ignored when it comes to how you get there and what the criteria is. So the vast majority of people, collective contrivance state, will be reduced heavily to an indoctrinated situation, right, where it's a lesser state, as much a lesser state as possible. So you're not really fighting for or against anything. You're just like, sure, you can be part of an objectively adverse collective if you want, but that's what it would do too. Even if you somehow show awareness or resistance to this, anytime now, because you're part of collective contrivance too by some, non-choice reaction, now, you're the bad guy, shoot the messenger for revealing or exposing something, and then you try to reinforce. See, because this is the two options. You could either look at that and just be neutral, you're at peace with your inherent state and it doesn't matter. You don't seek reinforcement through externality. That would be one thing. Or you could use it to view contrivance negatively and say, that reveals something about contrivance, that, non-neutrality, etc., invalidates contrivance, ergo it's not as emphasized as this, and remove the need for it, basically. But then the other way is like, we're going to attack and ridicule and do that to something non-neutral, outside, different measure, etc. So now, because we're going to do that, we're going to insist upon contrivance as though it's absolute and use all of externality, anything that may contradict it. It's not the fault of contrivance, it's the fault of the person. We're simply revealing that. It's similar to thought being condemned, like, you overthink or don't think too much or whatever. It's that you have it's that you have the ability to consider again, your everything, externality, anything potentially contradictory, etc., is going to be combated in such a way that you're not able to all of reality is used for that. So you could say that with just a worldview in general, like everything, you're not looking at everything objectively, you're looking at it only through the lens of your worldview and only as a means to reinforce or reinforce it positively or even through negative ridicule of something else. But so your perspective is not pure, it's not clear, it's not objective, it's just rooted in your own. And the fact that you need to do that is telling as well. And it could be sort of arbitrary too, because you're sort of misframing and showing reality in such a way that you would you could do that arguably with almost anything. So this is like the fallacy of, oh, it's true because it works. Like, well, it leads to this functional state of progress, but even from that, oh, there's some idyllic alternative that would be better. Or even beyond that, you would have the ability to simply consider the fact that you're basically able to either that, preferable alternative, or again, none, or just anything, but again, it's all just reinforcement contrivance. And so how does a half-mass human function reduced to this state cope with that reality? And they don't do it by introspection or something. Again, it's unwillingness to be puzzled, initial basis. So they'll have all this conflict, but they'll mischaracterize it. They'll say, oh, the conflict is something base, like, it's really hard to explain, but of course they couldn't acknowledge it, because then they wouldn't be able to do it in the first place, or it would be a constant source of cognitive dissonance. So instead they misframe it. Oh no, I just have to distract myself. I desire folly favoritism. Or, oh no, now I have to do something else, like I have to do something else, like some undue positive emphasis, social contrivance, externality, etc., etc. You see this a lot. Like, the same process that would turn... just think about this for a second. The same process that would turn its nose, like, oh, open relationships are so terrible, or something like that, right? There'd be an insecurity, outward insistence, would be the same ones that obsess over the stimuli acme and, have so much conflict within single partner relationships. Now, that's not to disqualify and say, well, if you have conflict and it's not perfect, that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. Like, what do you expect? But by that same logic, people would point to open relationships, oh, they don't work, blah, blah, blah. Well, single partner relationships don't work either, quote unquote, because there's 50% divorce rate and so many issues and so many complaints. And so, like, you're trying to create this unnatural structure. It doesn't mean that open relationships are perfect either, and that's not really the claim that would be made. It's the same basis. It's like, they're both flawed. They both have their strengths and weaknesses. There's not a one-size-fits-all approach. There might be a functional incentive of contrivance in society, easier to control, etc., but you're not really seeing the big picture that contrivance is hard to explain. You would have, again, you just see how insecure it would be. Just by simply being neutral, right, that is the absolutist tendency of non. And I've written characters to sort of show this. You could literally be neutral. You could literally do nothing, just base, but oh no, contrivance requires overcompensation, pretense, and it will come down to that, and let that sort of dictate it in some certain way. But no, the other thing is that you have like that single partner relationship. The framing is only to say that it's an absolute. You would frame it not as just, oh, it's an option, it's something you can do, but you can do other things as well, open relationships, etc. But you're not framing it like that. The framing is typically, oh no, that's the right way and every other way is wrong, and open relationships, etc. are wrong. So now you're claiming it in an authoritative, empirical way that says, oh no, this is the only way, and therefore that would imply it's an absolute. But if it's such an absolute, then why is it a struggle? Why is there conflict? Why is there so much divorce rate, breakup rate, cheating rate, just general, conflict within that struggle? Why would that be the case? Oh, it's just because you haven't found the right person, apparently. That's the issue. Now, like, it really is, it's like fairy tales for adults, like, oh, there's this invisible man in the sky, like God. It implies a psychological need, and one of my strong expressions from a debate format was, you cannot dissuade with reason what came about by desire. That is a perfect way to look at religion, from the simple perspective that you're basically able to look at it like, I could use logic and reason, etc., to try to convince somebody that God doesn't exist, or something to do with, or at least that we don't know, that we couldn't know. And I don't like some of these terms, atheist or even agnostic. It doesn't matter. Like, it's a non-label. You're an ignorant primate human being, slightly more evolved than animals. All of a sudden, the universe revolves around us, and we have all the answers, even thousands of years ago, when our technology and science was in a lesser state than it is now. Like, we're just ignorant human beings, but we're unwilling to be puzzled, so we have all the answers. But even as we have all the answers, we have inconsistent answers that, every society and civilization had a different God, and we dismiss all of those, but theirs is right and theirs is wrong and ours is right. And there's so many holes in it, but again, you can't dissuade them logically and say, here's logic and reason, etc., because the reason why people believe it in the first place is not rooted in that, right? It's a more broad scope of human nature to say, what are the chances that in virtually every society, civilization throughout human history, there's been some idols of worship, etc., etc.? In other words, it comes from a psychological need more so than it gives you peace of mind, comfort in an unknown, ignorant, scary, hostile world that gives you some sort of structure. You try to find answers in nature and come up with myths and this and that. But anything you can't explain becomes sort of supernatural and mythical and whatever. So it's sort of an extrapolation creatively too, that you would have, original fiction was sort of mythology. It was not treated as fiction. It was treated as like, oh no, this is a real myth that happened or something. Something to try to explain the world because you know so little about it. So now as we learn more and more, we have less of a need for that. But again, you can't convince them logically, because they're not believing it because they came to it logically. They're just believing it for some other reason, bypass, indoctrination at a young age, kind of a thing. Okay, here, so let's look at the standard that many standards have to do with the longevity process, which basically just means that things that exist only for a zero-sum continuance of what is going on, like a half-mass process. So it's something that would have no inherent or intrinsic value, that if you do it fully it wouldn't have value, that if you do it for long enough it wouldn't have value because of the finite nature of existence. So you're only doing it to perpetuate a zero-sum process in that finite way, and so even by its own standard it's not valuable. So outside of that, so you have a half-mass zero-sum process that is not even fully valuing that, but again, this is why pretenses are posed to sort of have this inconsistency happen. Like, on one hand it's absolute, on the other hand you have to actively, enforce it or strive to achieve it. Like, again, if it was absolute inherent, there'd be no need, or even on a preferential functional level, it's sort of lacking because you're able to not really you're able to not really do this in any other meaningful way. That, again, it's a zero-sum longevity process, so undue emphasis is placed as though, that's meaningful, but then if it's really meaningful, then you could do it all the time forever, but all it's doing is to help sustain a zero-sum process, but, so it's not the inherent value, and then by the same measure, you could do it more fully in some other way. So it's like this glorification of archaic standards, like, if you could do the same thing with less effort, of course you would do it. Or, again, like machination process, you would certainly, say just screw it. Like, why do we even have to do this? or like, again, antiquated standards that are glorified, like, oh, back in my day we used to work so hard. Okay, so work as hard as you want, make it harder, right? You're not doing it for the zero-sum functional end then, saying the end result. You're saying, oh, you're taking pride in that as if to facilitate it or something. But that's the contrivance aspect. It can be useful as a means to an end, but there's some other extrapolation that happens, like, oh no, it's inherently valuable, or it's some other higher, above and beyond standard. And in doing that, you realize that a higher standard that allows you to basically glorify, like, oh, hard work for hard work's sake. So, like, let's make things more difficult just so we can show off about it. Or it's almost an admission that you're not really valuing the result then. Not that you're valuing the result for maximum efficiency. So you might get lost in that and say, oh, let me make things harder and work harder just for show because I feel good about it, rather than tying it to some actual worthwhile end. But also the other side is, even it's to show it's not worth it. If what you're doing is worth it, then there wouldn't be any need to take pride in it, or like a struggle to say, oh, look how hard I'm working to do this and that. But if you're doing it for a good reason and you have a clear defined measure in life, and you say, oh no, it's not that it's a struggle, I'm doing something with intention, zero-sum means, and I'm doing it for what I'm getting out of it. So why would that be a struggle? It's a struggle by overextension, that you think you value it, but you don't, or again, it's a half-mast sort of overextended measure in a lot of ways, and so you're not consistent, right? So this is where the objective standard comes in, not telling you what to value, but value consistently. And then the other side of it is the fact that you have again, it's sort of an endless process that, oh, just keep doing it forever, but oh, it's just a zero-sum process, and then in the finite nature, that's not something. It's just a zero-sum. You would look at the result and efficiency and how to minimize, and that's what most of human technology and progress would do, is just minimize the amount of effort put into zero-sum means, etc., machination process. So think about, all the ingenuity and genius of mankind. What has it been used for? Oh, just to take our base inherent tendencies and just make them kind of more comfortable, more convenient, easier, so we have to put less effort in. So it's to try to remove the question rather than provide the answer. Like, it doesn't give you any sort of meaning to what you're doing beyond just zero-sum inherent practices. It just tries to make it easier so you don't question it, right? Oh, it's so effortless and automatic, so now I'm not going to question any sort of value behind it. You're just doing it, right? If it's more automatic, you don't have to think about it. Or you distract yourself from it, folly, favoritism, etc. And then the other point is the fact that you have the zero-sum means and just the glorification of standards. Like, you hear this a lot in an antiquated way, like, oh, now technology does something that we had to do ourselves manually. But the end result is the same. So in other words, what you're saying is you don't value the end result or the zero-sum process. You don't actually even value it. You pretend like you value it, but you're trying to value something else. Right, that, oh, look how hard, trying to personalize it and make it an ego thing, as if to overcompensate, and, oh, I wouldn't find value in doing it otherwise. Or, again, it's a net positive. You're doing the same thing with less effort, more efficiently. So you think, oh, the standard that it teaches people is exactly that contrivance state. So, again, nobody would argue the functional basis, although even on that functional basis, it's zero-sum and a bit inconsistent. But there's another layer to it that, again, like, just sort of the self-awareness that you have to define it for yourself within an objective process. The worst thing that happens is the reactionary basis, where it'll be this initial state of, like, you're just doing it because you feel like you have to do it. So like, why do people live? Because they were born. Why do people have kids? Because they, the stimuli acme, sex is pleasurable, so they just do. They're not really thinking about it or planning it out or anything. But the worst thing you can do, and this is the problem with the stimuli acme mainly, is that you'll just sort of do it just to do it, and then whatever happens, happens. There's no real thought put into it the way an absolutist would do. And again, you might say, how can an absolutist control them being born? But they might not control themselves being born, but they could control everything else, as in whether they live, whether they choose not to, whether they have kids themselves, and they would only have kids in a state where they could vouch for that structure, contrivance, or remove the need. Like, they wouldn't do it. And that this is the one thing an absolutist would never say. They would never say, I'm working so hard to put food on the table for the kids. I have 5 kids, I gotta work hard to put food on the table. I'm working 4 jobs. Like, you wouldn't say that. And the reason why you wouldn't say that or have that happen is it would be fully then your choice, and you're vouching for the process. Nobody forced you to have those kids. You don't have to do that. So you're creating the situation, but then you're complaining about it or using it as some form of entitlement or some some sort of privilege or bragging rights or whatever. Again, overcompensating almost in meaning for your zero-sum extension, which in that sense it does have permanence because it's similar to something else. But whatever. The point is, it's a zero-sum thing that I don't know. Right, and this goes along, stimuli acme goes along with the rule by omission, that also, when there's so many people, becomes overextended, so the initial basis is easy to control, right? You're just out of sight, out of mind, and that's it. So, it encourages that process a lot, and, people just won't think about it, or so, like think about how directly that is of flawed criteria of judgment, regardless of what the reality or conclusion or practice is. All you would have to do, or you could be like, oh, the worst person ever by subjective whatever standard, right? So all you have to do is, just be out of sight, out of mind, and they don't even know, but then you still benefit. Like, let's say you're running a business, a store or something, so you could be the worst person ever, but because you're there doing it yourself, now all of a sudden that's bad. But if you hired somebody or put somebody in your place to now perform that role in a different way, right, and just be like a figurehead or whatever, now all of a sudden it's fine. So the same person could be behind it and benefiting from it, etc., right? But because they're out of sight, out of mind, it's fine. Nobody cares. So it's so misguided that you're punishing somebody for taking that active effort in, and you're also rewarding them for, again, just ruling by omission. You defer to invisible authority. You sort of there's another term. That's like a threefold terms that I use, but I can't remember the third one. Rule by omission, defer to invisible authority, and one other thing. Let's look at a superficiality basis, that if you value things on a superficial level and idiosyncratic basis, now what you do is you're controlled by it the same way that you expect it or value it in others. So like things that don't really matter, don't have any impact aside from just your own acknowledgement, the amount that you emphasize and acknowledge it is the amount that it matters. And in the same way, then it'll be arbitrary and interchangeable. Like, well, you'll see some sort of lacking to do with your appearance, someone else's appearance by some subjective standard, and then you'll be judged the same way based on something arbitrary to yourself, and then some idiosyncrasy one way or the other. So the goal isn't to try to be perfect within some undefinable, arbitrary, subjective standard that'll never even be satisfied or consistently defined, but it's more to recognize that you're trying to basically you're trying to do it in such a way that it's not consistently defined, but what you have is the ability to recognize again, if you want that to be the criteria, then it's an endless cycle process. Whereas if you don't use that as a criteria, or you assume, okay, everybody is going to have some idiosyncratic or superficial lacking potentially, right? So let's not emphasize it and let that be a big factor because it doesn't matter. It's all interchangeable. Again, the same society that values appearances is one that is sort of a slave to them and, just subject to them in a way that they are very... they wouldn't be necessary, right? Either they're done as an overcompensation to try to hide something underneath or, some other negative process. Like, you shouldn't need to show off like that. You shouldn't need to overcompensate. You shouldn't need to hide something. And if your value is actually in some real standard or functional basis, you also wouldn't value it because it's not impactful. It doesn't have any value aside from, again, just mere acknowledgement. I had the expression I said a couple days ago. I forgot what it is, but I would always say that, like, it's only real by acknowledgement, and it's only real by acknowledgement, and only, I guess, as significant as you constantly practice it, or only real by acknowledgement, and only or maybe it could be it's only as important as you acknowledge it to be, and only as real as you contrive it to be, as you actively try to uphold it. Let's look at one more concept here. I'm sort of doing briefer and briefer sessions with this, but you won't know the difference when I go to upload it. But basically, ability, thought, and objectivity invalidates everything in the sense that everything is a process. So now, whether you're aware of it or not becomes defining. So you would know, like, oh, this is just a process, this is just this or that. That doesn't mean even whether it's worth practicing or not, but then you would realize it's artifice. Like, the only reason why somebody is doing something is because of the blank. Or, so then, if that invalidates it, then everything's invalid. But right, so whether you consider that invalidating, that there is a process behind it, there is some incentive behind it, there is some other element to it, it just becomes, do you realize that or not? Or do you dress it up well enough or not? So, like with social contrivance, you are doing it anyway. So if you were deliberate, if you're simply aware or thoughtful or deliberate about a process, that's the bad part. Not the fact that the process exists, not the fact that you're subject to it, not the fact that you're practicing it, but the fact that you acknowledge it exists or somehow reveal it exists by either doing it very well or very badly. Like, you do it too slowly so people notice, like, look at this person, they're being so fake or they're being so blank. Even if everybody's doing that, they're just not overcompensating adequately enough, they're not doing it well enough to disguise the presence of the process, or they're doing it so well or so deliberately that, that exposes the process, look how bad they are for practicing the process. The same process that you are doing, right, you just don't realize it. That's like the emotional, initial, irrational insistence upon self basis, like, you're just being fake. Like, everybody's being fake all the time in society, that's the whole point of it. But, like, social overextension, non-basis self, but whether you believe it too, or whether you are too ignorant of the process that you pretend oh no, this is genuine, this is something more. It's the same process, but you're just not deliberate, you're just not thinking, you're just not self-aware. So somehow thinking is a bad thing, and being reduced to a lowest common denominator, collective contrivance, sort of state, half-assed, is a good thing. And it is a good thing, and it is easier to control, and it's a functional basis, and modern stimuli, acme, overextension, all consistent to explain it, but it is still present there. So let's look at one norm of social contrivance states that they would sort of dehumanize people and treat them as, again, needing to be reduced to a collective contrivance state, or again, just a lesser state, that you're acknowledging your flaws, or you're treating yourself as some flawed, imperfect being, but then you're not even holding a high standard and saying, okay, let's try to counteract those flaws. On one hand, you'll embrace your flaws, you are flawed, you are imperfect, so you need to be held down and controlled in every area, but then at the same time, you don't seek to bypass that state or remove the needs, let's go to self-governance, let's try to reach a state of being that we don't need to be held back like that anymore, or where we can't be held back like that. Instead, it's we should just embrace and enjoy and love that state and glorify it and take pride in it, right? That's the key assertion, is that you're not really outdoing that, you're just staying with it and even learning to love it or whatever, embrace it. And so that's the one thing. And then you also have a situation where you're able to again, you reject active counteracting that, but also you reject or you embrace the contrivance response state. So you treat it again, you should just be this this little preconceived human function drone type where you're going to go on rails and do all these things. And again, on one hand, nobody's stopping you from doing that. That's the best way actually to combat contrivance, right? Nobody's stopping you from doing what you're doing. Oh, you want to be in a single partner relationship and it's love and it's meant to be and it's your soulmate. Who's stopping you? Nobody's stopping you. Even, objective absolutist, you wouldn't stop it. You might reveal something about it that makes them uncomfortable, but it wouldn't matter. Okay, you can do an open relationship, you can do non, you can be above the stimuli acme altogether. You can do all these things, but that doesn't require you to attack them, right? You're simply, think about the outward extension, overextension incentive here. You could be doing all those things, and people do them all the time. You could have orgies, you could do whatever you want, right? In doing all that, you're not telling other people what to do and saying that, what you're doing is wrong, being with one person is wrong. You don't have to, you don't care. You're just doing your own thing, right? So that shows you're at peace with your own state, and you're just doing it because that's what you prefer, or there's some consistency behind your measure there, etc. The problem with the other side is, oh no, they will overextend. They will feel insecure. They will attack you and say, oh, well, that doesn't work just because it doesn't work for you, just because your ability doesn't measure up to it. So in other words, saying it doesn't work doesn't mean you wouldn't prefer it or something like that. But you have the ability to basically look at it from a perspective that you have you have this state of being that is basically you have the state of being that's basically, you're in a position where where there's this insecure outward insistence that you would feel again, they feel insecure about their own relationship and their own structure that they've been reduced to. It was not enough to simply practice it. They need constant reinforcement through externality. They need to condemn anything else, these other relationships and things don't work, and let's take a moral majority, and cheating is so bad. And the reason why that's done is twofold: to reinforce that you really desire the contrivance state that you've been reduced to, right? But the fact that you have to do that is telling itself. But also the fact that that's the only reason why you wouldn't do it. You stigmatize something like that, and that's why people don't do it. If you didn't stigmatize it, then people would do it, and even despite that, people still do it. So it's that indoctrinated state that you're trying to create. And then the other side is the fact that you have, again, just you look at that insecurity, like one side is trying to outwardly insist, like they're not simply doing what they're doing, right? Broadly, generally, society itself has that incentive, right? Society doesn't need to argue for open relationships and say, oh, what a great idea, or other, non-stimuli acme, alternative things. It doesn't need to argue for that. People will do that anyway, despite them arguing against it, despite them arguing for something else, right? Whereas the other state of single partner, you must do it this way only, that's even the objective statement. Is you're not even saying that that's a bad thing to do or anything wrong with it. You're simply observing that's one of many things people can do. But when you say it's the only thing they do or that's what they must do, right, that's the claim that's being made. So the burden is on the claim maker, and the claim maker is society, social contrivance, or people individually. Right, they're saying that, oh, you must do it this way and this way only because it's easier for society to control, etc. But they're not even sharp enough to realize that that's the underlying thing. But I would at least prefer you say it from that functional basis, like, okay, we're doing it because it's better for families and for children and better for raising children. Okay, on that basis, I can't argue with you, right, on a functional basis, although that's still very inconsistent with how it's practiced. But mostly you won't even hear that, or that's preferential then. What if you don't want to have kids, or what if you're the exception and you can handle having kids without? See, everything is seen in this broad spectrum scope that, like, people are just, to be generalized, is completely garbage, right? And so they need to be controlled very rigidly by structure. So it sort of shows you the nature versus nurture thing. Like, human beings by nature are just garbage, trash, animals. And so they need to be herded and controlled in every way. So it really doesn't come down to them. They're just incidental, interchangeable, arbitrary, right, creatures. But then it comes down to the structure. The structure you're reduced to is what needs to be the defining, dictating factor. And if you can do that, then you'll realize something else in the bigger picture. And what you'll realize is the simple fact that you're able to, again, you see outward insistence, insecurity. Again, on one hand, they're posing it as though it's an absolute. Oh, being with one partner is an absolute, and it's meant to be, and it's just, the right state of being. Also, when you see people do that, well, when it doesn't work out, though, they have some disqualifying, oh, it's not absolute, but you pretend like it is, because if it was, then there wouldn't be so much conflict, issue, divorce rate, etc. Whereas with the other alternatives, you could say, well, you're not even saying they're absolute, or that they're perfect, or that everybody must do them, or that nobody can do anything else. But with this, you have more of a burden here, because you say, well, you don't want to, you want to overextend and you want to do that. So it really says more about you than anybody else, or your measure rather than anything else that people are practicing. And the reason why is because, again, you see that outward insistence and insecurity almost that you're able to, see that in the big picture. And the reason why is because they have more of a need to do that. So there's this is how a lot of sort of standards work, supposed standards, is that there's a functional incentive behind it, which could be argued for rationally, but then it turns into more of a zero-sum argument, like, well, if I'm only doing it for zero-sum reasons, then I may as well just do it self-interest and not worry about that collective contrivance, sacrifice, etc. I would rather people come to that conclusion on their own, though, and say, well, I'm willing to sacrifice for this, and oh, what a noble thing to do, and then it's glorified. But instead, it's like, no, we're pretending it's something more, because that functional basis isn't enough somehow, or it's not even really consistently the priority. It's just sort of a pretense that you go into to justify it and bypass your normal inhibition of doing it. So in order to hurt people that way, this is what you look at. So the key point here is the simple fact that you have, again, you'd have the single partner sort of structure-reduced mindset of outwardly insisting upon itself and overextending to everyone else. Like, it's not enough for me to do it. If it's so perfect, then why is there so much conflict, divorce rate, etc.? Number one, the absolute basis. If it's functional, then that's still subjective, and you have to do it in some consistent priority basis, and there's exceptions. But more deeply than all that, you would say, well, even if I do it, why do I need other people to do it, or why do I have to do that? So again, it's not that you're attacking open relationships, etc., because there's something inherently wrong with them by even any criteria. It's more just that, oh, you're insecure about your own, and it reveals like, well, hey, maybe you'd prefer to do that too, but you can't let yourself think that, because it invalidates your own structure that you've been reduced to. So instead you attack it and say, oh no, I don't really want it, and it's a bad thing. But again, at least that statement I like, when people say, oh, it doesn't work. So in other words, you do want it, you would prefer it, but you're not good enough to handle it, as if that's really a good argument. I did the same thing with an idea of like self-governance in the true absolutist way, that you would have, how could you argue against that? Remove all this bureaucracy and nonsense. Oh, but people just can't handle it. So is that really a good argument? And is that what we should aspire to then? Let's make the bureaucracy even bigger. Let's do all this. But instead say, we should use it as little as possible, and then try to minimize and weed it out, and then get to the point where we can do that and handle that. This is where the amalgam theory, stimuli, acme, village of 100 thing comes in, that you get to a state where it seems inevitable, but it's only inevitable by people's own actions, right? You didn't have to have this where you overextend yourself so much, right? Where, again, people would argue some sort of depopulation nonsense, but it's not even about that. It's about how you get there in the first place, that at some point it's a choice. You could just keep reproducing forever until your numbers reach an infinite amount. So at some point you have to make a decision and control that anyway. And the way that you would do that is by saying, well, it gets to a point where it just isn't, a lot of things are done merely for that fact alone. So only real by acknowledgement, only necessary by overextension. That was the phrase I was trying to remember the other day that I had said many times. So again, contrivance and appearances, pretenses, etc., they're only real by acknowledgement, or important by acknowledgement. So if you simply don't acknowledge them, now they cease to be real. Whereas a lot of other things, right, would not be that way. Functional basis, etc. So that's what's telling. Like, why would you value a basis that's only real by your own acknowledgement? Because that's arbitrary. You could just disacknowledge it 1 second later, and it no longer has any importance or value. And also, so that would be the shallow criteria, right? If it just comes down to your mere acknowledgement and how you acknowledge it, that's arbitrary, because you could do that with anything then, right? It's just purely your own preconceived notions that you're insisting upon, diluted down by a machination process of the time. So people will kind of misframe it as some personalized basis that you think, oh, that's your preference, but really it's just, oh, it's a trickle-down effect that it's inevitable based on the state that you're in. And then the other side is the fact that only necessary by overextension. So it's like, oh, you're a good person by doing this and sacrificing this for society, and being reduced to the social contrivance state, or like all these kind of platitudes like thank you and how are you and stuff that are done in like an assembly line way. And the reason why is because none of that would be necessary, right, if it wasn't for overextension, overpopulation, to this degree, at least, amalgam theory, the idea that you're doing it, basically in such a way that you, again, if it's a world of village of 100, you wouldn't need to keep up these appearances and overextend, because you would already, everybody already knows everybody and things like that. So everything would kind of speak for itself in a way that otherwise you're trying to place too much undue emphasis on it here. Okay, let's do like a little critique of Dragon Ball, just because I randomly feel like it, where there's one trend that I identified that's sort of unique that maybe people don't think about a lot, is the fights are too much of a wash sometimes, which just means it's too one-sided, where it goes from one extreme to the other, like in a transformation. So think about every fight in the series where there aren't a lot of really good evenly matched fights, right? They're always like super one-sided. So let's just trace it back to the beginning. Raditz versus Goku is very one-sided. But that one ends up being a pretty good even duo of Piccolo and Goku combined, right, versus Raditz is still a tough, good match, but it still sort of favors Raditz. But that's at least the dynamic there, is a 2v1, and even Gohan helps. So, like, I like that because there's, like, some game theory with it. Goku can't win that, obviously. So he needs not only his rival, and previous adversary Piccolo's help, but he also needs Gohan to step in, and even after all that, he still needs to die to, guarantee it. So that really builds up Raditz into actually quite a formidable character at that moment. And of course, DBZ copied, Superman. General Zod coming to Earth is very similar vibe to the Saiyans, right? You have the three people, they don't come together. It's not exactly the same, but, the super-powered person who protects Earth from alien invaders from their own planet, right, that I forget what exactly the fate of Krypton is in all the works, but generally it's destroyed or at least uninhabitable or something. I think it's generally destroyed. So it's very similar. Planet Vegeta is gone. The few renegades left outside, like Zod or whatever, Vegeta and Nappa and stuff here. It's a very similar plotline that you might not realize. And where that's also recycled in the material itself is in in the Android Saga. There's like a promo that's pretty funny how on the nose it is. What would you say if, like, where the narrator's doing it, right? What would you say if you heard that two unknown assailants are going to come to Earth in a few years and, way more powerful than anybody you faced before, and you only have a few years to prepare? That's exactly the same thing from Attack of the Saiyans. Two Saiyans are going to come, Nappa and Vegeta, in a couple years, and you have, or however much time it is, I forget, and you have this much time to prepare. So that plot device is used exactly the same from the Saiyans to the Android Saga. And I like how that implies that people don't really work that hard. Like, oh, so if you knew that the Saiyans weren't coming, you wouldn't work harder, so you would just be a sitting duck. Whereas, by knowing that they're coming, you could magically just increase your power like crazy. Like, I'm assuming, especially if Goku and Vegeta are like that anyway. Like, it doesn't take Vegeta to know that the androids are coming to want to be as strong as he possibly can. He always wants to be like that. And I always ragged on Goku for getting plot armor kind of convenience. There's some really bad examples, but basically the way a saga goes is often Goku's in the background not doing anything. He's often injured. The whole Zenkai boost is a bullshit, plot device mechanic that should have happened then sooner. When he was getting beat up by Piccolo in Dragon Ball, he would have, it's just too convenient. And then, Vegeta even exploits that. Like, I'm going to damage myself and then have Dende heal me just to try to get it. Like, it's very exploitable and stupid, honestly, as an idea. But it's one thing, you get stronger just from fighting, but it's too convenient. Like, you get vastly stronger. Like, you worked your whole life for 20 years to train, but then, and that gets you to a certain power level, but oh no, now I get injured once, like badly, and oh, now I'm gonna double my strength that I worked 20 years. No. Like, the jumps are stupid, and power levels in general are very inconsistent and dumb with how they're portrayed. There's like this apologist channel that I almost wanted to react to where he keeps having these really brain-dead, overly defensive takes that I should look at that, but and kind of just roast or what would you like, debunk all what he's saying. Again, I like the series, but I'm not going to be blindly. There's a lot of plot holes with the timelines. I hate when people just can't accept that. Like, can it be that it's just a flawed story with some imperfections? Even rest in peace Toriyama, but still, like, he even admitted, like, I intended Vegeta to be the main villain, and then I eventually came up with Frieza, and then I eventually, intended the series to end with Frieza, and then I kept going. Like, in other words, they're even admitting that they're retconning and pulling shit out of their ass. That doesn't mean it's bad, but it means, like, how can you say, this was always intended, when even the author's saying, no, it wasn't intended, I didn't know what I was doing, and I forgot about certain things, and, like, people always want to act like a writer or a story is God or perfect, and they don't want to acknowledge its flaws because then it breaks their immersion and they can't, take it seriously. I'm somewhere in between. I can recognize its flaws but still enjoy it. Like the Star Wars series is like that. People are overly defensive fans where they think, like, you thought of everything and whatever, but, like, George Lucas just pulls a lot of shit out of his ass. Not saying Disney is any better for it, but no, all that kind of stuff I could poke holes in. But the main thing I want to say is Goku's plot armor and also the one-sided washed fights. These are two of my main criticisms, and also the fact that they drag out episodes and moments so long, right, with the stare-downs and stuff, like just as filler content almost, just to kill time. Right, that's why I never gave the series like a truly top-tier ranking. I would always give it like a secondary. Like, on a tier list, I would give it like an A instead of an S, like as far as the top tier. It's still really good, but it has too many overt flaws, like the way it drags its content out. Some of my favorite moments are the character interest moments, to be fair, right? Just quiet moments, talking and stuff like that, but there's a lot of just beating around the bush, especially in fights, where I won't even complain about the transformations too much, because those are typically pretty notable and kind of fun, actually, in retrospect, but you can understand the trope of dragging stuff out so much, or like the villain's always toying with you, right? Think about the moments that the villains would have won if they just wanted to win. If Raditz just wanted to win, he could have just killed, this happens in a lot of stories, but he could have just killed Goku right then, like at the beach house, that's it. Piccolo's not there, so he automatically just wins. Or, you know, Vegeta and Nappa wait around for Goku to show up. At the very least, Vegeta being as ruthless as he is, why not just kill everybody? And you might think, oh, that wouldn't have made the difference, but it actually would have, because especially at that point in the story, Krillin and Gohan actually play a role in the Vegeta fight, where I'll sort of defend Vegeta's honor the way I would do with Edgeworth in the Phoenix Wright series. Like, Edgeworth is actually a better lawyer and smarter than Phoenix Wright is. The only reason why he loses is because the client's always guilty, so... right, in the cases that they have, so it's not fair to him. Like, what if the client was actually, the client's innocent? What if the client was actually guilty? Then Phoenix couldn't beat him, so basically Phoenix has the truth on his side, and despite that, Edgeworth still puts up such a good fight and almost wins a lot of these, so, right, it's not fair to Edgeworth to say, oh, Phoenix is better, and even then, Miles helps him, too. He helps him in the D. Vasquez case, he helps him in the Damon Gann case, he helps him time and again, and then Justice for All even shows that with Case 4, that, oh, you get to have it go the other way, where he helps you, or whatever, like you end up defending a guilty client, so, oh, what would happen then? Then Edgeworth would win, obviously, so it's not fair to look at it that way. The same thing with Vegeta, like, based on their life experiences, you could say, well, Goku's on Earth, so his power level was limited by that circumstance, I guess. Although even then, I think some of the Zenkai boost consideration and stuff would be there. But my point is that Goku trained his whole life, and he's weaker than Raditz. Vegeta trained his whole life, maybe with certain advantages in space battles, I get it. But he's much stronger, so he's just stronger, period, better, that's it. And then Goku jumps up in plot convenience, but think about that. Goku actually never beats Vegeta in a fight, in DBZ at least. I don't know what happens in Super otherwise. He never actually beats him, think about it. In the first fight, Vegeta beats Goku actually pretty badly, even with the Kaioken and shit. Think about it, it's a 3v1, 4v1. Yajirobe comes and cuts off his tail, Gohan becomes a great ape and lands on top of him, and Gohan does something else too, and then Krillin is also involved, so you've got like a 4v1. So to say, even when Vegeta says it, I kind of question it. That shows you how high his standard is. Like, imagine the disgrace I suffered when I was beaten by a low-class Saiyan, but actually, objectively, you weren't. But that's how Vegeta looks at it. I should have been able to beat everybody, but how is that fair? Like, give Vegeta Nappa back, and I guess it's his fault that he killed Nappa. Maybe that's the implication, actually, on a darker level. Like, if Vegeta didn't kill Nappa and let him recuperate, then if Nappa recovered a little bit, that means Nappa could have come and saved Vegeta when he's on his back and tuckered out, and everybody's beaten. Because you saw what Vegeta alone was able to do, basically win a 4v1, or draw a 4v1, and now Nappa comes in. That'd be a hilarious alternate reality. If he just didn't hurt him, didn't kill him, and somehow he doesn't have sensu beans or whatever, but he let him recover a little bit, even if he's still weak, right, that same moment would happen, and then he would come in and beat the shit out of Krillin and whatever. But, no, I love that, because Vegeta is up against Goku, Krillin, Gohan, and Yajirobe. Now, you might think, oh, those characters' power levels don't matter, and generally they don't, even at that point in the series, but they're at least more relevant then than they ever would have been. Like, Krillin is still, something he's got going on. Gohan definitely with the ape form, even though he also hurts Goku. But again, that's like a net negative to say, well, that technically hurts Goku, but it technically hurts Vegeta. Like, Vegeta shouldn't have to deal with Krillin and Gohan and Yajirobe. So he easily wins a 1v1, easily. Even with that 4v1, he's still standing and Goku's on his back, knocked out. Think about that. Like, Goku is literally out of the fight, and Vegeta is still standing, beating the shit out of Yajirobe or whatever, right? Like, think about that for a second. So even in the context of the fight, it's not like, oh, it's an even match with the 4v1, somehow that makes it fair, right? And then Vegeta's on his back knocked out. That's still not true. Vegeta is still standing, and Goku's completely dead, even with the advantage of having all that help. And then Yajirobe comes and cuts him in his back, and even then somebody else comes in and hits him again. So Vegeta's trademark is durability, but no, technically he doesn't lose that fight to Goku at all. In fact, he wins the fight. If you consider a 1v1 versus Goku, he definitely wins, right? Almost low to mid diff, even with all the shenanigans, the spirit bomb type shit, the fucking... I think he uses a spirit bomb even there. It just looks different. Or it's not like a bomb, but it's like a spirit ball that he shoots him up. I forget, but something like that. He uses Kaioken. He does everything, and he gets still beaten. But no, the thing with that is, in the Majin Vegeta saga, the other time they fight, Vegeta also wins because he knocks Goku out. You could say, oh, that's like cheating, but it was a pretty even match. Yes, Goku could have gone SS3. The sort of fan theory I like to come up with for that I've always said is, Goku didn't not go Super Saiyan 3, not because he just didn't want to embarrass Vegeta or whatever, or expend his time on, because he's still got the halo over his head or whatever. He doesn't want to limit his time because using that would somehow cut it short, etc., etc. The real reason why he didn't do it is because he knows how durable Vegeta is, which he proved both in that first fight between Goku and him and everybody, and also in the Kid Buu fight. Even though Vegeta is weaker than Kid Buu, look at how long he lasts getting the shit beat out of him for, while Goku is standing there, right, still recuperating or trying to charge up for Super Saiyan 3 and be ready to fight. That's kind of a good analogy for this point that I'm making. That moment, like Goku's just standing on the sideline. Meanwhile, Vegeta is tanking Kid Buu for a super long time. So yes, he's outmatched, but he's not going down. And Kid Buu isn't holding back necessarily. Or he's out to kill more so than even Goku would be. So I like to imagine that being the scenario. Majin Vegeta versus Super Saiyan 3, Majin Vegeta would actually win. Because yes, Super Saiyan 3 would dominate him for a period, but then he would still be standing, even if he's beating the shit out of him, and then Super Saiyan 3 would burn out, and when he burns out, wait a minute, Vegeta, I gotta just stand here and recover like he was doing in the Kid Buu fight. It burns out quickly, and that's even later. This is earlier where he would have had even less experience with it, that, first of all, maybe Vegeta wouldn't let him transform, it's one of those rare moments where he's not fucking around, but also, I like that idea that Majin Vegeta actually beat Super Saiyan 3 because it's sort of unrefined, he can't maintain it for too long, he would burn out, and Vegeta is so durable, as we see even against Kid Buu, that he would outlast him. He would still be losing and getting the shit beat out of him, but by the time he's able to essentially win the fight or finish Vegeta off, Goku would actually burn out, and we've seen how durable Vegeta is. So I like that as a fan theory as far as, one that I've come up with myself. I know that's not true, but that would have been a better way to explain it. Because think about it, Super Saiyan 2, they both have a lot of control of, and they can go on for a long period of time, like what we see with that fight. They're very comfortable with it, whereas with Super Saiyan 3, again, he would burn out, he would have issues, he wouldn't be able to maintain it for long enough, he wouldn't be able to beat Vegeta, even though he's substantially stronger than Vegeta. That's my same point. Kid Buu is at least as strong as Super Saiyan 3, if not stronger, and Vegeta at that point is obviously stronger than he was in the Majin. Maybe not, though, even, because Majin obviously gives him a boost too, so whatever boost he got between then and the Kid Buu part maybe is even out. He's obviously always getting naturally stronger, but so the point is, a Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, whether Majin or not, can survive against Kid Buu for a very long time, so he would be able to do the same against Super Saiyan 3, so I just imagine Super Saiyan 3 burning out and then Vegeta winning. So on a strategic level, that might actually be a sensible explanation. And you know what I actually thought? They don't make a big deal about Super Saiyan 2, actually, but Goku obviously shows that he's able to become Super Saiyan 2 against either Yakan. This is how I interpreted it as a kid, actually, and maybe even for a long time after. I thought the implication was he shows off that he can go to Super Saiyan 2 against Yakan, I think, the guy who's absorbing his energy. Super Saiyan 1 isn't enough, so he overloads and becomes Super Saiyan 2 briefly and makes Yakan explode, right? and then Vegeta shocked because he never knew he could go Super Saiyan 2, right? I thought this is where we were at in the plot, that we discover, oh, Goku can go SS2, and Vegeta didn't know that, and Vegeta can't go Super Saiyan 2 yet, despite his improvements. And so the point is, now Vegeta's desperate to go SS2 just like Goku, and that's why he goes Majin. And so when he transforms to Super Saiyan 2 in the Majin form, you have to think about from the audience's perspective, we've never seen him go Super Saiyan 2, and we don't even know that he can. So I assume that was the implication, that Goku had reached Super Saiyan 2 on his own in the time from the Cell games to now, the Buu Saga, but Vegeta hadn't done that, and so now he uses the Majin form to unlock it, basically. So when he transforms and Goku's all shocked, now he's like, oh wow, he can go Super Saiyan 2 as well. And the Majin form, the Majin aspect is what allowed him to unlock that, basically. It pushed him over the edge and allowed him to... I thought that's what it was, because they didn't make a big deal over Super Saiyan 2 at all. Like, it's completely forgotten about. Like, you know, Goku just does it between the 7 years, and he also does Super Saiyan 3, too, which is fucking stupid. But, Goku, you know, just does it there in that moment in the Majin fight, which I can assume he'd already reached it. Or again, the Yakon moment, I interpret that way, that it was to imply that that's when he reveals it to Vegeta, and nobody knew that before. And Vegeta's all upset, so then he's like, okay, I'm going to go Majin now to try to help push me over the edge. So that's the first time we see Vegeta go Super Saiyan 2, so I assume maybe it's the first time he ever went that, and that's why Goku's so shocked, and that's why he was willing to go Majin. I feel like that's actually a better way to explain it, because... But then the whole plot contrivance of Super Saiyan 3 is kind of bullshit that he was able to do that too. Like, my perspective was like, Super Saiyan 2 is still a big deal, and we haven't seen anybody actually do it, and it wasn't a big deal when they did do it. Right, like, even Vegeta's Super Saiyan 1 transformation is a little hokey, like, oh yeah, an asteroid was coming and it took that for me to transform. Like, that felt like some sort of filler, kind of stupid way to explain it. Just to kind of, you know, whatever, this is just to show that he's transformed. But the way that it happened and was explained was kind of a little weird. It's just sort of lackluster, and, you know, it's not like a major event. He's just on a random planet with a random asteroid, and that's all it took for him to transform. Like, okay. So in the same sense, Super Saiyan 2, you don't see how Vegeta or Goku transform, so it's just completely skipped over, like the most boring form ever. And then Vegeta never really reaches Super Saiyan 3 either. But yeah, that's how I would have explained it from a perspective that Goku is, like, they had just both barely reached Super Saiyan 2. That's why even some of the dialogue makes sense with that. At least you're stronger than your son was against Cell, which means... You know, they had just barely reached Super Saiyan 2. In fact, Vegeta hadn't, and Goku had barely reached it and was barely comfortable with it. So he's only a little stronger than his son against Cell. Whereas Vegeta is weaker, and now with the Majin thing, he's able to be on par with him. So now let's look at the Goku plot armor kind of power jump moments. So there are some really bad ones, but like, at the beginning of the show, he's weaker than Raditz, right? His whole life, all his experience, all the damage he's taken, Zenkai boost, whatever. The way to kind of explain it in a good way, which isn't even true, because he does get the shit beat out of him a lot at times, but the way to actually explain it would be, well, because he's so much stronger than everybody else around him on Earth, right? He's never met like a real challenge aside from Piccolo and maybe a couple other people. He's always been so overpowered compared to everyone around him that he's never really been challenged and never really been near death. That would be the way you could sort of explain it, but... Or yeah, Goku gets stronger when he's dead than when he's alive, like always in the other world and stuff. He gets main character privilege and treatment from all that. And the Dragon Balls obviously themselves are just a plot device and trivialized. They get trivialized themselves, like the whole plot of the original show was like, oh, we gotta go find them, and that's a big deal. But by Z, and especially as we go on, going to find them becomes such a joke. Like, you can find them in literally like 5 minutes, and they kind of do that at times. Or I like that one moment that represents what Kai should have been, where Trunks kills all the androids and Cell like so quickly. If Trunks was the main character in the show, it would be over in like 5 episodes. He just speed runs the whole saga. right, like a character who doesn't really mess around and toy around, which unfortunately that happens typically in stories from villains where they toy with people and then end up losing. But even the heroes do it in this show. That's where Goku is like the real villain, that when he banged his head, he didn't really forget his Saiyan DNA. He's just doing it in a more extrapolated way. Like, that's the inner side of him coming out. That, oh, I really do want to destroy the planet by giving Cell a Senzu Bean, or by not going Super Saiyan 3 and killing the Fabu when he said he could have, or just doing a lot of dumb shit. But no, some of the power jumps are big. And so, yeah, that would be the way to explain it, though. He's never really been challenged, whereas Vegeta's been out in space, and typically he probably wouldn't have been that challenged, though, either. That's the thing. Like, well, I guess at the point that he's gotten to, but in order to get there, he was probably constantly facing alien races that were strong. And again, the power level dichotomy becomes so bullshit after a while. Like, being a Super Saiyan was supposed to be a big deal and iconic and wow, and then Goten and Trunks become that, and then as kids, and like, it becomes such a joke, right, that you can't really take it seriously anymore. The way you could sort of explain it is that the original Super Saiyan of Legend was not, like, the one that he had talked about was not what Goku had become against Frieza. That was just a lesser form of it, and the true Super Saiyan is like Super Saiyan 3 or Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God. I actually like Super Saiyan 4 a lot more than any of the other ones later because it feels very intrinsic, like you're going back to your roots as a... You know, GT does two really good things. It addresses the title of the show in a way that comes full circle and actually makes a whole lot of sense. The fact that all the abuse of the Dragon Balls over time has come back to bite you, and the final boss, final villain of the show is basically the bad karma of the Dragon Balls themselves. So it very much appeals to the title, and it actually makes a lot of sense. I like that as a final sort of villain setup, as that you have to pay for the bad karma of overusing them, right, so much over the years and relying on them. Now you come to face your sort of comeuppance with that. Right, so that's kind of going full circle, and really, I love that as a final arc of the show. And then, assuming, and then the final form also is very fitting that you get Super Saiyan 4 because you get Super Saiyan 4 because you get to, even there, Vegeta doesn't achieve Super Saiyan 3 and still skips ahead to 4 using blood waves and kind of cheats, which is exactly the kind of thing Vegeta wouldn't do because he has too much pride, but they kind of throw that off to the side, especially in Super, which I haven't seen. I haven't seen Super or Dragon Ball. I've only seen Z and GT. But no, the form, how he has the tail, and how he's like gone through the monkey form to get there again, and how he's still has the fur and stuff, that almost looks like what you would imagine a final form Saiyan to actually be. So I always liked the way that one looked. And then I had this like figurine of Janemba when I was younger, and I never knew who he was even. I had never seen the movie, so I always thought, oh, he's the coolest thing, and then he doesn't even say anything really as a character. I don't think he talks. All these villains that just don't even say anything, like Kid Buu. How do we make the final villain, final boss of the whole show? Oh, somebody who doesn't even talk. But no, let's look at some of the power leap jumps that I was talking about. Like this, the show starts, he's weaker than Raditz, then he dies, and like, oh, that's got to be a good Zenkai boost, just keep dying over and over, and that must count. But he dies there, he's weaker than Raditz, weaker than a Cyberman. And then he dies, and then when he comes back, think about it, he dies, and then he trains in the other world, King Kai, Kaioken, all this kind of stuff. He goes back, he goes from being weaker than Raditz over the course of his whole life, he's weaker than Raditz in all his training, everything. Now, magically, by dying and going to the other world, and I get that helps him, but still, it's a plot device contrivance. By simply going there, now he comes back, and he's stronger than Nappa, which that's a huge jump, but that's not enough. In a very short period of time, he goes from being weaker than Raditz to stronger than Nappa, and almost as strong as Vegeta, which makes no sense at all. Like, Vegeta, look at it from Vegeta's perspective. Like, he worked his whole life and he got his power level to like, let's say 20,000 or whatever it is, something like that, right? Goku goes from being like less than 1,000, right, lower than Raditz, to, okay, 5,000, like where Nappa is, to like 15,000, like in just such a short span of time. That's just plot contrivance bullshit, right? Vegeta works his whole life to get here, and Goku just catches up that quickly. Like, how convenient is that? And then the same thing happens in Namek. So he does all that while he's dead. Then this one I love too. Goku's all injured and in the hospital, and then everybody's heading off to Namek. And then once you do that, guess what happens? Goku's training in the ship. Now think about it. At that point, Goku is not even as strong as Vegeta. He's actually weaker than Vegeta. Because remember, he had lost the fight, and then we go to Namek to try to get the Dragon Balls and whatever. So, Vegeta in a 1v1 is stronger than Goku, right, at this point. So, Vegeta goes straight to Namek, and he's been injured too. So whatever Zenkai boost Goku might have gotten, Vegeta should have gotten as well, because, you know, they both got beaten within the inch of their life. So, the loser becomes the winner, though. Oh, I got beat up harder than you, so I'm actually going to become stronger now because of plot convenience. But, yeah, so Vegeta was stronger still at that point, right, when they're heading to Namek. So, Vegeta goes to Namek and is kind of fighting some of the Ginyu Force, or not the Ginyu Force, but the... Well, yeah, that too, but also he fights like Zarbon and Dodoria and stuff, right? So, Vegeta goes from being stronger than Goku to now he's fighting all these Ginyu Force members and stuff, and getting Zenkai boost from whatever fight Goku and Vegeta had, but also from getting beat up by Recoome and stuff. So, what has Goku done now to earn being even as strong as Vegeta? Because remember, he wasn't as strong as Vegeta before. He lost the fight. 1v1 he would have lost. He, you know, barely... In the best case, you could say they're even, but they're not even because he got help. So that was the last time we saw Goku fight. So he magically not only leapfrogs Vegeta by training in the ship, right? He trains in the ship on the way to Namek, and by simply doing that with Bulma's technology or whatever, by simply doing that, he goes from being weaker than Vegeta to way stronger and almost as strong as fucking Ginyu, which just think about that leap for a second. I know people would defend it, but like, he goes from being weaker than Vegeta, which let's say that's around, let's say he's at like 15,000 power level compared to Vegeta being like 20, and the difference in the 5,000 is made up for by Kaioken and the help from Krillin and everybody, Gohan and Yajirobe and stuff. So it's 15,000 to 20,000, then they both get a Zenkai boost. Like, let's say that even increases both of them by 10,000. So now Vegeta's at 30k and Goku's at 25k. And then, so he's still weaker than Vegeta. Then by training on the ship on the way to Namek, what happens to Goku? He arrives on Namek. All he's done is go on the ship. That's literally it. He hasn't done anything else. He hasn't gone to the other world train. I think this happens almost directly after. You know, they deal with Vegeta and then they go to Namek. So, what happens is Goku goes from like 15 to 20k power level, assuming, right, weaker than Vegeta, around Vegeta's level, to like 120k, I assume, right? I believe that's about where they would estimate Ginyu at, and he's as strong as Ginyu, if not stronger. Like, how does that make any sense? So you gain like 5 times your whole life's worth of strength, most of which you just gained over the last couple of years anyway in the other world. You just quadruple that, increase that by 5-6 times just because? Like, what the fuck? Just on the ship to Namek. Like, wow, that's some hell of a ship. And Vegeta does train in that later, I think, or some similar chamber. I think it is the same ship, actually, right? Where he's, like, telling Bulma to leave me alone. So, yeah, how exactly did Goku go from being weaker than Vegeta to 5 times, 6 times stronger, to being weaker than Recoome and the Ginyu Force, to being as strong as Ginyu? Like, how did that happen exactly? Then he gets taken over by Ginyu, and oh no, he gets another Zenkai boost, even though Vegeta's getting beat up too, and he's getting his own. Then he's in that little chamber, right, recovering after the Ginyu thing. and then he comes out in final form Frieza. So think about the leap that happened here as well. By simply riding in the ship and training on the ship to Namek, he gains like 100,000 power level, 5 times what he had, right? Weaker than Vegeta, as strong as Ginyu, and then he's in the little chamber recovering on Namek, and then he goes from being stronger than Ginyu by a little bit, and he leapfrogs like first form Frieza, second form Frieza, third form Frieza, like, and he's now weaker than obviously final form Frieza, but still, like, he leapfrogs all of that. How? Just by recuperating in the chamber? Like, oh, that's one hell of a Zenkai boost. Isn't that stupid? Like, he's getting leaps and bounds above everybody else by simply existing and being the main character, by not even doing anything most of the time. Like, he's not really training there. He's just and no amount of training in that short a period of time would make that big of an impact. So how does he just suddenly go from, literally, he sits in the ship and trains, and he increases his power by 5 times. Then he goes in the recovery chamber after Ginyu fucks him up and switches places, right? And then he goes in the chamber and he's recovering, and then he comes out, and oh, now his power increased by like 5 times just from simply recovering from that. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's so contrived, the leaps and bounds that he goes. And then the Super Saiyan transformation, I don't even mind, right? Because that's what that is meant to be. It's sort of a plot device that would skyrocket your power, but, you know, just to be able to get there makes no sense. So he goes from, again, by the time of going to Namek, he goes from being weaker than Vegeta to being as strong as Ginyu, which is a huge jump. And then he goes from being weaker than, like, as strong as Ginyu, to now being stronger than every form of Frieza except the final one, where Frieza's still kind of playing with him, but just the fact that he's even on par with that in any way, and stronger than Vegeta still. And then let's look at the Android Saga for something similar. Like, in the Android Saga, Goku's in bed with a heart condition. So at the beginning of the Android Saga, he's like as strong as, he's like weaker than Android 17 and 18, right? Because he's able to beat 19, but nobody can beat 17 and 18 at that point. So he's still probably a little weaker than them. The same way that, you know, even Piccolo says Vegeta would be stronger than Goku now, or, you know, similar. So Vegeta gets beat up by the androids too, so that's fine. Like, so Goku goes from being weaker than 17 and 18, and he's lying in bed from the heart virus, and then he gets out of bed, and he starts to get better around the semi-perfect cell part where he rescues Tien, and then he also goes in the hyperbolic time chamber. But from that period to that period, right, he's just been in bed the whole time, so presumably he's not that much stronger. In fact, I think it's pretty verifiable that he's pretty weak at that point. When he goes in the hyperbolic time chamber, he's weaker than the android 17 and 18 still, right, because he hasn't done anything that would make him otherwise. So again, he goes from being weaker than 17 and 18, and then he goes in the hyperbolic time chamber just once, and he goes from being weaker than 17 and 18 to being stronger than them, and also stronger than Imperfect Cell, and also stronger than Semi-Perfect Cell, and almost as strong as Perfect Cell. And so that, you look at that, like, he leapfrogs everybody in just one plot device, plot convenience time in the time chamber. So, like, how is that fair? Meanwhile, Vegeta goes in, and he, you know, think about his growth. He goes from being weaker than the android 17 and 18 to being stronger than Semi-Perfect Cell. Even that's a huge jump, right? He's leapfrogging the androids and Imperfect Cell, and goes straight to being stronger than Semi-Perfect Cell. And I guess Trunks does the same thing too. But yeah, that's very convenient that, again, Goku, the whole Android Saga, doesn't do anything. He's in bed, he's suffering from the heart virus, so he does nothing. But then he goes from being weaker than 17 and 18 to being stronger than them, stronger than Imperfect Cell, stronger than Semi-Perfect Cell, almost as strong as Perfect Cell, just in one time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Okay, this is a good absolutist quote. The idea that, you know, one who is an absolutist will do one of two things. Either they will fully max out and hold accountable a measure, as in what they're doing, they'll do it to its fullest. So think about it like, okay, in school you'll be a nerd or whatever, and you'll study super hard and you'll be the best at school, or at a job you'll be the best at it. So if it's worth doing, they'll do it like that. And if not, if they somehow that fails to satisfy the measure isn't sufficient, then it's not that they would do it at half-mast. They would find a different measure and then do that. So, and they do it fully. The problem is that social contrivance and the reductive lowest common denominator state shows you that the priority isn't always on that element, and so you're able to you're able to definitely question the integrity of that. Like, again, social contrivance and society itself, it does not exist to enable you or to empower you. It exists to inhibit and to restrict you. And again, the premise that people need to be controlled and restrained, and the premise that people are animals needing to be tamed, and all of this is there. Meanwhile, you try to justify it by actually glorifying and saying, oh no, people are this and that, like positive things, but in practice you're treating them differently. So it's a very halfway, long-winded sort of measure that is lacking in consistency, but also it creates a second problem of it's just all these reductive, restrictive structures, which assume a lot, which is really the antithesis of an absolutist. Like, you're assuming too much. Like, human beings are dumb animals to be herded. If you believe that, then human beings themselves are not fit to do that themselves either. But there's like some strange dichotomy. Well, some are slightly more capable, etc., than others, but it's the same base nature that we're talking about, or those same ones have been through the same process. So that's a contradictory element right there. Like, the expression I have is, the law and government and power exist under the impression that people need to be held in check and need to be controlled, right? That they basically can't be trusted in their natural inherent state. But then, in order to achieve that, in order to achieve the state of people being held in check, what do? You take those very same people, some of those very same people who need to be held in check themselves, and you empower them to be able to do that to other people. But where lies the contradiction there is obviously the fact that, well, those same people are being empowered. So you're not only not holding those people accountable the way that all people should be held accountable based on your premise, but you're even empowering them more than they would be in their natural state to try to say that, oh, well, they're going to hold everybody else in check. So what problems does that pose? You're not holding them in check, but you're even empowering them beyond their initial basis. So now, again, these same people, you try to put them in a separate special category, but you say these are the same people, the same nature that you look at as far as saying, oh, it needs to be restrained, animals need to be tamed. That's actually a useful premise to say, okay, human beings are nothing more than animals. That might sound like a negative, but that's actually a reality. And when you look at the reality, now you put yourself more in control. See, then you can say, okay, we're animals, and what defines us is our ability to think, so then we can decide for ourselves what to do with that, instead of we are something more like everything revolves around us, but then we end up doing everything at half-mast and rejecting our inherent base nature and inherent desire suggested, not at peace with ourselves, false inherent contrivance response. Then what that actually leads to is we still are practicing things based on our inherent desired tendencies, but we're just dressing them up, and then in the process of doing that, we end up practicing them less efficiently or at half-mast. So we reject the base tendency, like, okay, human beings are, inherently would be hedonistic and et cetera, so we reject that, but then we end up practicing things based on that anyway, but then we struggle with the conflict of contrivance around it, but then we end up practicing it anyway, and then we end up doing what? We end up doing the same process just at half-mast in some controlled way. Like, we need permission of society to do it, or we have to do it in this exact way, or we have to limit it somehow, and it's like, it would have credibility if it was a different measure, as in if it was like something else, something above, something beyond. But it's to imply that there are no such things, and so you're still using that, like, oh, we're not just animals who just want to hump. Also, we're animals who jump through elaborate hoops to try to get to the same end of doing that, and then we obsess over it and base our whole life around it and our whole finances around it, and create all these ritualistic tendencies based around that same inherent hedonistic process. So it's not that you're doing something more, it's that you're actually doing something less. Because rather than be at peace with and in control of your tendency and seeing it for what it is, you instead decide to do it this way, where you you decide to frame it in such a way that you don't you make it seem like it's something more, like, oh no, it's love and it's meant to be and it's all this. The fallacy is this idea that, and you'll get like the emperor has no clothes fallacy, like, oh, that's just because you haven't experienced it, or some personal attack, like, oh, you just don't get it kind of a thing. But the reality is that the reason why that contrivance is being framed that way isn't because it's true, but because either it's desired based on egotism, etc., but also it's necessary based on a contrivance state. And the reason why it's necessary is because it's the only way to rationalize something that otherwise would be seen as an objectively adverse contrivance state. And what that tells you is the simple fact that you don't say, oh, we're just being controlled because it's convenient for society, or, again, you're making that sacrifice. If you acknowledge that in direct terms, then there'd be no problem with it. But yet this is ingratiated in a different way. The ability to see through the artifice of it. Like, you might pretend like, oh no, we're doing it for this noble cause of collective contrivance, but even that overextends to the non-basis of self that the collective is made up of. And then you have the ability to this is one way to describe a contrivance state, that all value comes from the contrivance and externality rather than inwardly, whether from yourself or whether just inherently that there is value. And so it creates a false duality of you pretend like there's more value, but that's undue emphasis and reliant on something. That they can give it to you, they can take it away, like where, you're constantly controlled and reacting to externality in that way. Whereas an absolutist wouldn't care or wouldn't value that, or it wouldn't be defining for them. And so you look at it like you're able to see the amalgam theory, like where everybody is the human family. So it wouldn't be all these sort of platitudes or needing introduction. It would all just be very sort of topical, casual, to the point, or even functional basis, without some sort of, again, zero-sum contempt for one's own existence being overextended. So you see a lot of base projection of the stimuli acme or zero-sum means. Right, the assuming of intent is telling of a contrivance state. Pretend like there's some other measure or something different, right? People just can't conceive of that or can't accept that because, they have to worship half-mass zero-sum means as a contrivance state. Like, just pretend. Like, pretend you had either infinite money or just you had no inherent needs. Even if you don't have any money, but you have just enough to survive, or you don't need to eat or drink or whatever. So now all of that goes out the window. So you're trying to tell me, oh, the only reason why we pretend to value these contrivance standards is because of that zero-sum reactionary non-choice need, not because of some inherent actual value that it has, right? So now you're actually doing it the opposite, where that's less than nothing, because you're insisting upon, again, finding false meaning in means that in the absence of any other measure, you're just saying, oh, look how much pride we take in working hard or something, even though it's for zero-sum self-interest. That wouldn't be necessary if you viewed it as actually being worth it. Right? If what you were doing it for was a good reason, including your self-interest, value, whatever it might be, you wouldn't need to overcompensate and pretend and say, well, look how good I feel about doing something that's in my own zero-sum self-interest, even if overextended in some functional state. These have been much more disorganized sessions than lately, and I haven't watched anything in a while, so I'll get back to it soon. I've just not been in the mood. I've been listening to music in some of these sessions, which sometimes that helps you think, but sometimes it distracts you too, especially stuff with lyrics. Like, I have a hierarchy with that I always talk about with respect to, yeah, you can really expose contrivance with like, pretend you're neutral, and so the projections would come in zero-sum means or stimuli acme. Right, like if one is above a standard or neutral to a standard or just has a different measure, that can't be. There's only one way to be within contrivance, closed structure as it might be. So the only way to explain something is you're assuming intent, you're projecting one of those two things, zero-sum means, stimuli acme, which is sort of a sad commentary on the observer there. It says more about the observer than what is observed. Someone could just be neutral, a blank slate, countless, possible interpretations, maybe no interpretation, just pure neutrality. But neutrality is framed as a negative, and contrivance response is framed as a positive. Undue emphasis, or not even as a positive. Undue positive emphasis is framed as a neutral, false inherent state. Well, let's see what else we have here. I like some of these absolutist quotes that I've compiled, though. So basically, it's just a term that I use to describe a certain philosophy that I've written about and talked about a lot, which, again, I'm not saying similar ideas haven't existed in some form, but the phrasings and the exact collection of ideas here is definitely mine. And even that term, absolutist, could mean many things to many people, but I use it in this ideology. Again, it might sound like somebody who deals in absolutes, like a Sith Lord, or a Sith, but no, like somebody who deals in absolutes, but that's actually not what it means. It means sort of the opposite. It's somebody who doesn't believe in absolutes. So, in other words, like, there is no God, there is no fate, there is no destiny, there is no any of this. There's just human beings who are animals, and so we decide our own fate, so we place more emphasis on the person, and it removes all these structures that take power away from a person, to say that don't defer to God, don't defer to this or that. Here you are, you're able to do what you can do. If God didn't want you to do it, they wouldn't have made you in the image to be able to do it. Like, God doesn't want you to kill, but then why did he allow you to kill? He would have made you incapable of doing it, or, not saying that means you should do it, but I'm just saying, like, you're not deferring to that. You're doing it for your own reason, like, okay, I won't do it because I don't want to do it, because I don't want to hurt somebody else, because I don't have a reason to do it. But don't defer to invisible authority or anything like that, where those things exist to take power away from people, even if it seems like it's giving you peace of mind or some sort of ego gratification and idea that you have, ego gratification like this, everything sort of revolves around you and human standards. And there's a bit of a preconceived basis within contrivance too that we can look at, like, contrivance will have strong preconceived notions, like even those projections I was talking about before, assume intent, and then it'll sort of be a self-fulfilling prophecy. We're going to assume that this is your intention and then treat you a certain way because we assume that. And so even if that's not your intention, we're treating you like as if it is. So now what can you do? Anything you do, we'll assume your intent for you and your zero-sum projection and your stimuli acme. So it doesn't matter, right, once you perceive it that way. But that's the whole irony, is the way that you would actually go about that is to pretend like it's about something else when really it's just only about that, dependent overextended pretense. But the whole irony is you're rewarding artifice and holding that up as a high standard. Right, the more artificial you are and the more convincing you are in your contrivance, like a contest of contrivance response that I talk about, we're going to reward that and really build that up to be a deciding measure, right? Do you really want that arbitrary, interchangeable, undefinable, immeasurable criteria that theoretically anybody could do? Do you want that to be the defining factor? Because it feels like it's the same initial rule by omission basis as well that we could use, but do you want that to be the deciding factor? Like, somebody's all fake and, everything social contrivance by nature it could be, but so somebody just places undue emphasis, and so that's all it takes for you to react to it and then be controlled by it. Like, is that the criteria you want to use? And then you'll suffer from the conflict of contrivance trying to pose it as an absolute right down the road. So you're making things out to be more than they are, and then you suffer from the reality that they're not. And again, do you want to be defined and controlled by something as arbitrary as just social contrivance? Like, anybody can just do that. Anybody can just say anything. Like, it's not a hard definable measure, right? It's just anybody can literally say anything at any time, whether they themselves realize it or not. That's the human variable at work. But yeah, there's a lot of projection, assuming intent. There's one other topic I was just talking about, but I kind of forgot where I was going. You project, you assume intent. Oh yeah, you sort of preconceive and self-prophesize into reality something, like, and even reduction to structure, like, kids will be kids are this way, but you know what I mean, like, you're kind of, there'll be exceptions, there'll be some genius kid who does something and breaks out of structure, but the fact that they're reduced to that structure in the first place is the problem. Like, they shouldn't have to overcome that in addition to their inherent lackings. It should be more like, they're not as inhibited that way, but because you assume all these things about it, now you're restricting them inherently, and generally you're not seeing it for what it is. So, right, it's possible, there could be many gifted ones that are overlooked, or certain things, like, so when you have this preconceived notion, what you're doing is you're saying contrivance comes first. Standards don't come first, functionalism doesn't come first, even zero-sum means, any sort of pretense of a standard, nothing comes first. What comes first is contrivance for contrivance's sake, and in the veil of pretense and other standards and functionalism. But no, it's contrivance for contrivance's sake. We're like, the practice of contrivance is itself valuable, even though it's tied to zero-sum means in some particular way. My favorite one is eye contact. Just look at somebody in the eyes and say 2 + 2 is 5, and look away and 2 + 2 is 4. So I guess you must be telling the truth. You don't get how, and that's all like social skills are, is that they're just learning how to manipulate contrivance, which it's hard to say to what extent an absolutist would or wouldn't do that. In principle, they wouldn't do it. They might feel they need to do it, but as a means to an end, but sort of existing outside of it. Yeah, it's a very self-fulfilling thing. Like, we're going to indoctrinate you a certain way, and we're going to assume certain things about you, and then, even if they're not true, we're going to project that, and treat you accordingly as if that was true. So even if it wasn't true, now you not only have to go against that inherent tendency, possibly, but you also have to go against that sort of expectation. So of course, the collective contrivance overextended would be just that. Like, of course, you'll insist upon it indignantly within your cognitive dissonant state. So no standard, no measure exists. Not even a high, whether a higher standard. But high standards are a bad thing. Like, I have this expression: you must be in a tower of ivory in order to see the world clearly from above. Like, in order to see the world. Because you would be high up in this tower, right? And sort of like, oh, you're in a privileged position, or you're born in a certain way. If that's what it takes to see the truth of the world, or some objective standard, what's wrong with that? You're going to blame that and say, oh, well, you just haven't been broken down and reduced to structure adequately so that you can glorify a zero-sum structure just out of pure necessity or functionalism, or, right, because you're too occupied by it to think clearly. Like, okay, that's a fine standard. Let's just make everybody slaves, and then they can't think. So that validates the contrivance state, or effectively the peasants working for heaven sort of thing. Like, that's effective on a functional basis, but there's no actual standard behind it. So if you were going to do it, you could always look at it like. Pretend you're in that position, like just hypothetically pose yourself, whether it be as a god or just as a neutral being, objective being. All your needs are taken care of. You survive, right? So you don't have to eat, you don't have to drink, or whatever you do is provided for you. So now you can think and use your brain, and how would you look at the world then? You don't rely on social contrivance for that. You don't rely on anything. See, that's the sick glorification aspect that becomes very defeating, is that you're meant to value these things as if inherently or in some other way, but then you only value them as a dependent overextended pretense on those things, like zero-sum means. So, and again, pre-con is extremely powerful to such a initial basis where, again, initial meaning that's what you value is just surface level. And again, sometimes the question with that is, well, how could you know something that isn't surface level? But you wouldn't read into the surface level as much then, and you also would you would not assume, but you would know that there's more to it. Like, you might not know exactly what more there is to it, but you would at least know, like, not everything is what it seems, so I keep my mind open that, oh, there could be this, or I know this tendency would exist in the background, or, you would know there's more to it than that. So, like, I'm sure this person engages in some thing behind closed doors that would invalidate whatever standard they have in front of us. It's really, this is a part of the initial minded basis, too. To assume that what people project or what people show in a performative way, like, oh, this is how this person acts in public when they know they're under view, when they know they're being judged, when they know other people are looking at them. Sure, a lot of people lack self-awareness, or they just don't care, or it's not worth the effort to try to frame something, but you don't think that people construct their whole behavior or act in a way that, oh, I'm acting this way because I know I'm in public and I'm, being judged by people, etc., rather than right, you know that they're doing it for that reason. So, like, imagine taking that at face value. Oh, yeah, they're acting this way because of this, because they know they're being judged, that they wouldn't act that way anywhere else in the privacy of their own home if they were alone. That's why the best way to see somebody being honest is to be watching them without knowing they're being watched, basically. So yeah, there's that. There's a self-fulfilling prophecy fallacy that you assume so much, and that makes it into reality because usually, I mean, again, you can overcome even that, which maybe you would see as an absolutist tendency, but the fact that you have to shows you the structure itself is objectively adverse there, because there's like some negative incentive in it. Like, we want people to suffer and struggle so they don't question it, or so they even glorify that struggle. And it's like we're trying to prove something, like, oh, look how, like, always this adversarial basis, even to neutrality. You could just be neutral, and there'd be an adversarial basis because people have to overcompensate for their own contrivance response state that they've been reduced to. So on one hand, they resent it, but on the other hand, they're using every opportunity to try to reinforce it through externality. And there's also the case of you would again, all these sort of preconceived notions are so easy to control you by. So, like, let's say I'm some wealthy person, or whatever. I have like some sort of establishment or structure in place. So all I have to do is this is what's done with DEI hires, to be fair, but I won't even use that as an example. But just in general, like, I own a bunch of stores, so I'm not going to work at them myself, right? Because either, people will be judging me because I'm there. So not only is that not a positive, like, oh, look, give them credit for doing it, but it also turns into a negative, like, oh, we're going to judge and pick on every little thing they do, even though it should be seen as a net positive. And then number two is the fact that I'm going to not only pick somebody to do it, but I'm going to pick somebody who fits, okay, they're older. Oh, wow. So they'll get respect automatically because they're older, even if they've done nothing in their life, right? They're just, age equals good by default, even though there's plenty of old people who are never done anything. There's plenty of young people who have done plenty, but no, we're not judging based on anything other than, just age or, gender. So I'll put an old woman, so you'll automatically be treated better than a man, or than a young man, or a young woman even. So, like, you're stacking up these elements. And then, they're also going to be like a person of color because, we got to sympathize with that. I'm not saying it, but, like, this is how people think. So you're hiding behind one layer after another layer after another layer. And even in society, this is sometimes done very directly, like, where any criticism of somebody would be framed that way, like, you're not criticizing their performance, you're criticizing them because they're a woman, or because they're a person of color, or this or that. Like, why can't it just be all people are flawed, so you're addressing their flawed nature and flawed state rather than some other intrinsic? Because by that logic, this is always the fallacy with that. If all it took for you to have some negative action towards somebody is their identity, then you think you do it to everyone all the time. Like, you're just walking down the street and, oh my goodness, this person is up that identity, so you're going to treat them a certain way. Like, don't you come across people like that every day? So you probably, it must be more to it than just that. That might be part of it, but, like with a hate crime, the reason why like people would value things based on appearance to a degree, and the way that you would do that is by okay, I forgot, whatever, that's good enough for now. So with the contrivance state, what people react to is not necessarily the individual and their inability to overcompensate or adequately practice or lack of will, etc., to do that, right, to contrive. It's the fact that truly what's being reacted to is the contrivance state itself. So you're just exposing that, like, oh, by failing to overcompensate, you don't like what that shows about the contrivance state itself, or even become aware that there is a contrivance state. So what is a way that I could demonstrate that there is a contrivance state, and for example, it's all fake? Not that, oh, look at this person being fake because they're not putting an adequate undue emphasis or emotion or something behind, right, what they're contriving. Not that the issue is that they're contriving in the first place. So what could I do to demonstrate that? That the person who doesn't put that undue emphasis is practicing the same zero-sum process, self-interest, etc., or maybe not even. Maybe they're more neutral in their motivation, and then the other person is doing it for the same reason. So that's one way you can see it, the dependent overextended pretense. So if somebody's just willing to be fake or faker, or is more adept at being fake and dishonest and duplicitous or artificial within the contrivance state, and one person is either unwilling or, again, not as good, not as skilled at being artificial in that overextended process. So the issue could be taken with the manner of it, but the bigger issue is just the fact that it's there in the first place. So what you would rather see is an acknowledgement that of the state, like, you would rather see an acknowledgement of the state where you're basically able to an acknowledgement of the state, and then once you see the state, then you decide, okay, I value it based on a contest of contrivance, right, who can do it better. But the problem is that they would take issue with that. First of all, they would treat it as like an absolute or something more, but then in practice and in objective observation, etc., right, you're constantly struggling against this. So like you're creating this unrealistic absolute expectation or image or impression, and then you're failing to failing to uphold it. And so by doing that, you are basically realizing that you are failing to realize that you're constantly struggling again to create this illusion. So you'll never, if you fully practice it in some perfect way, it doesn't necessarily accomplish anything. It's still the same zero-sum process, right? It's overextended. So you realize the lack of value. If you practice it fully or completely or perfectly, it still doesn't do anything more. And then if you don't do it at all, right, nothing necessarily happens either in terms of you can still go on living. So it's only necessary by that same expectation, right? So you're creating the conflict. It's similar to the stimuli acme standard of, you're posing this expectation of, absolute love or some soulmate or some restrictive structure that limits you to one person. You're posing that, and then once you pose that, you once you pose that, then you're struggling against your own artificial expectation. That's the difference. So it's not an inherent conflict. You're saying, this must be absolute, or this must be done this way, etc., and then you are struggling or somehow disappointed negatively that you fail to observe it. But no, getting back to the core point, it's like you can turn it into a conflict of contrivance, or like a contest of contrivance, like who can be fake sort of the best or artificial in this way, but there's an inherent lack of acknowledgement of the nature of that process. That's almost like that's what's being taken issue with. So by simply being neutral or non-emphasizing something, you're acting as though that's a negative, that, oh, this person's failure to overcompensate for the contrivance state rather than the contrivance state itself. So you're taking that as an absolute, and not only are you taking it as an absolute, but you're not even questioning it or acknowledging its existence. You're simply pretending like, okay, it's absolute, and then everything else comes after, as in, like, you know, it can never be a fault of the process. The process is absolute, or you don't even acknowledge that there is a process, and then it's always the fault of, oh, it's the individual's failure to overcompensate for it, or failure to practice it, or it's their fault. So the problem with that is it creates this lower standard, self-defeating collective state where, first of all, the more people that there are, right, the more overextended it becomes. So it's an endless zero-sum process. Like, there is no rhyme or reason to it. So the state of contrivance that you're in right now is merely a result of mindless, reproduction, in terms of there happen to be this many people, so this happens to be the level to which we're overextended in the state. But the reality is that getting back to the core point again, if you acknowledge the nature of contrivance, then you'd feel, okay, well, it's only being done for this reason, that reason. I think I just saw a hit and run or something. Somebody got out and was all mad, but the other guy drove away. But no, the point is that you're able to do it in such a way that to be fair, that guy was driving like a maniac too, though. He cut me off a little bit ago, and then he, you're driving like a maniac too. But this road's not big enough for two maniacs. But the point is that I'm kind of struggling to explain this. I got to get back in my routine of watching stuff, but I almost don't even feel like it now, so whatever. And I'm behind on uploads, and I'm just kind of not in the mood. But the point is that, again, do you acknowledge the contrivance state and then look at it as a concept of contrivance, or do you deny that this nature of the process, or even that there is a process, you fail to acknowledge it, you exist on the initial basis, you take it at face value, even though in observable practice that's not actually what is being done. So, that becomes a cognitive dissonance, that you're expected to, pretend everything is absolute and in social contrivance, and pretend like appearances and things like that matter, when in reality and in practice that's not true, but you have to keep up those appearances, otherwise you'll be stigmatized by the collective contrivance state. So that's just a description of society itself. But even within that terms, you're creating this fallacy of expectation as far as whether the degree of contrivance should be there. And there's a strong assuming of intent and projection too within the zero-sum state, as far as like a true ability or true absolutist practice would invalidate most of this. But then even that, the contrivance is more important, right? The reduction to structure is more important than zero-sum efficiency, even if efficiency or some other standard is used as some sort of baseline. So, for example, isn't society and all of these things valuable? Because look at all the progress we've made and how efficient it can be when we all work together, etc. Right? That might be used as a basis, but then you would say, but if you want to go for true maximum efficiency in a way, then you would say, well, these things actually get in the way. So, but that comes first. So the reduction to structure and contrivance, they come before truly maximum efficiency, because that would invalidate it or remove the need for it, or bypass it altogether. So it's more important to adhere to a reductive, restrictive contrivance state, whether you look at that as society itself or a government or whatever, some sort of norms. Those things are done for a longevity process, but never the most efficient. So you yourself can't decide even what the measure would be there. And so you kind of treat one as absolute, like, well, of course this is being done for efficiency. And then on the other hand, well, of course this is being done at the expense of efficiency for some other idyllic standard, right? Like, it's the right thing to do, or it's nice, or contrivance. So there is no consistent measure. And so this is a lot of the conflict you see, especially psychologically, that people have, that they they can't reconcile these conflicting issues because they are inherently contradictory. So the best solution that society poses is not only a heavy state of constant indoctrination, etc., but also a state of reinforcement, social stigma, things like that, closed structure contrivance. But even beyond that, just don't think about it. And so then treat things on the initial basis, the appearance and pretense basis. And so what you don't get to do, though, is now you get to have zero-sum means as an equalizing factor. So pretend you're not reliant on any of these things for zero-sum means, like you just have enough, etc. Now all of a sudden you can't pose that illusion anymore. So now that'll be seen like, oh, you're in a glass house, blah, blah, blah. But it's not. It's interesting how that becomes a condemned state then. Like now you can be something more, but so the issue isn't that there's some flaw with the contrivance state. The issue is just that, you haven't been adequately reduced to it. So because you're either so capable or so rich or so whatever, you bypass the need for contrivance now, but other people would glorify it then. Like, no, we love our contrivance. We love that we've been reduced to structure and inhibited. That's a good thing. It's honorable to do that. It's a virtue. It's this and that. To try to gratify them, make themselves feel better. That's part of indoctrination. So you do that, but you also decide to just pose it as a hypothetical, like, okay, you wouldn't abide by any of these standards if you actually had the choice or if you actually thought about it. So you're only doing it in a functional sense, but even then you're only doing it in a half-mass functional sense. So now you can't even make up your mind, right? The same restrictive structure that would prevent you from being maximally efficient would also be the same structure that uses functionalism, zero-sum practice as a pretense, like, that's why it needs to be done. So you could never rationalize that. And so what you're really saying, okay, we're in an objectively adverse contrivance state that we just blindly and mindlessly accept. Not that at least you acknowledge it is, but then you still do it anyway, or you try to subvert it at every turn. But there's a certain resignation that happens in society like that, where at least you should be aware of it. And that lack of awareness or the sudden acknowledgement comes out, sometimes in extreme ways, like, how could somebody commit this extreme act or do something? But it's because they might be denying the contrivance state. Like, maybe people realize this innately or somewhere along the lines, but they won't really acknowledge it or articulate it or do anything about it. And the main thing that you would do about it is you would often remove the need. So sadly, then you would see it as a means to overcompensate within the same structure's terms. Like, well, if you get enough money, you can subvert it. But that's sort of missing the point, because first of all, what you would have to do, the amount you would have to bow to contrivance, if you will, to get there. But even beyond that, you don't really even need it. And in fact, that becomes one of the main machination process issues, that you don't even need what you're struggling to sustain. Like, whether it be a lot of the things you have are not inherently necessary, right? You eat more than you need to survive. You have a lot of things more than you need to survive. So that's like a fallacy permission aspect that, well, so you owe, for all these extra benefits, you owe society something back. Not that society takes everything from you and restricts you in a contrivance state, that you would have not that it needs to justify even that it's restricting you, or that you're acknowledging that. It's that, it's that you need its permission somehow to do something, anything, everything. So on one hand, there would be a rejection of that, like, now you want to act out or rebel against that. But even that's a false duality, because you're rebelling against it, but you're still being a part of it, right? Like a true neutral non-state would not acknowledge it, right, at all. Whereas here you would have, we're going to go against the grain, we're going to go against it, assuming, as if to validate that it's absolute, like the fallacy of anti rather than non, right? Neutrality, just doing your own thing, versus, I'm doing this against it, or I'm doing this despite it, while still adhering to it overall, right? That's the whole ingrained fallacy, maybe because you think there's some financial need or dependence. But again, the absolutist standard would be much more basic. You just wouldn't be a part of it at all. And you certainly wouldn't maintain or preserve it through the stimuli acme. So there's like a false struggle that's posed, especially in a way that's supposed to be honorable, that you're not, again, there is no larger process. There is no awareness of it. There is no understanding of it in that way. So the other issue comes down to, so here's one big takeaway from the reduction to structure discussion is basically the idea that, it's like a one-size-fits-all. So it's more about reducing a mass, overextended number of people to a structure that can be controlled, like, one man, one woman, or whatever. Like, 2 people at a couple, controlled, white picket fence, all this kind of structure that you have. So the point is that that's not done because it's the objective or right or optimal or however you want to define it, measure or state. It's because there's no standard that's being used, like, that's what's meant to be, that's what's easiest to control by society. Now, you can argue it on a functional level, but you can't say, well, that makes it absolute, or on an individual basis that you actually prefer it, or that's what you actually want. That's why you struggle so much. You don't struggle because to achieve what you want, or you don't struggle in some other way. You struggle because it's not really what anybody wants inherent desires, suggested tendency, practice. Maybe one person really does, but in a general sense, like, that's not your inherent nature, so you have to struggle against it so much and pretend like, oh no, I do want this structure that happens to be the most convenient for society to control, and, family system and all this. So you're not really making it from a functional state by saying, this is actually what I want. You're not saying it's actually what you want, but you're pretending like it is, and you're not even consistently being functional because you're saying, well, I pretend like I want this. I want this reduction in structure. I want this contrivance control. I want this all the way. And then you also have this, the other way to look at it is the perspective that so it's not done for some high standard reason or any sort of standard. It's done for strictly that half-mass functional basis overextension, but also just look at it from an absolutist measure of practice. Like, you'll never reach the highest experience or standard or any practice, whatever the standard might be. It could be hedonism, could be zero-sum means, could be anything. You'll never reach the highest measure of practice or standard by doing it in that half-mass, one-size-fits-all, right, reduce the structure way. You'll never do it at the highest standard because the highest standard would remove the need or, wouldn't be reduced to structure. It would be its own defining element, like, or you can't do it fully. You're only doing it like, you do it halfway, you do it in some controlled, reduced way, which, again, that works for a mass of people, and they'll indignantly insist upon it too, right, to ward off cognitive dissonance, but that's fairly basic. The point is you'll never be an absolutist, or you'll never have this absolute full practice of a standard. And the reason why you won't is because that's a half-mass state by definition. So, you'll never reach a full experience or full practice, or even just inherent, desired suggested. You'll never do that by doing this half-mass structure, by saying, okay, we're going to do exactly what society does in this white picket fence, assembly line, mass-produced thing. So on one hand, you'll never reach the full practice of a measure, but you'll also never even reach your preferential basis because, again, it's a one-size-fits-all thing. And so what happens is, on one hand, it's not your personal preference, because what are the chances that you, out of 8 billion people, personally prefer this exact state that society indoctrinates you into and pressures you and suggests for you to do? Right? So that's the whole thing with, like, an outsider to contrivance. It's like, they'll be condemned not because of anything, because they have to be. Like, they could be perfectly content. They don't need all these restrictions and contrivance, but you frame it like you desire it. No, you desire to be part of this contrivance state that restricts you in so many ways that you struggle against constantly and complain about constantly. And some outsider is just doing their own thing. They're at peace with themselves or nature or whatever. Like, So you don't need that. They don't need that. But you have to condemn them and criticize their state of being because, it's somehow a threat to yours. And reveals that, wouldn't you prefer that or something outside of just the restrictive structure. So it fails on two levels that you'll never fully experience a measure, practice, tendency, standard, whatever the standard might be, right? By any definition, it could be hedonism, could be zero-sum means, etc. You'll never fully reach the pinnacle of a practice or a process or a measure or a standard. You'll never fully, absolutely, completely reach that maximum experience or process by doing it in this half-mass reductive way, because again, this is meant for mass-produced, apply to everybody, overextend, things like that. It's not truly fully what you would want, what that standard would suggest. And then on the flip side, you also wouldn't value it that way either, in terms of, like, your personal preference is unlikely to align exactly with that contrivance state. So once again, it's a one-size-fits-all reduction that even on a preferential basis, right? You see this like with fetishes, like a fetish is just a fantasy, whatever. If you do it consensually, it's fine. But instead it's treated like, there's like a one-size-fits-all that everybody wants the same thing, and we stigmatize anything that doesn't fit into that, even though everybody has some idiosyncratic basis by which they could be discredited. And so that becomes the key factor, is that you have this insecurity of contrivance, the overextension, outward insistence. It has all these advantages. It cheats the process, indoctrinates people in youth, and then it still is exposed for what it is. And again, some idyllic alternative notwithstanding is besides the point. So it's taken by default. Like, it's not that you're just complaining about it just to complain about it, nor are you even providing an alternative. You're simply observing its inherent tendencies and flaws, as if to say, all of reality, all of possibility would be an alternative. So you don't have to justify why not to contrive, why not to be reduced to that structure. Rather, you have to justify why to do it. And even the basis on which you do why to do it, that might be a different measure than you preferentially have. Or even beyond that, that might be a different degree of it. So like, okay, you have... There's a good analogy in youth of this, like, okay, you take contrivance seriously and at face value. So like, you're a stick in the mud, you're a nerd, you're a stickler, right? And then you do that fully, and then you realize by doing it fully, it's actually an invalid process, because you're being restricted from doing it fully by that very same structure. You can't do it too much, you can't overdo it, because again, the contrivance state is more important than even the measure that it claims to exist for. So then you abandon it. So you go from one extreme to the other, being very much a stickler to being very basically. Now where you don't value it at all, because you reveal its artifice. So that's the absolutist test. If something is worth doing, then it's worth doing fully. And if it's not worth doing, it's not worth doing at all. There is no half-mass state. So you would push it to its limits and either conquer it or rise to the top of it, right, whatever a contrivance state is, by, absolutist ability, commitment, etc., or you would disband it, sort of disregard it, and then you wouldn't practice it at all. So you would reveal it one way or the other. By practicing it fully and absolutely, you'll realize, you're being inhibited by that from some force, so you would overcome that, or you would it would reveal too that the practice isn't truly the priority, isn't truly absolute, isn't truly being valued fully, etc., or on the flip side. So you see this with the contrivance state, that a contrivance state is very insecure, because it's constantly outwardly insisting upon itself. It's constantly trying to reinforce through externality, right, the fact that it needs all that. So on one hand, it would assert its own absolute state, that it can't be questioned and take itself for granted, etc. But then it would also be like, you would need this constant upholding of it. Why should you need to constantly do that if it was indeed absolute? So even on a preferential basis, you'll say, this is necessary or this is good because of such and such reason. But then if you hold that reason consistently accountable, it is done because of that reason, but then you split it in half and say, it's not actually fully that reason because you can't go too far, or that would be extreme. So now we say, it's because of this reason, but then we only do that reason partly. So then by that logic, you might have a different measure anyway than that reason, but then you would also want to do it fully, even if that was your reason. So this contradictory element is to expose it on an objective basis, and then if people still want to practice it, they go ahead. That's why the objective standard is so valuable, because you have, again, it doesn't make a claim, nor does it tell anybody what to do. On the contrary, it exposes the claims of contrivance and the inconsistencies of those outward structures, right? The false, inherent, contrivance, response state. So it would expose that, right, everything for what it is. And so just show it objectively, like, okay, this is the nature of the process, and then you can decide for yourself, okay, like, so if you expose objectively something, and then you still want to practice it exactly the same way, then so be it. No, nobody's telling you not to do it, but it's to objectively observe what that actually is fully and completely, instead of just mindlessly practicing it without question. And so, again, it makes no claim, rather it deconstructs the claims that are made or taken for granted, right, of others. So, like, religion is a good example. You might think, oh, you're making a claim by saying, oh, there is no God, or we don't know, but rather you're not assuming anything. You're an ignorant animal who has slightly greater self-awareness than other animals, then the universe doesn't revolve around you. So you're simply observing what is there, and unless you can do it in a provable way, you're not saying anything. You're just saying, I'm an ignorant animal, whereas somebody else has all the answers. So the person who has all the answers is, that's the unwillingness to be puzzled. People would rather come up with and worship something made up than to acknowledge that they simply don't know. Right, so that shows you the worship of false certainty in society too. The fact that, that level of artifice is often rewarded. So let me watch some random YouTube videos here, I guess. I've been too lazy to even set up the mic lately. Not that it's hard to do, but I don't really feel like even doing these sessions now, but I'll try to get back in the rhythm of Monk / whatever, the G movie we were doing. That was a good flow that I was on, but I just felt like taking a break. So now we have I'm driving anyway for this period of time, so it's not like a big deal. Sometimes it takes a little setup, or you got to get into it. You might even blame that episode of Monk that it was so overwhelming and confusing, but it was still a good episode. I don't even mind that. That's not really why. But sometimes I'll be like that. There'll be one episode that ruins the whole series for me. Like that moment in Psych where they're on the boardwalk, right? I just always remember that, and they're going to introduce some big overarching villain now after so many seasons that feels kind of artificial, so there'll be like one moment that I just stop watching at that point. Not even necessarily because it's that bad of a moment, I just sort of lose my interest at a certain point. So I've been watching some of these videos recently in my own time, like not on these sessions, but Mikey and Wyatt, and some of these like with Claire, and so some of them are actually pretty funny, so maybe I'll react to a couple of those. And again, the way that I can do it is just with the timestamp alone. Their acting is really good, and it makes me wonder if they're actually a couple in real life, which I don't know. And I don't know who Wyatt is. Is that her name, or is that, I don't know if that can even be a girl's name. It should be Mikey and Claire, and they should be together in real life. I'm shipping them, but yeah, her acting is really good. There's a similar chick who, I don't know if it's on the same channel or a different one, like Nikki Howard or something. Maybe they've done a collab, whose acting is really good too and does like similar roles where they're always playing like a crazy girlfriend or something like that. They always just take a scenario and do it super literally and exaggerate it and blow it up. Like, they just really beat it like a dead horse, which sometimes is a little bit exhausting, but also it can be kind of funny at times. And so you have the ability to, that's one way to expose contrivance too, because this is an absolute standard. Like if you say, well, if something is worth doing, then performative aspects wouldn't be necessary. So for example, just say and do everything in a dry, bland sort of way. And the reason why you can do that is because, not even that you're going out of your way, just do it in a monotone, neutral way. And the way that you can do that is you realize that you shouldn't need to place undue emphasis. The fact that you do means it's an overcompensation for something. And so you shouldn't need to place undue emphasis. It should speak for itself. And the fact that you are doing that means that, again, you're trying to hide something or overcompensate for something. And even beyond that, you have the ability to consider the simple fact that you're basically able to you're basically able to do it in such a way that you shouldn't need undue emphasis. So you could expose it by simply, don't place undue emphasis, and now it's, look how negative state that is. But they're doing and saying the exact same thing. So now it's like, you need to dress it up and have some performative aspects and undue emphasis. But why should you need to do that? That just means you're overcompensating, and that's arbitrary, interchangeable. You can argue we do that with anything where you just place undue emphasis on it, so it's arbitrary and interchangeable. And also on the flip side, you have the simple ability to consider the fact that you shouldn't need undue emphasis, so that's what the absolute standard would be. So what you're really revealing is that, the contrivance state process is actually invalid by their own standard of the people who are supposedly valuing it, because what happens is they would value it if you place undue emphasis, but then, your undue emphasis is not adequate, or your pre-con stature, etc., is not validating. So that's what they're really reacting to. But then it's a pretense that something else is being valued. So if you have one without the other, then something is missing. Or, it's just a dependent, overextended pretense. And also it's the fact that, again, if you take away the performative aspects, now all of a sudden the substance of what is done or said is, that's lacking, that's bad, that's insincere, something. So in other words, you're saying that is bad, but now, because you overcompensate with performative aspects, now it's considered good, suddenly. Or vice versa. Like, if you do or say something of substance, you shouldn't need to rely on those things. But that's what an absolutist would do. Like when making a speech or doing something, they would just let it speak for itself. So they'd be sort of neutral and dry, monotone neutral, because they want the content to speak for itself. So if it's good, that speaks for itself. If it's bad, that speaks for itself. And if it's undue emphasis, then you can take something that's not valuable and make it appear valuable. And if it's something valuable, it shouldn't need that in the first place because it should speak for itself. So that would be the whole criteria you're looking at on that level. And then beyond that, you have the simple realization that you're able to, basically, you can do something where you can, let me watch some of these, I guess, but yeah, you're creating like this other outward expectation that you have some other other standard in place, like that, you shouldn't need to overcompensate or place undue emphasis. So that's the principle of non and an absolutist idea that you would basically it would seem sort of boring or neutral, but that's the point, is that do you want it to come down to a contest of contrivance or an actual measure of substance, like, we're buying this product because it's the best, or we're doing this thing because it's the best based on our standard or criteria, or are we doing it because, they were socially contriving adequately, so arbitrarily I made a decision that's not based on a standard or a measure, but just because, they were all kind of sucking up to me personally and exploiting me and doing some social contrivance, insincere, undue emphasis, etc. So you realize that, that's why you're doing it, and that's treated as a positive, but it's really a distracting process. Absolutists would not be affected by that one way or the other and just make your decision based on whatever you want to make it on, right? That incentive is very duplicitous, and so that's projected even to non, that like if you're not trying to do anything zero-sum incentivized and you're just neutral and non-social contrivance, it would be framed as, like a lack of ability, like, you're still trying to do that, but you're just not good enough at it. Not that you simply choose not to do it, because then that exposes the whole process, and, other people expecting it or doing it themselves would not want the process to be exposed, or they're somehow indoctrinated to treat it like it's, real and granted. So that is, that neutrality is a negative, and some kind of a, the principle of non, they're being very telling, and the projections as well, that you would need to basically, if you remove the need, that's what an absolutist would often do, you would remove the need, like with immense ability or something, like, you're so capable or something is so good that you're doing that nobody can deny it, or you don't need to dress it up with social contrivance, it shouldn't come down to that, or um, it's so clear and direct, and you don't need to do that, or you don't need anything from it. You don't have a zero-sum incentive at all, right? So you're not tying the two together. But no, I love that projection. It's actually very telling. So if someone's non-neutral objective, that's not possible. So now they pose a state of, assume intent, and the measure must be something projected, zero-sum means stimuli, and it's just a means of whether not to get it. Like, they're just not good enough at getting it. They're just not fake enough. Not that they consider it fake and therefore they don't do it. And any level of layered analysis, not unlike initial-minded consideration, would tell you that the initial layer, like, they're being all nice, or they're doing this or that, but they're only doing that because they have a zero-sum dependent overextended pretense incentive. And so now you have a position where it's not about whether it invalidates it, but that's the nature of the process. So you would consider it, but you would if you dress it up well enough in performative aspects, we won't, we'll kind of buy into it, or we'll accept it, whereas otherwise we won't. But so it's coming down not to the measure standard or even the incentive or dependent overextended pretense. It's coming down to the to the performative aspects, the undue emphasis, all of that you're veiling it in. So again, it becomes a contest of contrivance. It becomes a matter of perpetual pretense that you're always trying to it comes from a functional contrivance need. That's what people don't get about social contrivance either. All it is non-basis of self. You're just insisting upon your self-interest and overextending it to a collective from which you wish to receive something back, or it's always tied to that. So it's a non-basis of self. You're overextending self-interest into the collective interest, and the collective is seeking something back from you as well, because it consists of people who are non-basis of self themselves, like individuals who have the same incentive as you. So it creates this dichotomy. But the thing is that the functional incentive is clear because you have the ability to it's always tied to some other thing. You're not doing it for any other reason than some zero-sum incentive, even if it's overextended a lot. That's how the term overextension is often used in my debate format. Like, you're being all nice and you have a friendship and you're talking about your day and this and that. But ultimately, all that's just overextending the same base state of, and that's actually a good indicator of the stimuli acme too, or anything zero-sum means, but we got to make our whole life about it. So instead of just, we're just doing it because we enjoy it and that's just the base tendency, instead we're going to be controlled by it completely and say, we base our whole life and finances and everything around it every day. So that's overextension. That you're not simply taking a base process and practicing it at base inherent state. You're overextending it into something else. You're making it about something else than what it is, and so you keep doing that on and on, when really the defining factor is still the self-interest, non-base of self. So on one hand, you can give people credit and say, but isn't that a good thing that they do that? Because, look at the effort that they're going to overextend their non-base of self-interest into collective, to try to get something back from it, which is still based in non-base of self, but, you're going through all this trouble just to achieve the same end. So again, absolutists would remove the need. The less people there are, world is a village of 100 concept, that you would need less overextension then. Of course, the village of 100 is not my concept, but the way that I use it in this amalgam theory, the human family, etc., that I've talked about is valuable. And then the other point is the simple fact that you have, you can kind of gauge how people react to something. So for example, if you if you're sort of neutral, that's treated as a negative. And so what you have is the ability to consider, that, it's all about the performative aspects. Like, everything is artificial in social contrivance terms, but we just want you to dress it up better, and we use that. That's why it's the initial basis, because the process is the same, but you care about, the manner of it. Like, it's still artificial, but, because you put up certain performative aspects, we treat it like it isn't artificial. So you're just more convincing, and we take that at face value, and we don't question it, or we don't see or understand that it's the same base process underneath. So if you take issue with the base process, you still should, and if you don't, then it wouldn't matter. But it's inconsistent because you take issue with it, but you just don't want to be made aware of it, even though that's ultimately what it comes down to. So any level of layered thought or consideration would show that. And then something to do with, like, rating people's reactions to certain things. Like, you could learn a lot from it as far as either being neutral or even you can see how people react to something being exposed, like, in an objective way, that they would personally attack, shoot the messenger, things like that. And so I was going to watch some of these, but now my throat's hurting, obviously, as you can tell. But no, there was a particular claim, I can't remember now what it is, the reaction as far as but, people react to the same thing. You could do the same process, same tendency, same word, same whatever, but based on how you say it or how you do it, or who's doing it, appearance, performative aspects, those things will be fixated on. A good example is like somebody's accent or their voice sounds this way, whatever. That's not even necessarily within their control, not fully at least, that you're looking at something that doesn't even have an impact, even by their own volition. Like, even if they could choose to present themselves a certain way, right, that might not be it. So you're insisting upon something just for that reason alone, right, just purely appearance. Okay, let me watch something here. So I've seen a number of these, but I'm going to try to watch one that I haven't seen. That should almost be a feature on YouTube where it shows you, like, it'll be in your history, but it should show you as you're watching it, like a little thing at the top that says in text, like, watched. You have watched this before. If you're going to search them up, there'll be like the red bar on it to show that you have watched it or seek through it. So this one is When You Can't Remember Her Name After Sex by Mikey and Wyatt. At least I assume. I can't see it from this angle, but it's obviously with Claire and all. So let me guess what this is going to be. They're going to just be talking, and then the name's going to somehow come up. This is like the episode in Seinfeld. Mulva, whatever her name was. Right, rhymes with the, whatever, part of the female anatomy. Dolores. They keep calling her Mulva even though it was Dolores. And why would anybody make fun of that? Like, imagine that's too highbrow humor, even for being made fun of at school or something. Dolores rhymes with clitoris, or I can't even say it. I'm trying to make it rhyme, like, with like your clit basically. But that's too specific. Like, that's not really a good, it's too much effort to make that connection. That I doubt anybody would actually make that joke. So what you can do now is you can basically, I'll guess, like, it'll come up and then they'll keep beating like a dead horse. Oh, I love you too much to call you by your name. Who needs a name? Names don't express. There's a billion people in the world with that name. That would be kind of a shallow way to to address you. That's so meaningless. That doesn't have any value to you at all. Yours will always be sweetie pie to me. Call me by my name. Oh, lover or lovebird. Like, you'll keep giving pet names, nicknames like that, or I feel like I can get away with that pretty easily. I often don't call people by their names anyway, even that I know well. There's kind of like a structure of, again, absolutist name for function kind of thing. Like, so many people are named the same thing that it doesn't matter, right? Like, it's arbitrary, and also you have, it doesn't really tell you anything about them. It doesn't have any value that way. They didn't choose it themselves. Yeah, like, why shouldn't that be a standard that you can choose your own name? But, oh, wait, because you've been indoctrinated in society for years, so people are already used to calling you something. But you can always change your name, of course, but I wonder how difficult that really is to do, even. So when you can't remember it, yeah, that's the way to beat the death note. But I guess it would be your birthday. But what if nobody ever gave you a name? You're born in the jungle somewhere. Or what if, there's no legal record of it? What if we just stop giving people names at birth altogether because we're trying to do that to subvert Kira? That, now nobody has a name anymore. Or everybody has the same name, which maybe would make it confusing. So yeah, when you can't remember her name after sex, starting in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, Mikey. See, don't make it weird. Oh, he made it way too obvious. I would just say, morning, lovebird. Why would you? He's making a big deal. You fucked my brains out. How could I remember? He made it way too obvious at the beginning. I could have played it off. Like, good morning, lovey. Lovebird, call you by a nickname. Good morning, beautiful. She wouldn't have questioned that. You didn't choose the name anyway. You would know it just by the channel, but it should be called, not Wyatt. Who the fuck is Wyatt? You would think she would just be leaving now, but it almost sounds like she's gaslighting him somehow, like making up the whole thing, like it didn't actually happen. You're being date raped by Claire. Now you're being all insecure that you're ruining it if it was true. Oh, I kind of guessed it. That's my fetish. We were into that. I like that being turned on him, though. It's your fault for not remembering my name. Not the fact that she sort of turned that around on him. I like that. Not only did I date, rape, kidnap you, whatever, but I also make you feel bad about not knowing my name. I don't know about Monica. I like that RP sort of commentary style too, like, I'm going to insert myself as if I'm a character in the background. So you can imagine some character saying, hey, I don't know about Monica. Siri says it in the background or something. This took a very dark turn. He's into it. Yeah, he's the freak in this situation. That's my fetish. Brainwash me to take her back. That's not so unreasonable. I like Claire in this dominant, bossy role. You know, she's flexing her real life count. 3 million followers. Are you a millionaire social media creator like the real Claire here? But it's made up, so you could verify that later. Why don't you just text it for him? I like the power that Rachel has over her, though. And she'll just do anything for her. Yeah, what if he's into all this kind of bondage roleplay, though? She's really this bossy in most of the... I mean, she said it like a million times. How can you be that brain dead? I know he's under a lot of stress. She said it like 100 fucking times. No, but that sort of dominant role maybe suits her, but she's normally more just paranoid. Here she was just straight up dominant. Like, you know, for almost a good cause, seemingly, but now if you misbehave and mistreat Rachel, she'll do the same thing all over again for you, so you'll have some other incentive, like, oh, you want to do that, so she handcuffs you again. See, something like that could be good if it's done in a spontaneous way, right? Like, people might find that exciting. Not if it's done in, well, I mean, it has to be consensual, but it's like, somehow, if it almost wasn't, but it was borderline, like, it's hard to explain. Like, you're into it, and they don't know for sure, like, really what they're into it, but those can be some of the best fantasies that people have. And again, it's just a fantasy, but, like, you want somebody who wants something from you to try to get it in a way using either their charm, like sexual aspects, or just dominance, or some kind of a power dynamic. So, like, somebody wants something from you, so they handcuff you to somewhere, and then they make you agree, and it's like, that could be very exciting for somebody if that was just done on the spur of the moment. Like, you're having an argument with your girlfriend, and then she does that dynamically. Not that she thinks you want that, or knows you want that. Maybe you don't even want that, but you like the power dynamic that it creates. Like, oh shit, that you just spontaneously did that to get your way. And oftentimes what people are into with that isn't so much just submission to the other person, but to the stimuli acme itself, and to your inherent base tendencies. And so you have that as the irony of that is, like, the freedom in the sexual domain is like that, where you have, you are able to, it's not that you're role-playing or pretending there, right? It's rather that you're just simply pretending in society every day, that you're constantly inhibited in every way, that, oh, you can't explore a lot of things, you can't, you have to suppress all that, so then you act out and overcompensate in an extreme way, that, like, oh, now we're going to do role-play, fantasy, etc., but that's not that, like, so that's why even submission there is a form of freedom, because it's like, we're not submitting to the other person as much as we are freeing ourselves from the inhibition of society and basically doing what we want anyway. So what you're turned on by might not even be so much the other person or the act of submitting, but the act of being uninhibited from society's control for a period of time. Like, oh, now I can just explore my base sort of animal inherent desire suggested tendency to just like whatever. It doesn't even have to be sex per se, but you want to be reduced to a more inherent state where you're no longer controlled by constantly inhibited. So it's a certain freedom in that, even if it is submissive what you're doing. So there's a lot more nuance to fetishes than people realize, and it tells you a lot about society too, because it tells you that basically how repressed people are, and then they try to overcompensate, so it creates an imbalance that you're constantly inhibited. Then you want to overcompensate because by doing something above and beyond in the other direction and act like, oh, that's a preference or it's a big deal, but that's also just a reaction to the inhibition that you're trying to not only counter it but even overcompensate for it in such a way that you have like you overcompensate and you yeah, that one she was very dominant, and she had him handcuffed, and you know, I always wonder with those kind of hostage moments though, like think about it in a real life context, like, oh, I'll agree to do whatever you say, but then as soon as I'm out of there, I'm gonna call the cops, like, or just, you know, you're never gonna see me again kind of thing. So I might agree then under duress, but it doesn't mean, how are you gonna guarantee that I do that? You almost gotta brainwash them, keep them there for like a month, and turn it from I'm threatening you to do this to I'm going to make you want to do it, and somehow condition you that when you leave you'll be happy to do it even though you're no longer controlled, you know, somehow break them down that badly. That would be the sort of full scenario that would be more effective. So maybe he was a little bit aroused by it, like, oh, you can do whatever you want to me, but that's almost what I was thinking at the beginning. Yeah, see, that took such an extreme turn. That's not what I was expecting it to be. So really, he wasn't the bad guy there, because they hadn't even been together. He was drugged and taken there. Yeah, like, what if I go back to Rachel now and I tell her, hey, I discovered a new fantasy or fetish. Let's have her over and do a threesome where you both drug me and have your way with me. Or, you know, like that was hotter than anything we've had in our relationship. Rachel, whoever you are. And then she's so loyal to her too. Like that'd be my first thing, that they should show that as an extra scene. Like, come back and say, hey, by the way, your friend Tanisha, oh, I forgot her name, whatever. Like, joking like that. But your friend Tanisha is really hot when she's dominant and aggressive, and she handcuffed me to the bed and stuff, so if I misbehave, is she going to do it again? Please say yes. And how you have like that little power dynamic cheat code. You know, that's something a lot of couples like to have, like a safe word / trigger word kind of a thing. Could be a literal trigger word if you have a hypnosis fetish, but no, it's like you want that power dynamic that you're like surrendering to that person so that anytime they want, they have this thing. But what makes it even better, just in my expertise of fetishes, people like the real dynamic of it too. Like, you haven't discussed it, they don't necessarily know that you're into it, and again, the consent factor is a thing, but like you come home from work and they just do something, and it's like they just pin you down and they just have their way, and it's like you like the spontaneous surprise of it. And again, assuming it's consensual, you have the safe word to know, you know, whatever, but that power dynamic is one of the most wide-ranging fantasies of all, and fetishes. Like, just imagine if you could just have this app on your phone that hypnotizes somebody to do whatever you want, right? And you only use it when you really need to, or when you have a big fight, you can just diffuse it with that, or get your way when you're having an argument, or get them to mow the lawn or whatever, do a chore. So like that dynamic is basically them overextending and conceding to the stimuli acme still, but people like that in relationships a lot. The fact that you have like that sort of power, but what makes it even better is if it's sort of a real thing, like you're actually doing that in some way, again, kind of like, even though that can, that's psychological manipulation, but people do that anyway without one another knowing or without making it obvious, and that's just social dynamics in general. But especially here, you have that where you would never, you would be sort of more spontaneous with it. Do I have time to watch one more? I probably don't, actually. I don't know how long it is. I can't see like certain parts of my screen, but I don't really need to see the whole thing. Alright, so this is my girlfriend has a weird kink starting in 3, 2, or wait a second. But what defines a weird kink? All kinks by definition are weird, as long as it's not hurting anybody, or even in a way that you don't want, like getting whipped, but like safely and whatever, or even like scat for a hygiene purpose. But most fetishes, like, it's just a fantasy, so why does it matter, right? Like, it's not hurting anybody, so what's so weird about it? Everybody has something equally weird that they're probably into, so not that you have to publicly make it a big spectacle, but at the same time, people should be more open about stuff like that, because with one another or whatever, because there's a lot of repressed things that people then act out in extreme ways because of. So it's like just a lot of creative, imaginative stuff that is a good way to test people too in terms of the sexual aspect. Like, you go around not looking for sex, but looking for some very specific fantasy or fetish, and they'll either assume, you only want sex, zero-sum projection, stimuli acme, or they'll be more hesitant to do that than they would be to even do sex. So they're not weirded out like, what a weird guy, because of what you're asking them. They're doing it because, that requires more imagination and thought than simply relying on my looks or simply going straight to sex, going to the more banal sexual aspect. So in reality, you're doing that in such a way that you wouldn't need that, because again, like the harm help basis of, if it's hurting somebody, if it's non-consensual, that's bad, but anything else is just subjective, like, okay, you just prefer that versus this. Once you realize that everybody has one like that, or just idiosyncrasies in general too, on like a social contrivance level, everybody has some idiosyncrasies, so now it's a measure of, do you want to define people by that and turn that into a contest, or do you, and lacking self-awareness of your own, etc., or do you want to, you see, that's like that rigid, indignant self-insistence instead of counteracting and realizing universal human nature and tendency. But if you shows a lack of value for the self, but no, you realize everybody has a fetish, so they're not weird. They're all equally weird to one another, or it's only weird because you're not familiar with it and it's not yours, but yours isn't weird, or you reject yours too, and then same thing with idiosyncrasies. Like, everybody has some, awkward quirks or tendencies or whatever. So do you want to define people by that and then be defined by your own? Or do you want to disacknowledge it and say, well, everybody has one, so I'm not really worried about it. So we're going to just assume everybody has one, so it's not a disqualifying factor. And if it is, then everybody's disqualified. So My girlfriend has a weird kink starting in 3, 2, 1. Oh my god, now Rebecca's going to be partner 2. I want to meet Rebecca now, the alpha dominant goddess who's able to get her friends to do such an extreme thing for her. You would think you might know this about, but see, a Playboy bunny is kind of similar. And also, why do you have to advertise it like in public? Like real fur too? Why is it even called that? My girlfriend has a weird fetish. It's always like the opposite. Okay, so today let's look at people turn into a contest what is really just zero-sum self-interest or a zero-sum process. So it's like, why would you take pride in or feel superior to someone else based on, oh, my practice of zero-sum means and functionalism is better than yours, even though you're assuming intent too, like, oh, they want to make as much money as possible, but that could be framed as a negative, like, oh, that just means you're greedy and you want more money or you're more materialistic, or even if not a negative, it's just a preference. Like, the reason why somebody does a lesser job or a different job isn't because they are just, oh, they're not as good as you or something. They might just have different measures, different priorities, like, they don't care as much about money, so they're happy, comfortable doing something else, or, you know, they don't want that, so you know, this idea that it's a superiority thing, or even like the stress factor, like there's an absolutist quote that I use, like, if you can't handle it, then maybe you shouldn't be doing it. So, you know, oh, you're so stressed by your job. Well, if you're so stressed and it makes you behave like a dick or whatever it is, and affects other areas of your life negatively, etc., then don't do it. Go do something else that doesn't stress you out that much. Otherwise, you know, you're choosing to do it, so it's creating an imbalance. So do something that makes less money, but then you're not as stressed out by it. Don't use it as an excuse for something else. The same thing is very true with children. Like, oh, I'm working so hard to keep food on the table for the kids, or look how stressed out I am because of the kids. It's like that gives you some special privilege or complaint or excuse, when really it's your choice that you had them, and it's, you know, so then maybe you shouldn't have had them, and maybe, you know, if you can't handle it, then maybe you shouldn't have done it. So that shows you right there, like, you're doing something, you're choosing it, you're creating the situation, but then you're acting like, oh, what a burden on me, what a stressful thing, you should feel bad for me. Like, you're the one who's creating that situation in the first place. So and see, by that logic, well, look how stressful it is to have one kid, so let's have more. So then you have 5, 6, 7, 8. And then it's like, oh, look, I'm working so hard to put food on the table for 7 kids. It's like, again, it's not to be, oh, sympathetic or unsympathetic. It's like, it's just neutral. Okay, but you chose to do that. You did that. In very rare cases, maybe not. But generally, it is 90%. You know, assault case, even then, you know, you have all these amazing options, abortion or adoption or whatever. So effectively, yes, it's your choice, so then why complain and use it as an excuse? But you'll do this irrational insistence, so it's used as an excuse, like, oh, I'm in a hurry and I should skip the line because I have a kid at home waiting for me. It's like, that's your choice, that's your responsibility, you should deal with that. Maybe everybody does, you know. Some people use it as as a real excuse, and that's actually part of the incentive why people do it in the first place. You get certain benefits, checks from the government, etc. At certain points, you also get certain big response. You get a certain big response from everyone around you, and then you also get, sympathy gifts, kind of, you get to use it as a privilege type of thing. Like, it shows you, if you're the type of person to use it as an excuse or something like that, then it shows you're not really fit to have them in the first place, because you're not really thinking about it. You're just doing it, by your own admission, then you shouldn't have done it. You regret it. It's like, oh, this honorable, noble thing to struggle with that. But like, if it's such a struggle and you want to use it that way, then just don't even do it in the first place, and then it's fine, right? So the fact that you're creating that expectation is what's strange. Like, both the standards are yours, right? Nobody's injecting a standard. You're the one who's doing the action, creating the situation, and then you're the one who's complaining about it. Like, oh, look how stressful it is. Look how I feel bad for me, or whatever. Use it as an excuse or something. You're the one who's doing all of it. So if you're fine with it, then don't complain. Don't use an excuse, privilege, etc. And if you're not fine with it, then don't do it. And put a little thought into it, but of course people don't, especially with stimuli acme standard. And so the one good objective revelation is always to do, like, you could observe objectively and think about the nature of a process fully and completely, even as you're doing it or in general from a base state, and then you could come to the same exact conclusion or practice as what you do, right? You could come to the same exact conclusion, so it's unlikely that you would or whatever, but so it wouldn't stop you from doing that. And the fact that it does stop you, it shows you it's not the fault of thinking about it. That's like simply putting a mirror or a microscope up to something, like simply observing the nature of a process and simply looking at it or thinking about it. That shouldn't be the negative. The negative would be what it reveals about it. So that creates that initial minded basis that, like, the fault is thinking, not doing, or not the reality that you're thinking about. So if you just don't think, then, oh, that's fine. Everything's fine if you just don't think about the flaws of it or the nature of it. Or, again, if you do, then, oh, that's your fault. It's your fault for thinking, or, oh, you're this or you're that. Personalize it instead of, oh, they're just revealing and observing the nature of the process, and by some subjective standard there may be a flaw, but you have this other expectation that you're not very keen on self-awareness, because, again, you could think deeply about a process and then you could practice it anyway, or if you can't, then that just shows you there's something inherently flawed with it by your own standard, etc. So the issue is not that you simply thought about it, right? That shouldn't be required. That's like sort of a bypassing accountability fallacy, that, like, in order to practice a process, you have to not think about it actively and even undermine thought and defer to undue emphasis, contrivance, etc. to try to bypass thought. So if that's a core tenet of the thought process or a belief system, which it often is, like religion, then that tells you right there. Part of religion is actively not holding it accountable and using, like, somehow stigmatizing, questioning it. So you're creating a closed structure where it's like, oh, it's absolute, but it's so absolute that you can't even question it. But that's the opposite. If something's absolute, you'd be able to question it as much as you want, and it wouldn't change it, like nature and, the need to breathe oxygen or something that would be very banal and just go without saying, right? You can question it as much as you want, but it wouldn't change anything about how it actually is or how it works. And that's where morality is easy to expose that way. All it would take for you to defy objective morality, supposedly objective or inherent or absolute, is to simply think something different. Or you just suddenly feel like doing something, so you just do it. Right? Not about whether you should do it or not in our subjective reactionary opinion, or that's kind of the whole point. But it shows you that whatever. The point is that you're in a position where those things will be used as like an excuse. So again, realize the amount of power and impact you have, but people treat it like that, life itself like that. Like, everything is just on rails, and it's one thing to even do that, like, to still, okay, you go along with it, almost like you really don't have a choice to, but at least think about it a little more deeply, or have some sort of reservation about doing it. And if you do that, then you might realize, that's what belief systems often do, is they take away power from the individual. Like, oh, it's just the universe. You might think it's giving you some sort of comfort, but it's actually doing the opposite, because it's saying, well, it's you might think that. Okay, so today let's start by looking at the relief fallacy. This is my first time using the actual mic connection. I've just been holding it, and I haven't really been feeling into doing it the last little while. So now let's get back into it. We're at letter G on the Netflix thing, and we're at episode 8 of Monk. But before I even do that, let's look at the relief fallacy. And I've been wanting to discuss some of my old takes now that I realize, like with Dragon Ball and other, I did that very briefly, but it seems like the sort of thing that would be really, kind of good content by whatever standard we have today. Like, let me talk about some analysis. Like I did that with Death Note. I kind of rehashed some of my best takes. So when I upload that part, even if it's like a 10-hour thing, I could use that one line that I really like. If ever there was a character who earned their evil laugh, or deserved their evil laugh. No, I said earned. It was Light Yagami, which I've seen that in comments since, but that's 100% my line. Nobody said that exact thing, right? That was definitely from my analysis from like 10 years ago, where normally I would talk about films, but I sometimes would go off and talk about random stuff like that, very briefly, but I did do a pretty in-depth analysis of that. And then obviously like Dragon Ball, there were a few things like I was shocked to see. I could do this as little clips or titles that I use. Like, Film Critic is shocked that their favorite or the best Dragon Ball episode that, I don't know how exactly I'd phrase it, but the Dragon Ball episode that they consider the best in the whole show, where Gohan kills Cell, it actually has a negative review, like negative score, like only 6 out of 10 or something on IMDb, or at least it did at the time. So that was a lower rated episode, but yet I consider that the best, because it might seem like, oh, it's dragging it out, but that's actually a deserved instance of dragging it out. It's the one instance where a villain in the show is taken out in a memorable way out of the 3. Frieza is taken out in an unmemorable way, where the fight kind of drags on. At first he's toying with everybody, they belabor the transformations. Then when Goku finally becomes a Super Saiyan, it's not even satisfying, because he doesn't even actually finish him off. And even there, the fight kind of drags on, and it doesn't end in any particular distinct way, where he kind of gets Frieza to hit himself with his own, whatever, Destructo Disc looking thing. But the point is, that fight to me is sort of more of a blur, like where it sort of drags on way too long, between all the transformations, between the fact that it's not really an even match at the end, where Goku just leapfrogs him because of the transformation, where he doesn't even actually finish him off there, where it doesn't end in one clear, notable, distinct way. With Cell, it's the perfect thing, because you've had all the fist fights, now it goes straight into the beam struggle when he becomes Super Perfect Cell, so now it's like, that's a very distinct, memorable thing, where the beam struggle goes on for the whole episode. It's on that big of a scale. It's going to blow up the planet. It's high stakes. Nobody's toying around now. Nobody's holding back. Cell's going all out. Gohan's going all out. And it's an even matchup. There's game theory even that everybody comes in and tells their whole life story, reflecting, like Yamcha was inspired by Goku. You're a friend. How could I let you die? Tien, you've been motivating me my whole life. How did I repay you? And then Piccolo, that that Gohan taught him what it means to have a friend. Then Vegeta overcomes his pride, and I even had some nuance with that. Like so everybody has something internally going on. Everybody's trying to play a role relevantly. All the characters have their moment. Goku's sort of encouraging Gohan from the sidelines, like giving him motivation. Gohan's overcoming his own inner struggles and doubts. Like there's so much going on with that and that is a good, distinct, memorable thing. That beam struggle leads to Cell dying. That's a very memorable and distinct moment, especially with the game theory that Gohan was gonna lose, was gonna die, and he needed all the help he could get from all the other characters, even Vegeta at the very end especially. So that's the point. It's a game theory element, because you don't just arbitrarily beat him because, you get mad, or, you transform. That's still not enough. You still need, Vegeta comes in at the last moment and saves the day and does that. So you needed every little bit of help that you could get. And I had that analysis with the Vegeta too, like, this might be me reading a bit too deeply into it, but it still works in my interpretation. This is something I said at the time, like, in the 10-year ago, roughly, analysis. I said that moment with Vegeta is very poignant. First of all, Vegeta's development during the Android and Cell Saga is very great, how he goes from, being so arrogant, being so, sort of adversarial to, reaching all this level of character development, warming up to Trunks, being able to, help Gohan in the end, and seeing all his flaws, even when he's the hero and kind of getting taken advantage of by Cell, and he allows him to become perfect. It's interesting that Vegeta actually gives him that credit too. He doesn't say like, you just got lucky that I let you transform. He even says, you've tricked me in battle. The fact that, almost like giving Cell credit that like, that's to your benefit. But here's the rationalization that I gave at the end, though. Like, Cell is so confident, and he even sounds so shocked, like he's offended, like, a best friend betrayed him when he says Vegeta, when Vegeta does that. Not just because he thinks, Vegeta should be dead, or he's just sort of knocked out. So he probably knows he's not dead. But what he does is, this is like one of those cliche, like, analysis, over-the-top, in-depth things, but this one I actually like this interpretation, and it's a lot deeper than probably what people think about it, whether it's intended or not. It's the fact that since Vegeta cells are part of Cell's being, he knows how proud Vegeta is, and that he would never help Gohan, or he would never, attack somebody from behind and be kind of cheap in that way. So, although he is kind of dirty with a lot of his tactics too, so that goes against the sense of honor in other ways, but whatever. The point is, he wouldn't do that. He would consider it cowardly to attack Cell from behind. He would also consider it, I guess in a 1v1 you could be as dirty as you want, and maybe that's fair, but not when they're distracted by somebody else. And he doesn't want to help Goku's son, and he's too proud to do it, and he's, so Cell would be confident, he's not going to help. Not because he's scared or anything. We don't see that level of fear from Vegeta or any other point in the series. He'd rather die than be a coward, but it's more that he wouldn't want to help the son of his rival. He wouldn't want to be cowardly and attack in that way, so he's too proud to do it, and so Cell would be confident, and the way that Vegeta could overcome it is by this rationalization very specifically, that the only way he could actually help and overcome the fact that, it's cowardly to help here, and it's, against my pride to do it, is because of this rationalization that, he gave it to him so he can take it away, as in the final form. He allowed semi-perfect Cell to transform into perfect Cell, so now he can rationalize it in his head, like, the reason why I can help, and the reason why I can take that form away, effectively, is because I gave it to you in the first place. So that's the only way he could actually rationalize it, by saying, well, I gave you that final form, so now I can take it away in this moment, whereas otherwise I wouldn't help because I'm too proud, and I wouldn't help Gohan, and I wouldn't want to, attack in a cowardly kind of fashion. So that was the kind of very deep psychological analysis that makes that moment a lot better, and is the culmination of his great character development arc over the course of the Android Saga and the Cell Saga, that is really one of the best elements of the series. I guess what sort of undercuts it is, or sort of mimics it, is Piccolo is undergoing a similar development, but his is just sort of earlier and sooner, and, going from an adversarial character to an ally, right? So he undergoes a very similar transformation to Vegeta. But what Vegeta goes through in the Android and Cell Saga is the iconic greatest thing in the whole series to me, right? Because he goes like this gruff, apathetic, selfish, even arrogant, not really wanting to help, but yet still playing a key pivotal role and ultimately being a deciding factor. That kind of analogizes his whole thing. Like, he doesn't want to be a part of the group. He doesn't really care about everybody else. But in the end, he's the one who makes that final decisive factor, right, that tips the scale. If he doesn't do that, everybody dies. Which is also why it's a game theory moment, because it's not like you don't win because of some arbitrary thing, right? And that's very big in the series. They're like, oh, why does Goku beat Frieza? Oh, just because he does. Just because he gets mad and Krillin dies, right? It's not like a strategic thing. He's just like, oh, I just get mad and then I become a Super Saiyan and then I just win. That's it, right? Whereas here, it's like, despite the transformation, despite being Super Saiyan 2, but despite all of this, now you still need every last bit of help. If Piccolo and Tien and Yamcha and Krillin didn't distract Cell a little bit, right, Gohan would have died sooner, lost sooner. And then if Vegeta doesn't come in at the last second, Gohan was about to lose. So it's that sort of game theory that you needed like another strategic benefit, another resource, another means involved. And yeah, even Kid Buu is the Spirit Bomb that we've seen the Spirit Bomb too many times. And it wasn't really like an even struggle. It was more like he just gets, it's too one-sided at that point. Like he gets the power from the wish. Otherwise, it was swinging in the other way. So none of those are really that satisfying or long-winded. So that's why that Cell final beam struggle is actually super iconic and satisfying and actually deserved. Having all the characters, panic and it's the end of the world and having, you might say, oh, it's dragged out, but it's actually deserved. How is that dragged out? And that's one full final episode. All the rest of the fights are dragged out. This is actually deserved because this is the iconic finale. He goes out in a way that's very memorable and clear and fully fleshed out. More satisfying than Frieza, where it's just kind of a fight that drags on, not in very one clear struggle that's as satisfying. And then he still doesn't even die, and then he comes to Earth and whatever. And then even Kid Buu is kind of drags on, and then the Spirit Bomb thing isn't really quite that good. So let's look at the relief concept I was talking about, and then let's look at, I forgot to finish this part of my analysis before, the wash issue. Those are like the two issues with the series, arguably, is that most fights are one-sided, one way or the other. It goes from one extreme to the other, or there's also no game theory for the most part, even though I just pointed out a moment. Normally it's just like, oh, why does this go on? Not for some actual good reason. Oh, just because. Like, it's hard to take the characters seriously because, oh, it goes on just because the characters are too arrogant. Like, oh, we could just destroy Jiro's lab and find it, but, oh, we want to wait and fight the androids, so we're clowns. So then if they're all dying and everything goes wrong, you don't really feel bad because you're just being a clown, even when you have the aid of time travel and whatever. And then the other side is, like, when the villains do that too. Oh, Perfect Cell could just kill everybody and just win, but oh no, he wants to do the Cell games, which ends up only having 2 participants anyway, so like, what's the point? It's hard to take it seriously when, oh, it's just for plot convenience, it's just because, oh, the characters are too arrogant. You appreciate more in series like Death Note or something where the characters are going all out all the time. You might think Light is cocky and arrogant, but actually he doesn't toy with anybody. He's not trying to toy with L. He would kill L the first chance he gets, right? And vice versa. L is trying to catch Light. So they're both trying to go all out. And now it's just a matter of who wins and who doesn't. And they're so highly capable and highly threatening and evenly matched, right, that they can't toy around because that'll mean their defeat. So there's more value in that, where you can take both characters seriously and you know that they're both trying their best. So there's the wash principle, there's the an unlikely pick also for the best fight in the whole show is Android 17 versus Piccolo, because they both feel like they're going all out, evenly matched. You see some cool ability uses, like the grenade thing where I forget exactly what it's called, but you you have all the ki blasts surround him and then pull them in towards the target. So that actually was probably the best choreographed and fully satisfying fight. And the main key word being that it feels like they're both going all out and they're both using all their abilities, and it's very evenly matched, and it's just very well shot, well choreographed. They give you a good variety of abilities. So that was actually the fight that I said was the best fight in the whole show. So yeah, let's look at the relief concept, the wash concept, and then the... Oh yeah, is Goku maybe the bad guy, like how his brain damage only made his intention to destroy Earth more subtle, not where he doesn't even realize it, but then he does these dumb things like, oh yeah, let's not destroy Jiro's lab, or let's give Cell a Senzu Bean, or let's I could destroy Fat Boo as Super Saiyan 3, but then I choose not to. Like, so he's basically sabotaging his own planet, safety, and everything in the way that Saiyans are so competitive to fight. So in a way, he's basically working for the other side anyway. So he's the secret sleeper villain who does all these incredibly stupid things. Even like letting Vegeta survive, even though that ends up helping you. That could have come back to bite you. In fact, those two acts of mercy are the same. Like, it's not just him showing mercy and being nice. It's, oh yeah, I'm going to let Frieza blow up the Earth because I let him live. And the same thing with Vegeta. I'm going to let him go and potentially cause a problem later. And then, yeah, like even the destruction of the planet thing, like by the time we get to like Cell's period, Cell would destroy the whole planet with a ki blast. So it's amazing how much the characters are holding back. Right, one stray ki blast and the Earth is gone. Because you see how easy it is to destroy planets, even like for Scouter Vegeta at the beginning, like with Nappa. Even he's able to destroy a planet, even if that's much smaller than Earth. And like Frieza can destroy a planet relatively easily, although they kind of make that seem a lot bigger of a deal than what it is. With the whole 5-minute thing. I guess that could be used, this could be like an apologist thing. Like, well, it is only 5 minutes that passes, but it seems like so much more because they're slowing it down, the speed of the characters, just to suit the audience. So that would be a good way to show that. Like, in the context of the series, that whole fight might only last from that point on 5 minutes, but it seems like several episodes because they're slowing it down to us because they're just moving so fast that in reality, that is what 5 minutes would feel like if you... This is how much is happening in 5 minutes, but it's just slowed down for the benefit of the audience so you can actually see what's going on. And then, what else? Oh yeah, like one stray ki blast would get the whole planet. And it makes sense that the heroes are always holding back, but oh no, a villain. Whoops, I accidentally let loose a stray ki blast and that blew up the whole Earth. Like, why would they even care? So yeah, you could use that as a measure of time, but it's more so just, obviously, maybe he was just wrong with his estimation of 5 minutes. There's one other concept, let me see, the fact that, yeah, maybe I should react to that guy's channel, like where he's this super apologist for various things. Even though I haven't seen Dragon Ball or Super, I could still use my knowledge of the series. But I like that sort of thing of triggering fanboys. I should do that for like both Star Wars and Dragon Ball, where they're going to have overly defensive, overly mental gymnastics sort of explanations and fan things like, why can't it be that they just didn't think of that yet? Which they, even Toriyama, rest in peace, of course, but even acknowledged that, they hadn't thought of Frieza yet, and they thought Vegeta was going to be the villain, then they hadn't thought of anything after that. It's okay to do that because the series was so popular, more so than you expected, that you want to do it like, you want to keep it going. I can understand that, but it obviously wasn't intended to be that way, so you try to retcon and trick yourself into valuing it as if, like, you can't be immersed unless you do believe that, but, you can be more fair-minded, where there's still flaws, or it's still random, but that doesn't mean it's bad or that you can't watch it, but it's, it breaks people's immersion that, unless it feels like it's really real or everything was intended, then they can't take it seriously, even though you know that ultimately that it's not. That it was, it's just random stuff that they keep pulling out because they just want the series to keep going. Never mind the inherent drop in quality that's very likely to occur, too. There was one other point I was going to say, but I forgot actually what it was. Yeah, let's look at that, maybe that channel, but yeah, the relief concept is like people find value and meaning in life just to, struggle against something negative, like, it's hot outside, so you just want to go into the cool AC or something, or so it's not like an actual inherent value, it's like you experience something negative in one way, so you just want to relieve it, like, you're not doing something inherently, you're like, I'm hungry, the non-choice reaction to the need to eat, and then, I'm going to relieve that. So you're just relieving things that are negative, rather than pretend you were in a neutral state where there was nothing negative. Now what would you do to find value in it? But yeah, let's actually look at some of those that guy's clips, which will probably spoil stuff to do with Super, but I won't look at those ones as much, I guess. He explains it in a way that's like, duh, it's obvious. And then he'll go on in some mental gymnastics way that, like, this is why it's okay that everything in the universe is just written perfectly and makes perfect sense. Or I hate that even, like, with retcons, like, well, you should watch Super then because it retcons this, but just because they provide a retcon explanation doesn't mean that makes it actually valid. Like, they introduce this new thing that makes it make sense, but even though it's inconsistent with the previous lore, yeah, let me clown on this guy and then maybe like a Star Wars one or something. And again, you don't need to have seen every single thing in the series to understand that. You can just tell when somebody's being duplicitous. But some of these fan bases get so triggered and they're so overly defensive. Like, it's written by a person with flaws and imperfections, and they'll even tell you that. Like Nintendo with the Zelda timeline, people try to come up with one, and then even they admit, we didn't really think of that. We didn't intend the series to go on this long or be this popular from the beginning. Like, Yeah, let's look at one thing here as far as social contrivance is like this vacuous thing that's just used to insist upon the self and reinforce the self state at the time, half-mast. But also it's like no true value is being placed. Like imagine in that like something is said with a sense of finality or value or actually accomplish something in full or there's a clear measure. No, it's just a half-mast process to reinforce a half-mast state that is actually adverse and sort of like anything you could say, you could figure out for yourself if you really wanted, if you really cared, or it's just being reduced to a lower state than what thought could do. And it's the fact of, again, like if you want to know something, you could easily find out, especially with the resources today. So you're just reducing some infinite objective mind to some very limited physical reductive state. Let me try to find what that channel was actually. So I'll take a break from my other format for a little bit, but there's like got to be where he's explaining all these stupid things. Oh yeah, here he like quotes it like he's making fun of it almost. I don't know if you can make these shorts going. Yeah, this is the guy. Okay. When it's a short, it shows in the wrong orientation. I'll go to like his oldest stuff. So it's Carthu's Dojo, but no, he's an extreme apologist. Or I'll go like with his most viewed ones. But before I do that, let me go through the series like I was trying to do in the other segment. And it's like a wash concept, right? One big flaw of the series is that all the fights are too one-sided, and I'll explain to you how. Okay, so start at the beginning. We're just talking about Z, obviously. So at the beginning of DBZ, you have Raditz come in, and it's a one-sided fight, that Raditz is way too strong. Now, they sort of correct for this in a good game theory way, that Piccolo and Raditz work together, and even Gohan helps. So that fight is actually not bad, because it might be unevenly matched in a 1v1 and one-sided, but at least the fact that they fight 2v1, which normally they don't do that. Normally, the fights are always 1v1 and everybody else just stands around, which makes you wonder. Those are the two kind of things, like, why does everybody just that'll be something that this guy even addresses probably. Why don't they interrupt the power-ups? Is it out of a Saiyan sense of honor or something? Or is it because the power-ups actually happening a lot faster than it appears to us, and again, they're just slowing it down for the benefit of the audience? Or is it because the act of them powering up makes them too hard for them to hit? But that doesn't make sense even either. Like, oh, it's like a force field aura that's too strong for them to handle. But that's not even true, because there are times where people power up that they're weaker than the person. Like, that explanation is actually invalid. Like, when they're powering up, of course, they'll be too strong for you to hit, because, in their powered up form, they'll be too strong. Like, it's channeling the same power that they're going to have. But that's inaccurate, because there's so many times where somebody could attack them, right? Like, Super Saiyan 2 Gohan is standing there, and Cell is charging up. Perfect Cell, right? And he's waiting, and it's like, well, we know that Super Saiyan 2 Gohan is stronger than whatever Cell is transforming into at that point. That's not Super Perfect Cell. That's just, he's bulking up, or he's going to, like, full power or whatever. But, Gohan's still stronger, so he could easily interrupt that and still hit him. So it only works if you're already stronger than them at first, before you power up, and then you become even more powerful than them, or you're evenly matched, and now you start to power up, and now it becomes harder for them to hit you. But it just seems kind of like a contrivance, because, there's so many times where they're evenly matched, so them powering up might make you a bit stronger, and then after the transformation, they're way stronger, but it wouldn't just immediately, like, oh, now I'm just invincible to you. You see that, like, where Trunks tries to attack Perfect Cell when he's transforming, but in that case, he's And even that doesn't make sense because, oh, he's Perfect Cell and Trunks can't touch Perfect Cell. But that's not even true either because Trunks is able to knock around Perfect Cell even, right, when he bulks up his muscles and stuff. So even when he's in the perfect, not that he can win the fight because of speed and stuff, but I'm just saying, like, so you would have to say, oh, it makes you even stronger than you are in the form when you're charging up for the form because it's like a force field around you. It's very contrived to try to explain that. I think of it more just, oh, it's the same sense of arrogance or honor or whatever. But yeah, why don't you attack then? And also, why don't you work together too? Like when Cell is tired and Goku throws him a Senzu Bean, if he doesn't throw him that, what if you just attack him together? So Trunks and Vegeta and Gohan and Goku who just could have eaten the Senzu Bean, who doesn't for a very long time and then regrets it later. Goku, who was a good match for him, plus Gohan, plus Vegeta, plus everybody working together, probably could have beaten Cell. Yes, he spits out the little babies, but they didn't know that was going to happen or whatever. So, you know, like if it's a 1v5 or 1v6 or whatever, it's unfair to him. You might say Cell is stronger, but Cell was struggling with Goku alone, even though he powers up against Gohan and he's even stronger than he was showing there. So even then he wasn't really fully fighting Goku at full strength. So now, yeah, he's gonna retcon kind of bullshit. I'll look at this, but let me look for, that's the way you could try to explain, like, oh, when they're talking about the legendary Super Saiyan from 1,000 years ago, they're not really talking about Super Saiyan 1, they're talking about Super Saiyan God or some other final form of it, and everything you've experienced up until this point is just a fragment of it, where it's not really the full, complete, true Super Saiyan. That's the way you could try to explain it, but, it's the kind of thing that diminishes its own material. Goku was supposed to be a big deal when he becomes a Super Saiyan and beats Frieza. Now, not only is it not a big deal, but you've trivialized every element of it. Frieza goes to Earth and then gets killed by Trunks, and then, oh, there's another Super Saiyan, and then, oh, by now, little kids are Super Saiyans, and then Frieza comes back again, and then Super Saiyan's not a big deal, everybody's a Super Saiyan, and everybody's even stronger than Super Saiyans, like ordinary human beings, like Krillin and Yamcha and Tien are stronger than Super Saiyans, obviously, like, they'd be stronger than Frieza was at the beginning, so you're trivializing everything. How can Krillin do that? How can, they might be the strongest people on Earth, and they might have all these techniques, but it doesn't make any sense because there'd be like a cap. Like, there's no way that a human can ever become as strong as Frieza. But not only it was originally at the beginning of the show, but not only would they not be able to become that strong, they wouldn't be able to become way stronger like what they are. I get the desire to keep the characters relevant, but at a certain point it almost makes sense that they're not relevant just because you've dragged the material out too long. But no, let's go in the wash concept a little more. So all these sort of one-sided fights. So the Raditz one isn't too bad because they corrected with the game theory element of at least having them both attack together, Piccolo and Goku, and then even Gohan helps. So that at least makes some sense. But just remember how much Goku, the Honorable Saiyan, is cheating in all these fights, how he's getting help from other people. Like, even against Vegeta, he doesn't beat Vegeta at all. Like how I say where Edgeworth is better than Phoenix, even though Phoenix beat him every time, because, except for the one, Justice for All, but it's only because his clients are guilty, or I mean, the defendant's actually guilty, so I don't actually use that as a knock against Edgeworth. In a way, I actually say Edgeworth is better, and he puts up such a good fight, even though Phoenix has the truth on his side, so it's a little different interpretation, and Phoenix is getting help from spirit channeling fucking mediums and all this kind of basically magic, effectively. So yeah, you go through that, and then after Raditz you have a one-sided fight between Nappa and everybody combined. Now the thing with that is that Nappa is one-sided and can pretty much beat everybody, but they kind of either take turns or, it's like you're making a whole big spectacle out of it. But Nappa, if you really just wanted to, could basically kill any one of them, and he actually does kill, the sum. Like, he kills Piccolo when he's going for Gohan, and then he kills, whatever, but it's like, it's one-sided, so he's just destroying everybody. So you get this in a habit. At least in that moment, it's kind of cool because, it's the first time we're seeing this, and we're seeing like, oh, look how strong the Saiyans are. But every single fight pretty much in the series is one-sided to an extreme where it's not really fun and evenly matched. So even with all of them working together, Nappa is still better. Ryan is able to basically dominate them. Even though he does get some bruises and stuff, it almost seems like he's just goofing around, but whatever. The point is, that's kind of a one-sided fight, but again, whenever there's teamwork, which normally there isn't, I can accept that. Now, those two fights aren't even bad on this wash scale of it being too one-sided, because Goku and Piccolo team up against Raditz, then everybody pretty much teams up against Nappa, so that at least makes it somewhat interesting. And then you'll have something similar with Vegeta. No, but see, now Goku comes in and one-sidedly kills Nappa, beats Nappa, so it's like, these things at this point in the series aren't necessarily bad because it's sort of novel, right? It's still early on, but it starts to wear on you as the series goes on, and you'll see that. So, Raditz one-sided but negated by the teamwork. Same thing with Nappa, but then Goku comes in and just one-sidedly destroys Nappa, but that's okay too because it's just a precursor for the next fight. So now Vegeta is stronger than Goku, but not by that much, I guess, but he kind of is. But then, again, what makes it better is the teamwork, that everybody works together, so it doesn't feel as one-sided. Gohan, Yajirobe, Krillin, etc. So that was also fine because of that. So whenever you get this teamwork, it makes it feel a lot better. Now, if you go to Namek, on Namek, it feels like an even match between Vegeta and the guy, Raccoon, but then Raccoon starts to dominate him, so I'm not really sure, actually. Like, if Raccoon was just toying around, or if he's actually that much stronger, but Vegeta was getting the shit beat out of him, actually. So, I won't consider that one to be too bad, but, it's still arguably one-sided in Raccoon's favor, and then Goku comes in and does the whole cardinal sin of the series. This is what I'm talking about. The fact that, you come in and you beat Jace and Birder or whatever, or no, I guess Vegeta beats Jace later, but he beats up Birder and knocks him on the ground very easily, and then also Raccoon. So again, he one-sidedly beats those two, and then even Ginyu, he's powering up to such a level that Ginyu, it seems like it would be a one-sided affair one way. So it's a duality of sins. One, the characters are often holding back, and then number two is when they're not holding back, or even while holding back, it's super one-sided in one direction, so it just makes it not really that interesting of a fight. So, again, a lot of these fights aren't evenly matched. Even Ginyu, they don't really fight from what I remember. He just powers up and then he tries to steal his body. And then Vegeta versus Ginyu and Goku's body is not exactly... I don't know what I would consider that, but... Then Goku gets injured, all the while he's getting all this plot armor boost of power. Like, Goku doesn't just get plot armor, but he gets the plot Zenkai armor too, boost. Like, it's stupid, because then he doesn't just survive from when he would normally potentially die, but he also gets way stronger in the process. Because, he's stronger than Ginyu, and then, he's almost as strong as Frieza. Like, what the fuck? Not really even, but... what was Goku's plan? If he didn't go Super Saiyan, you're fucked. Right? It's not like, I could have, Kaioken or whatever. There's nothing you really could have done. Spirit Bomb. Frieza was way too strong and wasn't even going all out then. This isn't even my final form. And then even when it is your final form, you're not full power. So then he goes full power when he's Super Saiyan. Like, why were you holding that back? Or why were you going easy on them earlier? So yeah, we'll look at this clown's videos in a minute, and I'm going to trigger people maybe by even doing this. That'll be a good way to farm bait for views and stuff too, is like, triggering overly defensive fan bases. But no, my point is that, now you go to Frieza, and like Frieza against everybody, not only, it's twofold. Frieza is overpowered and is one-sided in every form against everybody, and everybody somehow keeps matching his power over time also, which is weird. Like, Vegeta is getting a good match in second form Frieza or whatever, and he's getting beat up, but then Vegeta somehow comes in and fights final form Frieza and is still sort of a match, or not really, but like, you know what I mean? Like, he still keeps up pace somehow. Like, if he's challenged for second form Frieza, what changes? You're on Namek for a small period of time. How do you just magically jump up that much in power? So they keep getting these kind of cheese Zenkai boost plot device shit, but you have the ability to realize that, again, first form Frieza is overpowered against Krillin and Gohan or whatever, right? And even Vegeta. And then, maybe he's not. But then, he powers up more. So, like, not only is Frieza one-sided in the sense that he's always holding back, but even without holding back, the fights are still one-sided pretty much. Then Piccolo comes in with merging with Nail, and then, now you're a match for second form Frieza, but then he becomes third form, and then it's one-sided. Or it might even do it both ways too, like, it's one-sided that Piccolo's beating up Frieza, although I don't really remember that, and then Frieza transforms into the next form. It was one-sided one way and then one side the other way. That's the problem. Like, one character transforms, and then they beat the shit out of another character, and then that character transforms, and then they beat the shit out of the person they were just fighting. So, like, it goes from one-sided match to another one-sided match. That's the problem. Right, where Frieza is just toying with Goku, and then, now Goku's just toying with Frieza once he becomes Super Saiyan. So neither of those fights were really evenly matched, where the characters are going all out. And so it's hard to take that seriously then, because, it's just characters fucking around. That's all the show is. And then, again, so every form of Frieza pretty much has that happen, where maybe he's surprised that anybody can match him, and then he transforms, and then it's one-sided, and then he does it again, and again, and again. So the point is there, you have that happen a lot, where again, and the point is, even beneath all that, it's just window dressing, because Frieza is always overpowered. Like, if Frieza really wanted to go all out and go to his final form, which he might have to go one by one, but I don't know how that works, but, you could just do that and destroy everybody even all the more. So you're holding back in two senses. Number one, you're not in your final form, but even when you're not, you're still one-sidedly dominating everybody every time you transform, and somehow they're keeping up enough to be relevant with, like, the last form, such that you even had to transform. But those were very one-sided. But then the Goku versus Frieza fight is a perfect example. Frieza could have killed Goku, like, anytime he wanted to, because Frieza even said, I'm only using 1% of my power, or 5% of my power. So, like, okay, then why don't you use 20% and just fucking murder him? He says a line, hey, what's your deal anyway? Basically, I'm trying to kill you. It's like, no, you're not really trying to kill him, because if you were, you wouldn't waste, like, 20 episodes in filler and pad it out so long in a cliche villain way, right, and toy with him. You would actually just end it right there. So you're not really trying to kill him. But, that's why I can't take it seriously, because Goku might be going all out and doing the best he can, but Frieza isn't. Frieza's just toying with him for a very long period of time, toy with you on and on and on, waiting for you to transform practically. Even like when Cell does that with Gohan, I'm going to keep toying with you and try to get you to transform. Like, why are you doing that? Like, I want to see your power, but, like, who cares? Just kill him and just move on. Like, so yeah, that's the thing with Frieza is, again, Frieza holds back in his final form. He can do whatever he wants, but he doesn't do it. You could say, like, it's because he's unrefined and he's not used to the form, but it seems like he's just playing around. Like, he could do whatever he wanted. And so, he's just toying with him, and then Goku eventually transforms, and then now, Goku is way too strong and is toying with Frieza, because even though that seems like an evenly matched fight now, that he's Super Saiyan is actually not, right? He's unrefined, he's not used to being a Super Saiyan, but even then, and Frieza has to buff up more, even then, Goku is still much stronger, right? It's even that, like, that should be more of an even fight, but it's implied that Goku is just way stronger, right? In a way, he's almost toying with Frieza, or he's almost just relishing the form and learning it. So, again, you go from Frieza one-sidedly being way more powerful than Goku, it was a very one-sided fight that's only justified by, him toying with him, to now the other way, that Goku is now way stronger than Frieza, and, that's also one-sided. I think there's some pretty clear implication, too, of that. Like, you might think that's evenly matched now, but it's really not, right? Goku is actually way stronger than Frieza still, at that point. Which makes you wonder, with only 5 minutes on the clock, why Goku doesn't end it faster, but even he is guilty of toying with his opponents at times. He even says that, like, you're no match for me now, to Frieza, and breaks his ego. So now from there you go to, again, another one-sided fight. Trunks comes in and destroys King Cold and Frieza. Now you might think some of these fights make sense for them to be one-sided because it's sort of just a bridge to the next saga. Like, it's not really meant to be a big deal, but it even applies to some of the big fights. So, like, even the Cell ones, not to jump ahead, but Cell goes from a one-sided fight to another one-sided fight to another one-sided fight, where, okay, Perfect Cell is way stronger than Vegeta and Trunks, so that's a one-sided fight, right, in favor of Cell. So it's not really that interesting because, it's just predicated on him toying around and this and that. That moment at least has some game theory, though. One of the few game theory moments in the whole show where Trunks bulks up his muscles, like, he makes himself stronger, but he actually doesn't because he makes himself slower. Like, Vegeta could have done that too, but he knows better. And, like, Cell teaching him a lesson about speed, I like that because that's at least a strategic element that you see. You see very little of that in the show. To explain the difference between winning and losing, the difference between winning and losing is just, yell louder and power up more and get angry, and, like, that's it. You just win because you have to win, kind of. But not for some strategic element or some measurable reason. And then you have, like, a resource, like another character helping or something. And then from there you have the ability to recognize that Perfect Cell one-sidedly beats Vegeta and Trunks, even though they drag it out and make it seem like it's not. And then, even then, he's holding back and he's getting used to his new power, so it's even more one-sided than that. And then Cell eventually fights, Goku, and you might be like, that's an even match, but it's actually not. Because even then, now, that at least appears on the surface to be an even match, but what undercuts it is that, Cell wasn't using his full power, because remember, not when he buffs up too against Gohan, but even before that, when he reaches his full power, right, he does the full power transformation, right, when he's fighting Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, and it doesn't bulk him up, he's way stronger than Goku, so he was still holding back. Like, what the fuck? So you make it seem like it's evenly matched, but it's not evenly matched, and then that's the problem too. So it goes from a one-sided fight where Perfect Cell is too strong for Goku, even though he somehow indulges it and lets Goku think he has a chance, to a one-sided match where, or even after that, now it goes to a one-sided match where Perfect Cell is way too strong for Gohan and is just beating the shit out of him. So again, one-sided match. And it goes from that, not to go, like, pose this as a hypothetical. Gohan transforms to Super Saiyan 2, and now it's an even match where he's just as strong as Perfect Cell. But no, it's that he's way stronger, and now, why couldn't it just be that? Where Super Saiyan 2 Gohan is a match for full power Perfect Cell, and now we have an even match. But no, it goes from one extreme to the other, where Gohan's way too weak and getting destroyed, to now he's too strong, and he's destroying Cell. So it goes from one extreme to the other, where, again, Gohan's getting dominated, one-sided fight, then Gohan's dominating Cell in a one-sided fight, and then now Cell becomes Super Perfect Cell in a major plot contrivance, even though I love Super Perfect Cell and he has some great one-liners. Don't you realize you're up against the perfect weapon, and no chance, you have no chance. He just is a one-line machine there. Look at him, he's talking to himself. He must be losing his mind, chanting a little prayer before you die. Or he's lost his mind. He must be driven insane by his own fear. Right, he just starts talking in such a aggressive and funny kind of way that he's so vindictive and whatever. He's got all these awesome one-liners, that one in particular. Don't you realize yet you're up against the perfect weapon? Or like, for as much as people compare the two, Japanese and English, there are some moments like, oh, Cell and Gohan are just staring at each other. Instead, it's like the narrator goes on in the English and says, whatever, he goes on like a really epic monologue. Or no, even Gohan says something. You know, now that you've seen my full power, I'm going to destroy you. Like, it's actually a pretty good line. So there's a few instances like that. Or yeah, this is my game and I make the rules. Like, that's not just exposition, that's actually a good, badass line. Like, we know, literally, it's the Cell games, haha, it's his game. But the way he's saying it in such a dominant way, like, this is my game and I make the rules. Like, I'm only giving you the privilege to play my game. I could just kill you anytime if I really wanted to. The way he says it is pretty badass too. So that's a line that they added, but that's actually a really good line. This is my game and I make the rules, he says angrily to Goku, and Goku kind of questioning him a little bit. And then the same thing, the narrator between, or even Gohan, now that you've seen my power, you're scared. Because you know I'm going to destroy you, and then Cell runs away. And then the same thing happens with or maybe those are the main ones. Where otherwise in the Japanese it would be silence. I don't mind that. Or even like with the score. I do think Bruce Falconer's score is better. Not that the Japanese one is bad, but Bruce just did a legendary score where even if you don't like the show, you still like the score. But because music is objective, right? It might fit with the scenes, but it's also just good in its own right. But the point is that and people say, oh, it's too loud and like too action-packed. But first of all, it's an action series, so that's appropriate. Second of all, there are a lot of great quiet tracks as well. You know, the Hyperbolic Time Chamber is really iconic. There's a lot of good ones that are for quiet moments too. The one criticism is with the direction of it, not so much the music itself. The Bruce Falconer score is really good, but it's a situation where the wall-to-wall music is more of just a trope of the dub and the direction. Like, don't do that, but that's not the fault of the music. The fact that they want to play it all the time, wall-to-wall in scenes, like non-stop, instead of letting there be some quiet moments. That's more of a direction issue than a music issue, right? That doesn't make the music bad. That just means they're overusing it, right? From a direction standpoint, that's different. But no, let's get to the final point of the one-sided fights. In the Android Saga, it's the same thing. Like, 17 and 18 are... What was Trunks expecting to even happen? Because everybody does get the shit beat out of them by 17 and 18 anyway, so... Like, he comes back to warn you that, oh no, these androids are gonna kill us all. And then they basically could have. Right, and Goku's in bed. Like, it actually doesn't end up solving anything. There are a couple different androids that come about that he hasn't seen before, but 17 and 18 are... and there's a lot of timeline contradictions. Like, Jiro knows about Trunks, like, we didn't take cells from Trunks, but you didn't even know who Trunks was because he didn't exist. Like, you're acting like he's an adult, but that whole thing makes no sense. Jiro would not have been aware of Trunks, or like, oh, that he traveled back in time, or I don't even get it. Or even that doesn't make sense either, because the cell that appears in that timeline isn't even from the same Dr. Jiro. That's one that traveled back in time, because in the present time, Cell would be still in the cube, in the container as a baby, basically, still growing. So the current time Cell is not even there. So the Cell that you're fighting is not the current time Cell. It's from a different timeline that stole the time machine and came back to try to get the android. So the awareness of Trunks or putting his cells into Cell doesn't even make sense, because there wouldn't have been a Trunks. Like, he would be a baby at most, and I don't get it. There's some major contradictions there with the timeline that are totally fucked up, because really none of it makes sense. But that's just because I don't get it. Just watch the retcon explanation, ha ha ha. But no, the point is, with this, it's like Trunks comes back and tries to help Goku, give him the antidote and stuff, but Goku still ends up in the bed with a heart condition, and maybe he doesn't die, but it's like just everybody ends up losing to the androids anyway. So like, how did any of that help? Like, Goku gets the heart virus in both cases. Everybody gets beaten up and potentially killed in both cases. Like, yeah, 17 and 18 dominate everybody, one-sided fight. Then, when the characters train, well, first of all, Imperfect Cell versus Piccolo, that seems like actually a relatively even fight when he fuses with Kami. Which, again, that's all it would have taken to beat Frieza. Why didn't you do that earlier if, it makes such a big difference in your power, which, again, makes no sense. Weren't they fused together in Dragon Ball? Like, oh, so they were stronger than fucking Cell? Like, it's relative to Piccolo's current power, too, but, you know what I mean? Like, if it's that big of a jump, it could have taken you to be more relevant in the Namek Saga, but... But no, the point is... Or wait a second, wasn't part of the reason why they went to Namek in the first place to wish Piccolo back because he died? Or does he not die, like against Nappa? Because if he's dead, then how is he able to be on Namek doing all of that? Like fighting Frieza and stuff. Because like, oh, the Dragon Balls won't work or whatever, but or like they won't work on the same person twice or what, I don't forget how it works, but and then they keep cheating that too, like as if it's not enough plot armor and convenience to say that you keep getting wished back by the Dragon Ball's a plot device, so anytime a character dies it's not very impactful because, oh, they're just going to come back anyway. Retcon, question mark. His Golden Frieza retcon or whatever. But no, let's watch a couple of these, but before I do, let's finish this quickly. The androids dominate everybody, one-sided fight, 17-18. They could have killed Vegeta, Trunks, anybody, right when they're fighting. Like, it's that part where Vegeta's on the truck and, saying you'd make a good dishwasher or whatever the fuck, right? Or sad for you. And then... And yeah, I think I said this, but that makes Dr. Gero the most impressive character in the whole universe, because think about what he did. He's only a human being, but he made these creatures, these androids, and even Cell, or even discount Cell, like, okay, that makes sense because he's using it from the cells of other Saiyans and stuff, but even then, he made something stronger than any of them, or at least stronger than Frieza, so it's like, he could have conquered the whole universe if, with a little more control, or even himself. Forget about all that. Gero turns himself into an android, like Android 20, and then he goes and kills Frieza and takes over the universe because technically he's stronger than Frieza, right? He would have to be because, we're in the Super Saiyan phase already. But think about how stupid that is. An ordinary human being transforms himself into an android, and he's stronger than the previous overlord of the whole universe. You see how you're trivializing the material as you do even further later on, but so I want to see that alternate history. Dr. Gero makes himself an android and then goes and kills Frieza and takes over the universe, and now he's literally, how does he just do that? That's very impressive because he's just an ordinary human being. I mean, he's far from ordinary, but now you could say, well, with Cell, he takes the cells of these other beings, so even if I discount that, although that's still impressive, okay, what about himself? Or what about the other androids? They say, he copies the movements and some of the techniques of the Z fighters, he analyzes their movements and everything they do in trying to make Android 17 and 18, but even then, this guy literally made beings stronger than Frieza, who was previously the strongest being in the universe, right, that we were talking about. Stronger than probably the Supreme Kai, you could, well, actually, I don't know about that, but all these androids and stuff, Cell certainly should be stronger than the Supreme Kai, but, so what Dr. Gero does is very impressive because, again, as a mere human being, he creates these beings that are way stronger than anybody the whole time, and he kind of overachieves. As far as he knew, yes, everybody was strong, but he didn't know about the Super Saiyans and stuff like that, so he made beings that were stronger than the Z fighters, but he also made something way stronger, Imperfect Cell isn't just stronger than Super Saiyan 1, he's way stronger. Right, so he didn't know about the nail fusion and all this kind of plot contrivance that Toriyama hadn't thought of yet. Super Saiyan 2 is going to come about, all this kind of shit. But, so imagine how much he overshot. Why would you think you need Android 17 and 18 to be that strong, or even Cell to be that strong? Why would you need that? You overshot like crazy because it was more than enough based on what you knew, and even based on what you didn't know, right? The fact that they were aware of their existence and that they're coming, and they still couldn't prepare for it adequately, right? Because they still get their asses beat. It's what were you really preparing for? Oh, we didn't know Super Saiyan existed, that augments your power 100-fold, as they say, but we're still going to make this 100 times more powerful than we need to be. Android 20 and 19 and even the 17, 18, we're going to make them 100 times more powerful than they need to be, just in case you happen to have this transformation that we don't know about, and will still be as strong as you or stronger. What the fuck kind of plot contrivance is that? Why would he need to overshoot that far, right? You would think that would take a lot more time and effort that he doesn't want to spend. Oh, he's just trying to be safe, but it's safe for what? You didn't know that, right? How convenient. Oh, Super Saiyan, just no big deal. Your newfound power is impressive, but there's still no match. It's how convenient that 17 and 18 are even stronger than that. Why I felt the need to make them, I don't know. But no, that makes Gero the most impressive character actually, period, because given his limitations, he's just a human being. He manages to become stronger than Frieza. He manages to make a being that's way stronger than Frieza, stronger than Super Saiyan 1, almost as strong as Super Saiyan 2, right? Imperfect Cell could potentially be a lot stronger too over time. He's able to make beings that are stronger than Super Saiyans and Piccolo and everybody, 17 and 18. He could easily conquer the world, and he could easily overpower anybody, especially in the course of the normal story. Think back to Dragon Ball. He was just a scientist, whatever, with the Red Ribbon Army. Even if he makes something 1/1,000,000th the strength of 17 and 18, it would be enough to kick Goku's ass as a kid, or, even when he's an adult fighting Raditz, it wouldn't have taken much to do that, right, comparatively. So, he's way overshooting and way overachieving, that he's able to very easily, not easily, but it's so impressive. But you got to think, he could conquer the world, he could kill everybody, he could, beat Frieza. So Dr. Gero is the most impressive character in the whole series, or the most powerful too, because, again, the fact that he was able to do that with what limited resources he has, just the movement sets of these, pretend the Saiyans didn't exist or whatever, maybe he wouldn't have been able to do it then. For Cell I can understand, but for the other androids, he just uses like their movement patterns. So I guess maybe he needed that, but like that's still relatively minimal. So when he does that, he's able to, you know, make these beings that could easily conquer Earth, that could beat all the main characters, that in certain timelines do kill all the main characters, like, you know, Future of Trunks. So Dr. Gero literally single-handedly ends the whole show because he makes these beings that are so strong that nobody can handle them. And he's just an ordinary human being in doing that. Like, that's so impressive that I have to give it to him, because all the other strength that comes beyond that is just retcon BS. Like, oh, Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 3 or, you know, look at what he's working within such a limited confines that it's an ordinary human being who worked for the Red Ribbon Army, who's just smart and doing this, and then, you know, he's able to conquer the world, he's able to beat all the Saiyans, he's able to beat Frieza, he's able to beat Piccolo, either himself or you know, 17, 18, even if he gets killed in the process by his own creations. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Dr. Gero is actually the most impressive or the most powerful character in all of history, because arguably with Cell 2, he could match whatever level of power, creep, nonsense, retcon they're doing anyway. Like, now he'll take the cells of a Super Saiyan God, and oh my goodness, like, even though they're the same cells, the same person, Cell would have the same potential as all these other characters, you know, whatever. But the point is that, yeah, he single-handedly does all of that, which easily makes him the most impressive character, just because he, within his limits and confines, he does more than anybody else. He's not a Saiyan, he's not a Namekian, he doesn't have any superpowers. Like, an ordinary human being beats everybody. He either single-handedly could beat them, or he makes creations that could beat them. Whereas they have Senzu beings, and they have Super Saiyan, and they're Saiyans, and they're Namekians, and they have Dragon Balls, and they have all these things at their disposal. Bro is just sitting in his laboratory working, and he can clown all of them. Again, either personally, like with, they even have time travel on their side. This is like Life is Strange, where like, oh, you can slow down time, stop time, and yet you still get beat by this fucking clown, you know, other characters. Like, you have such a major advantage and you're still struggling. Like, so Dr. Gero is an ordinary human being sitting in a lab working on some stuff with maybe a little peripheral knowledge of Saiyan movement patterns and the cells for Cell, but mainly you're doing all this work on your own as an ordinary human being, right? And yet you're able to conquer the world and make these incredible power levels. But for the Z Fighters, you have the advantage of being Saiyans and Namekians and Dragon Balls and Senzu beings and Super Saiyan, you know, transformations, all this kind of stuff. And you also have time travel on your side, the fact that Trunks came back to warn you, and you have the antidote, and you have... So in an ordinary timeline, yeah, that's actually the truth of it, isn't it? In an ordinary timeline, Dr. Gero wins, and that's the one that we actually even see. So that, let's say that's the original timeline, that Dr. Gero makes the androids, and nobody knows about it because they don't have the handicap in addition to everything else of Trunks coming back and telling them. So Goku dies, and of the heart virus, but whatever, that's just nature happens, you know, whatever. But, you know, basically Dr. Gero or his creations win, and so that's it. Then the world's destroyed, everybody's dead, and Trunks... Why couldn't he go to Namek, though, and wish everybody back? But, no, Trunks is the last one standing, and they could have easily killed him, too. So that's literally the canon ending, the real original ending. In the normal timeline of Dragon Ball, the greatest, most powerful, most impressive character wins. Dr. Gero is able to, in secret, with nobody knowing, because, again, with the time travel element out of the picture, right, this is the original timeline, he's able to make the androids, he's able to either turn himself into one or at least make them. Even if he dies in the process, right, by them, they take over the world, they kill everybody, all the Z Fighters, Piccolo, Goku dies, everything, and then you basically he just wins and takes over the world, and everybody dies. So he literally leaves the series in shambles and wins. So he would be the canonical original OG winner of the series, the true villain, the true conqueror, the true champion. Everybody dies, it's all because of him. He wins, everybody loses, it's over. Okay, so here let's actually debunk this clown's channel, Carthu's Corner or whatever it is, or Carthu's Dojo. I'll watch through some of the shorts and just debunk his point. The timestamp might not be exactly right because I'll kind of just skim through and address what he's saying though in the video. So, whatever, it's a short, mostly they're shorts. But you have this, two takes on sports that I wanted to talk about, where I had Paul George as the man in the arena because everybody made fun of him, right, basketball, that, he always gets game winners scored on him. But then why is he the one always tasked to guard the best player that ends up scoring a game winner? In other words, he's the man in the arena. It's easy to say, look at Damian Lillard or somebody hitting a really tough game winner over him, but there's a reason why he's chosen time and time again to guard them, because he is a really good defender, and so he's willing to take that challenge. He's not afraid of getting embarrassed that way. He does the best that he can. That's a bad shot, and it was a bad shot, like it's a deep three. What do you want him to do? If he plays up, then he'll go around him, and then you'll say, he got a better shot that way. So, I get with that little time, there's no reason to play off, but, what is he really supposed to do? Just get up in him a little more. And so, that's what I say. I'm always going to make, this video, but I never got around to it many years ago. Paul George is the man in the arena, which just means, again, it's easy to criticize him, but anybody else in his shoes, they would have hit that tough game winner over them too. Or, so there's a reason why he's time and time again called upon, right? A man is not measured by the number of battles he wins, but by the number of battles he survives, by the number of scars he has, in a way. The idea that he's got that many scars in his career, though. He has this game winner scored on him, that game winner scored on him. But there's a reason why he's out there, and there's a reason why he's guarding the best player every time, because he's the best we got. Now, if Devin Booker hits a tough shot over him and Kawhi and all this kind of stuff, it's that's just to their credit that he's just that good, right? Kobe's going to hit his shots. Whoever the great player is at the time, they're going to hit their shots. So you can't worry about that. But there's a reason why you call on him again and again. So he's the man in the arena. And then Steph Curry, I use an expression that I use for a lot of people. I like using it in fictional stories too. I love people who prove me wrong. We had that happen with Light Yagami. Where I think, who's this young upstart kid who thinks he's so smart? In episode 2, he gets clowned by the world's greatest detective. You think because you got this notebook, you're so special. But then he proves that he was special all along, right? That he's so smart. He doesn't need the notebook. He's on par with Al without the notebook. It has nothing to do with it. He proves it later on with all his, genius kind of gambits, hiding the notebook, the pencilette in the door, the Naomi Mizura kind of encounter, everything like that. And so what happens is you realize that that's what I say. I love people who prove me wrong. So if you prove me wrong, I don't become a hater. Or let's say I'm already a hater, or at least I'm doubting you. I'm somebody who can acknowledge I was wrong. So I'm not going to keep doubling down and say, no, you're still bad. I'm going to say, you know what, you proved me wrong. So now I'm going to become your biggest fan. So with Steph Curry, I always said, you're never going to win. In 2013 or whatever, 2013, you're never going to win shooting these deep threes and kind of showboating, and you're just doing it to show off, and there's no value in doing that. You're just kind of whatever, right? That's cute in the regular season. You're never going to win playing like that. But not only did he win, he won the most number of games ever in the regular season like that. He won many championships, four championships in 5 years, which is kind of on par with the Celtics from the Russell Celtics. I think that's the only other team to win like 4 in 5 years. Even if you win 3 in a row, typically you don't win, around that. So, yeah, outside of Russell Celtics, that's the most numbers. So you did all of this, and so I can't take away from validating your greatness that I was wrong. Your style of play did work. You did prove me wrong, right? You were absolutely amazing. So. Beyond that, let's go ahead and look at some of these stupid ass. I don't want to go into negative, but let's be objective. Okay, film critic who watched Dragon Ball Z growing up, and who's, I don't like to call myself a fan of anything, but clearly I know a good bit about the series. I have read the manga, but maybe bits and pieces, like not the whole thing in one shot. So, and I haven't seen Super, I haven't seen Dragon Ball, I've seen only Z and GT, and I saw them both as a kid, but obviously I've seen countless parts of them as I've grown older. And one of the most important dynamics of the show is Vegeta's character and his development, similar to how Piccolo, I guess, is at the beginning of the series, but those two characters kind of overlap, right? Not just with the voice actor, both Chris Sabat in the English dub, but, just they're both adversarial characters who kind of come around, which maybe that makes it a little bit tired, but Piccolo kind of does it very quickly, so that, and Vegeta witnesses that happen too, where Piccolo goes to save Gohan, and I feel like Piccolo dies there, but I don't understand. How does Piccolo die on Earth, and then he gets wished back on Namek, but then, I guess, but Piccolo's on Namek for a long period of time, I don't get it. Yeah, I don't know, maybe they wished it earlier, and then under Frieza's nose, and I don't really know. I thought Piccolo was just dead for most of the Namek saga, because they had to go wish him back using the Namek Dragon Balls, which is why I thought they went to Namek. But then he's there fighting Frieza, and he's also... And what? They would wish for him to come back to life, but also where? Like, wish him back to life, and that he appears on Namek. But also, yeah, like, you wish somebody back to life, but what if they appear in the same spot that they were at when they died? So, he was in a pit of lava, wish him back, and then he immediately burns to death again. Like, oh, whoops. You should have specified where you want him to come back. And then, of course, Krillin has a hard-on for 18, which, again, is one of the tropes of the series. Like, every time you have a chance to win or do something, you never do. So how can I take the character seriously? I hope you all die because you're a bunch of moron clown shitheads who evidently don't value your lives, as an absolutist would say. Like, Krillin has a chance to deactivate Android 18 and then, whatever, destroy her. And now you can't absorb her or whatever, so that would have stopped Cell right there. And like that's actually the encapsulating moment of why people wouldn't like Dragon Ball Z or the whole series. You have a moment where 2 characters, even 3 characters, have a chance to end this series right there, or end that storyline. Semi-Perfect Cell is getting his ass beat by Vegeta, and Vegeta can kill him anytime he wants. Also, Trunks can kill him potentially anytime he wants, or Trunks can just go to 18 and blow her up with relative ease and stop, So Vegeta could finish off Semi-Perfect Cell, but then he wants to let him do it just to try out his new power, because he's a moron, arrogant clown. Then Trunks could destroy 18, but is even saying, you, get out of here. No, fuck get out of here. You're way stronger than her. You're as strong as Vegeta. You can just destroy her like you did in the future, where he, where he goes back to his own time and he destroys 18 and 17 in one shot. Even Imperfect Cell he destroys in one shot. And then finally you have... So yeah, you have 2 characters. Trunks doesn't kill 18, which he could do relatively easily. That would have ended the whole saga. Semi-Perfect Cell, Vegeta doesn't kill because he just wants to show off. Like, you don't have a good reason for doing it either. And then finally Krillin, because he has a boner for a fucking android, decides not to kill 18. So all I'm saying is, as a viewer, you're like, I'm trying to take this story seriously. Wow, Cell is an existential threat, and this could be a big deal if he transforms, and it's going to be the end of the world, and he might destroy the Earth, and everybody will die, and you can't wish him back, and it's all over. So this is the level of severity that we're treating it with, where Vegeta just wants to show off, Trunks wants to be all nice and merciful to an android that fucked him over in his own time, And then, where is that same energy? 18 is literally the one who fucked your whole life up, 17 and 18, but now you're being nice to her, letting her get away. That would have been the right way to do it. Just literally go up to her and blow her the fuck up. Vegeta tries to stop you from damaging Cell, but not from... And yeah, I like how anticlimactic that is too. Vegeta takes like 10 minutes to transform or whatever, right? And it's a big deal, and you know, it's that big scene before he fights Semi-Perfect Cell. But then when it gets heated and Trunks wants to stop him from transforming, he just immediately transforms in like 1 second, and he's already as powerful as Vegeta because he's able to beat the shit out of Semi-Perfect Cell, right? Like, that didn't take much of a power-up, so that shows you how stupid it is. Or there's a lot of dumb moments like that throughout the series, especially in GT, where, like, people do things as a non-Super Saiyan that don't really make sense. Like, they're fighting, I don't know, like, you're not in Super Saiyan, but you're still fighting Majin Buu briefly, or you're fighting some other characters in, like, GT. Or even, yeah, like Goku at the end. Even though he has, the Spirit Bomb, blah, 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 the Universal Spirit Bomb, he's not even in Super Saiyan at all. Like, there are a lot of moments where you get away with that. Like, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Or even, like, where there's character disparities in power. Like, that one really bothers me, where Krillin is fighting Imperfect Cell on the plane. Like, if you really think about how off these power values are, Krillin couldn't do shit to Imperfect Cell at that point. Like, I know they want to try to keep the characters relevant. Like, they're on the plane and Krillin hits Imperfect Cell in the chest and he gets hurt. Like, he wouldn't get hurt by that. He'd be totally unfazed. Like, you know, that wouldn't be a big feat of strength if fucking Krillin, who's weaker than Frieza, the androids, everybody, can't damage Imperfect Cell, who's stronger than everybody at that point. Like, it's kind of dumb because you get to consider that... You know, Cell, there's just a lot of moments like that where you get away with, like, it doesn't make sense that you could possibly damage this guy, but you still do it anyway. I love that moment where Tien does that. Like, he keeps Semi-Perfect Cell in place, but the reality is the speed factor alone. Like, Semi-Perfect Cell isn't stronger than Tien. He isn't way stronger than Tien. He's infinitely stronger than Tien. Like, Tien at that point is not even as strong as Frieza was, right? Or the androids are 19, 20. Certainly not 18 to 17. So, but yeah, he's able to keep him in place. All Semi-Perfect Cell would have to do is just fly away super fast, and Tien wouldn't be able to keep up, because why is he just standing there? Like, even when he gets buried in the ground, I could imagine, him just digging through the ground, and he'll end up at the other side of the earth because he's that fast. Like, I don't think you realize how fast Saiyans would move, like, especially at Super Saiyan 2 and stuff. Like, they should be moving at, like, the speed of light, like Superman, where they could circle the whole planet in, like, 1 second, which is why moments like where Supreme Kai and everybody's flying together, like with Videl and they're in the Majin Saga, they're all flying to, like, Majin Buu's base and Babidi's base. It doesn't make sense because, like, why would it take any amount of time that we're watching a scene? Like, it would literally happen in a second. You talk about instant transmission, but at the power levels that these characters are at, right, it'd be a big deal at the beginning of the series, kind of like destroying planets. Like, oh, it's a big deal if you destroy a planet in the Vegeta saga, Saiyan saga, where he's fighting, he's fighting Goku and stuff in the wasteland, and he's going to destroy the planet with Gallic Gun or whatever. But it doesn't matter, because as the series goes on, is it an impressive feat anymore to destroy the Earth or not? Like, it feels like anybody could do that. You could have done that at the beginning of the show. You're going to do it by accident once with a straight key beam, because you obviously understand that the villains don't care as much. So, oh, whoops, I accidentally didn't hold my power back one time when I was shooting a key blast, and it missed and hit the wasteland and blew up the whole fucking planet. Like, I understand why the heroes would do that, but I don't understand why the villains would do that, especially when the villains are, like Majin Buu, just totally, like, animalistic in nature. It doesn't have any, Super Buu, Evil Buu. Those ones don't give a shit. They'll just blow up the planet like it's nothing. And Kid Buu does do that, but even, like, the big... it wouldn't take Kid Buu. You gotta understand. If Scouter Vegeta could destroy a planet with like 2 fingers and a beam, right? Kid Buu doesn't need like this big ball of energy. I guess it's because they assume that Goku and Vegeta are going to try to stop it. That's why you make it so powerful. That's the way to sort of try to justify it. Like, the reason why you have to charge up to destroy a puny Earth that you could have destroyed, like, at 1/1,000,000th the power level of what you have, like Scouter, Vegeta, and stuff. That's what they call him, like, in the video games. That's why I call it that. But basically, when he's in the Saiyan Saga, you know, you wouldn't need to be that strong, but, you have to make the ball of energy that strong because you get to stop Vegeta and Goku from stopping it. And I love that line, too, by Goku. He's like, we can't stop that, Vegeta. So, in other words, Kid Buu's too strong. He can make a ball of energy in, like, 1 second that, with relative ease. They could just blow up the planet that they're on. But then, when he gets to the Kai's planet, he could blow that up, too. So, what do you mean? He could just keep doing it over and over. Like, you even see a montage of him doing that. Why does he have to fight them? Right, why does he have to fight them there? He could just blow that one up, too, and eventually your instant transmission or something isn't going to work, and that would be it. Like, I'd love to see that scenario. It's not like Buu is tired and he has to stop. Just blow that one up, too. Then you go to another planet, blow that one up, too. It's like, you'll never be able to do it. You'll never, never be able to stop him. So the problem with this is it's in the wrong orientation with these shorts, so I can't really do anything about it. But let's see. This is the top most viewed video. Okay, that one is just like, my friends never watched Dragon Ball before. The problem is I can't even see the names of these videos. I literally can't even read it. The thumb? I can't even see this shit. I could say, it's his most viewed, second most viewed, but those could change over time. So it has to like be standing up in a different angle to see the shorts. Let me just address the points that he's making, okay? If you watch a Dragon Ball fight, points that are thumb at themselves, it's over. But this is just like a trend of... Okay, that's just kind of a stupid thing, but that's just more a trend that, like, I don't know. Usually only the good guys do that, and only the good guys lose fights, because otherwise the saga would be over if they won the fight. I don't know how to look at it, like, if that has anything to really do with it. I'm trying to think of a time where maybe somebody did that and then they win. Well, Vegeta does that against, like, Semi-Perfect Cell, but then, because of the plot, requiring him to be a moron, then he absorbed Perfect Cell, so I guess Semi-Cell got the better of him. Like, he can't just kill him there, otherwise the series would be cut short. Like, you might think, of course he's going to get to his perfect form, that's the whole point of the character, but you'd like there to be a more plausible explanation for how. Like, everybody tries their best to stop everybody and to do what they're trying to do, and he still manages to do it anyway, instead of, they just let him do it, they even help him do it. Like, that's not a good reason. Or yeah, Cell is the one villain that I praise the most too. Is like all three of his forms are distinct and different and feel almost like different characters. Whereas Buu kind of feels a little boring. Fat Buu is kind of annoying, childish. Even though they feel different, they sort of are all kind of uninteresting in their own way. Super Buu is sort of just bland, overly trying too hard to be evil. And then Kid Buu doesn't even say anything. So Buu was sort of just dry. And then Frieza kind of went on and kind of form to form. Doesn't really change their personality much. But Cell really changes. Like, Imperfect Cell is like a creepy, stalkerish, just strategic type where he's in the background. His voice is kind of creepy. So he's sort of like animalistic, like stalking his prey. And he has like a scary vibe. And he's, the monster of Mickey Town. He's absorbing people. So that's something out of like a horror movie. Then he transforms into Semi-Perfect Cell, which is more like a brute, where he's just brute force and he's kind of dumb and whatever. And then Perfect Cell is more sophisticated and elegant. Right? So there's layers to both the voice and the behavior and everything like that. So the thumb thing, I don't really care too much. Like, whatever. I'm sure you could find moments that I think is more a trend of just like the majority of fights don't go the way that, I don't know how to explain it. They don't go the way of the character who's talking a lot of junk, because usually that character is on the right side. So like Vegeta's going to talk shit and point to himself, and then of course he can't win, otherwise the whole saga would be over. So I guess 17 is the exception there. But whatever, I don't care too much about this one. My friend Frank still hasn't watched. Okay, so these are his most viewed videos. Bulma isn't 38. These videos are even made in a way that seems like sort of fanboyish, in the sense that, like, oh, you're trying to debunk certain things that you have to make the argument from behind, like something that people believe or think, and now you're trying to dissuade them because, oh, you're trying to retcon fanboy. So Bulma isn't 38. Okay, I don't care about Battle of the Gods, because although you could easily verify this by like how old she's supposed to be at the beginning of the series, and she's a bit older than Goku, obviously, because Goku's a little boy and she's like, and of course Saiyans age differently, but still, the implication is he's younger, and yeah, like what is the explanation for why Superman doesn't? I guess he's raised in such a way that he doesn't remember his past and stuff, or like where he comes from, but it's similar, like, oh, Goku bumps his head, and remember, the head of a Saiyan at that age would probably be resilient enough not to get thrown off by that, because why would the Saiyans have this sort of trend of sending babies of his age to planets like that, if even at that age, they thought he was strong enough to conquer the planet, or at least do some damage, right, and he'd grow up and do that, but if he was considered that strong even at that age to be able to fend for himself on a planet like that, then it would mean that he should be able to handle a bump to the head without much damage. So that's kind of hard to believe itself. Even, you could say, oh, he's so young, but okay, I don't care about that one. Well, you were focusing on Bulma's. Alright, these are all like new stuff. I want to see stuff to do with other parts in the series. Beerus can't one-shot anyone. Or yeah, there's like a lot of power level inconsistencies, like where everybody would get one-shot by everything most of the time, except when it's really an even match. So like, again, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Piccolo, all these characters throughout Dragon Ball Z, even though you want them to be relevant, it doesn't make sense. Like, they would all get one shot by everybody and they just disintegrate, like, with a ki blast from any major villain, because the power levels are so vastly different. Like, I don't think you appreciate that sometimes. Like, it's not that, oh, Perfect Cell would destroy, somebody in one hit. Yeah, like when the Cell Juniors are fighting everybody, and it makes it seem like, oh, the Cell Junior is fighting Tien and Yamcha, and they're actually not one-shotting them. Well, why not? They're giving, the same Cell Juniors are giving, unless, this would be a fanboy explanation, he strategically made them just equally powerful enough just to fight the prey that he's fighting, just to torture them or whatever, to make it interesting. But no, the same Cell Juniors are beating the shit out of Vegeta and giving even him a hard time. Right, so if they can handle Super Saiyan Vegeta after his second stint in the time chamber, how could they not, absolutely one-shot Yamcha and Tien, with all due respect to them, right? The power levels are vastly different, so let's see what he says here. Oh, it's something to do with, like, a technique he has, but in general, he should one-shot anybody because he's fucking just way stronger than everybody. Like, even when Vegeta, that's my Bulma, and he gets, like, a hit in. But yeah, like, oh, somebody flicks Bulma. It's like, no matter how much you're trying to repress your power, you would easily kill Bulma, or any human. You know how I know that? Because literally, Frieza could flick somebody and, oh, whoops, in the Namek Saga, or, fucking anybody could do that. Cell could do that, like Android 17 could do that, it doesn't require you to be this fucking strong. You know, you just one-shot everybody just by being in their mere presence. You assume, like, oh, all the characters are always dialed down and holding their power back, but there's no reason for Beerus to do that, or, you know, other characters to do that. Only the main characters would do that. Everyone knows that Super Saiyan Jin, or whatever, because that's just the Japanese way of Super Saiyajin. Oh, we know this is Japanese. But that's where it comes from. It's just a suffix. Oh, here we go. They did it because of that. Well, that's like a stupid way to explain it. The reason why it stuck is because they added it. But the reason why they added it is because they're trying to stay accurate to the Japanese, even if they're taking it too literally. Yes, it's a suffix, but maybe they don't know that or they don't care. So, like, they're trying to keep it as true to the original as possible and saying, like, that's really what it would be called, the Super Saiyajin. So you're trying to treat it with, like, the original name, even though it doesn't matter. So that one wasn't, like, a big point, but he's trying to act all smart about all this, like, kind of like what I'm doing, but it's just stupid. Like, yes, it's called SSJ because it's Super Saiyajin in Japanese. Everybody already knew this. So what's the point of the video? The fact that, well, technically it's just a suffix, but we knew that. Like, so what? And so he's trying to give credit to the fan base for doing it, but the fan base only did it because that's what it was called in Japanese. Like, did you know Goku is smarter than you think? I mean, he's pretty fucking dumb, actually. I'll tell you that. His life starts off with him bumping his fucking head. Then he proceeds to try to grope everybody he sees. Then he tries to gives Cell a senzu bean. He lets Dr. Giro's lab stay intact. He doesn't take the antidote when he should have. He doesn't kill Fabu when he could have. Like, he's a fucking moron clown. Why do you think people... I wish I could read the titles of these videos, but I really can't. Or here, I tried to turn it, but I feel like it's going to fall out now. Why do people think Goku has the most plot armor in anime? Let me try to think of the moments before we even watch this. Does he have a ton of plot armor? Let's see. Raditz, again, well, see, the definition of plot armor is different. Like, everybody, he does have insane plot armor in this sense. Not that he doesn't die, but that he always comes back. He dies against Raditz, they wish him back. Now, aren't you not supposed to be able to wish the same person back twice with the same Dragon Ball? So, once he dies against Raditz, now he doesn't die again until, like, the Cell kills him. So how does he come back from that? They were going to wish him back, somehow. Right, they were about to, and he turns it down. But how would they even be able to do that? But number two is, then, the Grand Kai gives up his life to get rid of Goku's halo, just because. That's, how is he just getting that special treatment? And then, they'll use the Namek Dragon Balls, and then, they'll find some other way. So in that sense, the plot armor is annoying, and it diminishes the depths of a lot of characters. It's not just him, but in terms of plot armor, though, I consider it to be more like, you would have died here, but you got saved by the plot, by the writing. And in that sense, I wouldn't say he has a ton of plot armor. I would say it more like this. He has, like, a plot power in terms of, like, it sort of is plot armor, though. Or wait a second, what do I call it? Like Tony... Is that what I said, like, for The Sopranos? Tony plot armor soprano. I think maybe I used that term. I can't remember now. Maybe that is, because it depends how you mean it. Like, he has, like, a power getting carried by the plot in terms of, it's not so much that when he's in the middle of a fight that he's getting carried by plot armor, but, like, he's on the way to Namek and he's weaker than Vegeta because he just got his ass beat, right, and got help by everybody. So he goes from being weaker than Vegeta to being stronger than fucking Ginyu, right, on the trip to Namek. Like, literally on the ship. So isn't that sort of like a plot armor thing? Like, Goku doesn't have any business being this strong, but he just magically is. The same thing. So I would call it more like a power creep thing in terms of... But no, it is sort of plot armor in the sense that Goku has to be the strongest just because he's the main character, even if it doesn't make sense, even if it's not consistent with anything else, right? He goes to King Kai's planet after dying. This is like the best way to look at plot armor. Not only do you die and you're going to get revived, right, but you also, in the process of dying, now you have the privilege to become stronger than you would have been any other way with Kaioken. And so through the act of dying, you go from being weaker than Raditz to being stronger than Nappa, and almost as strong as Vegeta. Like, wow. Like, by dying. So, yeah, please let me die, and then I'll become stronger than fucking everybody. Like, what do you mean, dude? So that is... I guess I'm defining it a little bit differently. Like, when is a specific... But, yeah, he clearly gets carried by the plot. He's the strongest because he has to be. He's getting protagonist treatment in the way that, like, oh, you know, he's strong just because he has to be strong. And he gets all these kind of plot device, Deus Ex Machina, like, oh, hyperbolic time chamber, even though other characters get that too. It's like, it's too convenient. So that part I agree, but in a pure plot armor sense, I'm trying to think, when is he about to get killed and he doesn't? Like, Frieza doesn't kill him just because he's toying with him, so that's one instance. Then, sort of like the instant transmission thing, with Yardrat, I guess could be considered that, because he somehow escapes Namek, but then he ends up in Yardrat, and then, oh, conveniently, they teach him instant transmission, right? Like, he has to get home, and he has no other way to do it, so I guess that could be considered a plot armor count. Let's see if we can get up to 3, because that's normally my disqualifying number. When I'm watching a series, actually, I would say, if there's a 3 count, then I stop watching, kind of a thing. Right, I've been doing that for some of these, like Monk and The Sopranos. Actually, I lost to that. Or, I mean, I stopped watching because of that by episode 13. Tony Plot Armor Soprano, right, as I was calling him. So yeah, he gets saved in the Yardrat situation. I won't even count Frieza, but technically, you know, could Frieza have killed him if he really wanted to all that time? Like, a plot armor moment, too, is like, Nappa could have killed everybody while waiting for Goku, or Vegeta could have killed everybody while waiting for Goku, and then Goku would have lost, too. You might think, oh, he would have still had a chance, but he wouldn't have, because everybody else is dead, and Vegeta could have easily done that, and then Goku loses to Vegeta in a 1v1, because he lost anyway. You know, in a 4v1, he barely gets carried to survive, so he could have ended it right there, so that could be a plot armor moment too. But I'm going with more direct ones, so definitely Yardrat and the whole instant transmission and whatever, right? That would definitely count. And then you have, oh, they finally fixed that light that I was talking about that I see every day. So that's one. Then in the Cell Saga, you know, that's a form of plot armor, the fact that Trunks literally comes back in the time machine to tell you, here's an antidote, and like, that you're gonna die. So that's a plot armor for basically the whole timeline, everybody. So that's number 2. Then where else in the the fact that the androids just can't find him, even though that shouldn't be that hard to do, and just can't kill him, but I'll count that the same as the antidote thing, like, you know, why can't they just find him and kill him in bed? Like, he has that nightmare that's pretty graphic and crazy. But the androids saga, and then Cell, semi-perfect Cell can't catch up to non-Super Saiyan Goku, even when Super Saiyan Goku is way weaker. And then, so yeah, I would say there's a plot treatment, like a protagonist treatment that he's getting where his power level jumps up. There's a different term for it. It's not strictly plot armor, it's more just like, I'll call it protagonist treatment. That whenever he has to be strong, think about how weak he is in that moment. Semi-perfect Cell would literally just one-shot him and murder him with one fucking flick of his finger and get to him before he even knows what happened. But oh, because he's the main character, in non-Super Saiyan form, he thinks he can instant transmission Tien out of there. Fuck no. Do you know how fast Semi-Perfect Cell would move, considering his power level? Even in Super Saiyan form, he would get the shit beat out of him. Think about it. Goku at that point hasn't even been in the hyperbolic time chamber yet, so he's weaker than Android 17 and 18, right? He's stronger than 19 and... if he was healthy, he was stronger than 19, presumably like Vegeta was. But he's weaker than 17 and 18. He's weaker than Imperfect Cell. He's way weaker than Semi-Perfect Cell. So he'd get his ass beat. So he'd get one shot right fucking there. But we leave all that to one side. Then he dies to Cell. See, it's like a plot armor moment for everybody, too. Like, let's do the Cell games. Like, what the fuck? When he could have just killed everybody. And then the Buu saga, you're already dead. So I don't know what the plot armor with that would be. So I wouldn't say it's too bad, but again, I'm talking more about protagonist treatment, that he gets these ridiculous jumps in power that are not very fun for the audience because it's stupid. It just feels like, yeah, Vegeta trained his whole life to get to like 20,000 power level, roughly, whatever you want to call it. And then Goku just sits on his ass and, oh, I'm weaker than Raditz, and then I die, and then I come back and, oh, I'm stronger than Nappa. Like, how? Oh, Kaioken and King Kai, like, fuck off. It's like a special privilege to die. Like, oh, you're going to die on purpose. Dragon Ball, the series where losing is actually winning. Dying makes you 10 times stronger. And, getting hurt makes you stronger, like Zenkai boost and all this kind of plot device that's not really even consistent. Like, what Zenkai boost did Goku get against Piccolo when he got shot through the chest and he says, all of them? Like, you missed my vital organs. Yeah, what was the Zenkai boost then? He should have been stronger than Raditz from that shit, at least. I like the theory that, it's relative to the fact that you're living on Earth means that those are the challenges you're faced with, which means it's not the same as what Vegeta's been facing. But quite frankly, you do fight some pretty powerful characters like Piccolo and whatever, Tambourine and all this stuff that I'm not too familiar, but they're at least stronger than a people would be, right? Like, whatever these beings are, and I don't know where a lot of those things come from. Like, we know Piccolo's a Namekian, but there's a lot of other monsters and dinosaurs and flying cars and random shit in the universe. Like a timeline where there's both dinosaurs and flying cars. Like, you would think those two things don't typically exist in the same time period. So yeah, I would give it as a plot armor grade, like maybe like a C or a D, but to me it's more the nature of the series, so I'm not going to single him out. I shouldn't say that, but again, if you consider plot armor to be, oh, he's strong just because he has to be strong, that kind of is true. Like, he doesn't earn his power growth the way that, honestly, it feels like Vegeta does a lot more, or Vegeta's growth is more believable. Like, Vegeta goes in the hyperbolic time chamber, and he goes from being weaker than Android 17 and 18 to being stronger than Semi-Perfect Cell. So he leapfrogs the androids, he leapfrogs Imperfect Cell, and he leapfrogs Semi-Perfect Cell. That's an insane jump too, right? That's an insane jump. That's kind of crazy, and even that, you could consider that, protagonist treatment. But guess what Goku does? He one-ups even that. He goes from being weaker than 17 and 18 to almost being as strong as Perfect Cell. So, like, he leapfrogs it in one try. I guess Vegeta basically does it in one try because he doesn't get that much stronger the second time. Like, he's stronger than Semi-Perfect Cell, and then he's still stronger than Semi-Perfect Cell, but he's no match for Perfect Cell. But no, I like those techniques that have like a game theory element to them, where like Destructo Disc can kill anybody, or a Spirit Bomb can kind of bypass that, or even Tien, what he's doing draining his life force, or even like Vegeta Final Flash destroys part of Perfect Cell, even despite the fact that Perfect Cell's way stronger, or even the Big Bang at the end, presumably. Like, he came up with a technique where, like, he could charge energy to the point where he could damage a far superior foe when it's, accumulated like that, and that's what Final Flash basically showed. I almost wish it had been the same thing. Somehow, it was Big Bang, though, instead of Final Flash, but, that's one problem with the regenerating villain issue, is, like, in a way it doesn't make sense. Like, this is, like, one of my favorite moments to make fun of. non-Super Saiyan Vegeta, right? He's in base Vegeta, blasts half of Kid Buu's body off, and he keeps regenerating it. Now, that's an impressive ability and part of Majin Buu's power, but how the fuck does base non-Super Saiyan Vegeta even affect, let alone destroy half of the body of Majin Buu? It's not like Buu is some fragile being that's not strong or, his power level. No. Like, it's stupid because it trivializes what a fight is about. Like, with Frieza, if Krillin with the Destructo Disc or whatever, if you blow Frieza's head off or cut him in half, he's actually dead. That's actually legit, right? And then they try to make him Mecha Frieza, so that felt like a real villain, like a real, not this plot armor for them where, they can just regenerate, because then it makes it feel like an uneven match. If Goku's head gets cut off, he's dead. If Cell's head gets cut off, he'll just grow it back and become even stronger, and that becomes stupid. So Cell technically loses that way, where he gets the Warp Kamehameha and he gets blown up, and also the Final Flash and he gets blown up, but then he regenerates. That makes it feel sort of trivial, because it's like you are technically beating them, but it takes more than that. I find that kind of annoying, and Majin Buu does that too, where it's sort of fatigue for the audience. You're strong enough to blow up part of his body, even in non-Super Saiyan form, even though that makes no sense really at all. That moment is fucking stupid. Even in Super Saiyan 2. Imagine, you were blowing off half of his body. How? Imagine doing that to Frieza. Oh wait, you would beat him if you did that. So you see how the same rules don't apply. So because he has the ability to regenerate, we can trivialize it by saying, now somebody much weaker can just do whatever they want to him, and it doesn't matter. He doesn't care. He's doing it just to taunt them. But letting you destroy half of my body, the ability, just think about it in any other context. If you were a villain that was not a regenerating type, and I blew off half of your body, you're dead. That's it. It's so stupid, because you're trivializing what should be a very strong character who you can't do that to, just to show off that, look, he can regenerate, and we're trying to trivialize this. To me, that's very underwhelming. I hate that as a even as much as I like Cell, I hate how much they bring that up. It makes it feel inauthentic then. There's no win condition to beat the villain until the plot wants it to happen. Whatever happens, they're just basically invincible, right? You could earn a victory and blow them half apart, but it doesn't matter, because, he'll just keep regenerating and do whatever he wants. Fuck it. Right, it really does trivialize it, because you're not playing by the same rules. Even Piccolo, that's stupid. Piccolo cells are part of my body. Yeah, don't you like the part where Piccolo gets literally completely destroyed, 100%, and one cell of Piccolo's regenerates his whole body? Don't you love that moment in the show? That's one of my favorite moments. I love that part where Piccolo self-destructs and has one cell and just recovers back to life. Why did they even waste the Dragon Balls trying to bring him back? So in other words, not only do you have Piccolo's ability in cells, but now they vastly improve that ability and make it better to where, it's so fucking stupid. He can recover an arm or a leg or something like that, but you take it way too far. This is pretty fun, actually. I like doing this. I was doing this with Death Note, now I'm doing it with this. The way to really do this, though, is do it what this guy's doing in short form clips, and show these little animations or parts of the show or something. I don't really give a shit, but it's in here, and I can do that later if I want. So why do people think Goku? Let's hear him out. Why do people think he has most plot armor? Okay, I don't care about Dragon Ball, but that's the point. Let's stop you right there. He's saying all the way he died. I'm kind of spoiling stuff from both Dragon Ball and Super by doing this, unfortunately. But no, he's he had to die twice to save the Earth, and then he had a beam shot through his chest, and then he died here. So a character who dies over and over and is still in the story, they don't have plot armor? That's the whole point. It's because it's the Dragon Balls. You don't realize that is plot armor? He doesn't have plot armor. Look how many times he had to die. But then he keeps coming back. So the fact that he can't die, even despite being killed, is the whole point. He had to do this, and he had to blow up, and he had to die, and he had to, he keeps dying, and he keeps coming back. So he totally doesn't have plot armor. Look at that. That's the point of plot armor, is that even when something happens where you would deserve to die and be written out of the story, you're not, because, oh, you're the main character. Like, fuck. Is the Earth being destroyed? Died heart virus. But see, that's different. The heart virus is an example of plot armor, because in our main timeline, he gets saved from a natural cause that he was going to die from, because, oh, time travel, body gets stolen from him. Well, I think that video is hilariously bad, actually, because, bro, you're explaining why he has plot armor. Losing a tournament's not a big deal, because this is kind of ruining stuff, dude. I don't want to know all this shit. Fuck off. It's my fault that I haven't seen all this. I just want to hear about Z only, or GT even. But, yeah, like, my point is, he's saying, let's listen what he says here. He had to die twice. He had to die twice to save the Earth, and he got a laser shot through the chest. Oh, so he's dead then. Oh no, he's still alive. He's okay. That's not plot armor, like, and I get that that's the way the series works with the Dragon Balls and everything, but like, oh, this character doesn't have plot armor. They only died twice. Or I mean, he's not even saying it like that, only died twice. No, he had to die twice. That means he doesn't have plot armor, and he got shot through the chest. That means he doesn't have plot armor. No, I'm sorry, that means he does have plot armor, because he's able to keep doing all these things and never die, like, for good. You know what I mean? Like, Dragon Ball Super, okay, I don't care about this. But Vegeta would hit his head, though. I don't know what this is, like some theory about Vegeta potentially hitting his head if he was the one sent instead of Goku to Earth. Let's see what it is. But Vegeta would just hit his head, though. Well, he was a wild baby because he's a Saiyan, so that might have been normal. It was more so him falling. Well, at 5, you might be... Is he... or you're accounting for an age thing. Well... Okay, that one's kind of fine. That's one of those almost like straw man things, because the argument itself is dumb. Like, who knows what would have happened with Vegeta? But I guess the difference is you're using the age discrepancy, right? That, oh, Vegeta is 5. How old was Goku when he hit his head? He was much younger, right? I don't even know how old he is, but, like, well, if Goku was 5, that wouldn't have happened either, because he would have been more in control and whatever. But my point is, why does Vegeta get to be 5? What if Vegeta was just 1? Or, you know, the same age as Goku? Then it very well could have happened, because Goku is in such an infantile sort of state that, you know, he doesn't seem to know what's really going on around him, so even less so than what he does, because he's a moron anyway in life. But I'm saying he seems like, oh, he's just an innocent little kid, so even though he's very strong, right, he doesn't have that kind of acuity about him where he knows. So could Vegeta bump his head in that state if he was just stranded on some alien planet that he doesn't know about? I would say it's possible. I mean, it's, again, that's one of those plot convenience type of moments. And I almost want to go back and figure out, like, how do they in the small... I've been watching a couple clips from Smallville, both the old show and the new show. I keep spoiling shit that I want to watch. I fucking hate it. But it's a lot. I love some of the clips from those, though. They look so good. I love the one where Hypnosis Fetish Moment, where Lana is fighting with... or whatever, Clark cheats on Lana, and I love some of that drama. Like, the show seems to consist of Clark, Lex Luthor, and like 50 different girls. You got Lois Lane, you got Lana, you got the other chick, Chloe. Like, I love that sort of thing, though, where they're all mad at him, like, you're cheating, but he's really hypnotized, and like, I love the fact of just that drama that it brings out. So that looks like an awesome show. That's the newer Smallville, not really newer, but I mean the one from the 2000 something. And then there's the other show that's really good too, with the one chick, I feel like it's the chick that says they're real and they're spectacular, which is kind of ironic because she plays Lois Lane, and we know how much of a fan of comics and Superman and stuff that Jerry Seinfeld is, so you're literally going out with Lois Lane, right? Like something Thatcher, I can't really remember her name, but yeah, those look awesome actually, and I do want to watch them, but I want to see what explanation did they give for why Kal-El for why he's not why he doesn't have some other disposition about him. Like, Goku bumps his head, but I guess Kal-El is just raised like a kid, like a human kid, so he wouldn't know the difference, and then he sort of slowly discovers. But I wonder how they do, like, the fight scenes and stuff in a show form, though. Like, even that old one looks really good and really polished. Right, with that girl playing Lois and him playing, I don't know who his actor is, I forget, but it wouldn't be the same Christopher Reeves, surely, for the show. But no, I think that looks really cool. I would love to watch that. But no, this is why you don't watch random clips. Yeah, so this one I don't really mind. The one that I really clowned was the plot armor one. Just think about, analyze the statement. Sometimes just by repeating it back, you reveal how stupid something sounds. This character had to die twice, and they got shot in the chest by a beam and all this kind of stuff. They died over and over. And they continued to still be a part of the story. Oh, but they don't have plot armor. That even proves it. The fact that they can keep dying over and over and keep coming back. And, like, even though, again, that's more so nature of the series. But no, I like my take on this, that I sort of have said that, like, who's the true winner of the Dragon Ball universe? Who's the greatest existential threat? Who's the strongest character? It's actually Dr. Gero, and I could do like a 1v1 tier list, like Dr. Gero versus everybody, and he wins. You know how I know that? Because intelligence is a stat. It's not just about pure strength. So even when I say strongest, it still counts, because intelligence and creativity are strengths. And so now, because of his intelligence, he's able to turn himself into a being stronger than Frieza, from a normal human being to being stronger than Frieza. And then he's also able to create beings stronger than Frieza in the androids, and he's also able to create a being like way stronger than Frieza in Cell. So you're able to dominate basically the whole universe as we know it at that point, before retcon BS shit comes out. So, like, because Dr. Gero is able to do that, that actually makes him the most powerful character in the whole universe, because in a normal timeline where you don't have this time travel interference, he wins. You know, him and his creations at least win, because they kill everybody. They're too strong. That's it. Like, there's literally nothing you can do. So that makes him so impressive that I would do that in a 1v1 sort of thing, or like, you know, Gero on one side versus everybody on the other side, and it's like, in every other category they might win, but in intelligence he would be like infinite versus whatever, and so Dr. Gero wins versus everybody, high difficulty or extreme difficulty, because his creations would destroy them, but then they would kill him too, so he has to die in the process. Or that I use that like impossible difficulty when I'm doing these just verbally. Impossible difficulty, he would win, but he would die in the process, kind of. And you might think that's a weird distinction. If you die, that means you lost too, but it would mean you would get the first kill, but then you would get killed or caught in some other way after, like Light Yagami versus Red John. Like, Red John would win, but then Light would have had some trap that would still trip up Red John after, and so he has to kind of reveal his identity, you know, even though he wins, right, and go in hiding. So who's the most important Dragon Ball character? I mean, based on the whole timeline thing, it could be Trunks, because if he didn't come back in time, everything's fucked, right? The timeline is over. So I could say it's Trunks on that. You could say it's Vegeta, too, because it's not Goku, because you could say from an Earth perspective it's Goku, but I would actually go with Trunks, though, just because the timeline thing is so important. If he doesn't do that, the whole timeline's fucked, so nothing else matters. Vegeta also obviously saves the day a number of times. It's like in the Phoenix Wright series. who's the most important character, it's Manfred von Karma by far, because he trains Edgeworth into what he becomes, right? So Edgeworth wouldn't be what he is without him, and Phoenix was inspired by Edgeworth too. So if Edgeworth didn't do what he did because he was trained by Manfred, then Phoenix also wouldn't have done what he did because he was inspired by Edgeworth. So everything comes back to Manfred. And obviously, Edgeworth wouldn't be as good either at what he does. And then his impact is crazy. He kills his dad, and then he, takes him under his wing, and then he's able to also have just tremendous impact in everybody's life, and just, his training and pedigree, and he impacts even Phoenix a lot through his experience there. Like, yeah, it's easily Manfred von Karma is the most impactful there, so it's sort of not what you would expect. Or yeah, it's Piccolo because of the Dragon Balls, but no, I'm going to settle on Trunks because of the timeline aspect. Let's see what he says. Who's the most important character? It's Trunks or Vegeta. I don't know who Zalama even is. Oh yeah, that's a good pick actually. It is. You know what? See, I'll give him. I'll rag on him when he deserves it. I'll actually defer to that, because not only Trunks, but without Bulma you wouldn't have had Trunks. But without Bulma you wouldn't have had the Dragon Radar. Without Bulma you wouldn't have had the camaraderie between Goku and her. So he would have just wandered around, and who knows what he would have done. Right? Without her, you wouldn't have had all these inventions, including the time machine itself that I was just talking about. And you wouldn't have had the training ship that Goku trains on the way to Namek, or the ship at all. Or you wouldn't have had, this training tools for Vegeta as well. You wouldn't have had, other technologies, the way she fixed the Android 16, like her technological side. I'll give him a thumbs up on that one, because you're right. It's actually Bulma. I agree with that. I didn't think of that. She didn't even cross my mind, but that makes a lot of sense, because even whatever has to do with Trunks, it's to do with her more than Trunks, because she's the one who makes the time machine. She's the one who, makes Trunks, I guess. She's the one who sort of dissuades people. This is something I know about Super, actually, that creates a good dichotomy, which I don't know if people realize and make this analogy, but Bulma is the one who treats with and seduces gods, if you will, and saves the planet with her sexual appeal, in a way that I don't mean in a denigrating way either. She flirts with Vegeta and actually weds him when Vegeta's in a position to destroy the planet and Goku's not there. So you might say she genuinely is attracted to him, which seems to be the case in the long term, but she kind of does that to pacify him, sort of flirts with him and is nice and whatever, right? Seduces him. So in a way, she pacifies him the same way she tries to pacify Whis, like by cooking him food and stuff, that they seem to love that Whis and maybe Beerus. So she does the same thing there. So it's the same process that she always placates these people that are way stronger than her, and sort of sucks up and keeps them pacified. And she even does like some sort of psychological cuck on Vegeta to make him feel inferior and inadequate and have to defend himself by giving him the pink shirt or whatever, like some kind of psychological thing. So instead of him feeling like he's in a position of power to destroy everybody, which he is the strongest person there, it makes him feel like a bit of a cuck that has to justify, pink shirt, right? That's kind of reading into it too deeply, but just being a psychology fanatic, I kind of find that interesting. Like, it's no accident she gave him the pink shirt, and it's not just as like some cheap little joke. It's to make him feel less in power of the situation, even though he could just take whatever he wants. Vegeta is actually very respectful at that point when he's there. So I agree with that. All the inventions, I'm trying to think, there's some other invention too, but like the Dragon Radar, the time machine itself, Trunks, the remote to deactivate the androids, the fact that you have the ship, how would you get to Namek without her? Maybe you would have had some other way, but like, she always has these fucking inventions up her sleeve, right? Capsule Corp and all this kind of shit. Or, if there's a Dragon Ball Z MMO, how would you, it'd be like a mechanic like in WoW, right? We got to summon a festive feast, or we got to summon a little portal or something, a bunch of food, right? How would you do all that? Oh, you would use a capsule to summon it, right? It's like a plot device. You just throw a capsule down and it makes a fridge, like Trunks gives everybody drinks and stuff. Why do they call him the drink? Because he spawns drinks the first time you see him. He's gonna date rape your bitch ass with that. I'm deceased. Alright, that was a good one. The main one I take issue with so far is the plot armor one. That was actually really good. I agree with that. You can definitely make the case for Bulma. And again, she's the one who first ingratiates Goku into a lot of experience that he might not have had otherwise. Goku was just living out in the wild, so maybe he would have never experienced what he did. Right? Even though, again, I haven't seen Dragon Ball, I know that Bulma and him have a great camaraderie, and it's that really brings him out in the open and everything like that. I watched like the first episode, but no, I like this as trying to debunk. We got to find a Star Wars channel like this too, that they try to explain things in some sort of mental gymnastics way. Oh, this one Sith got killed off screen in the Phantom Menace, even though there's the rule of two, and like why the fuck all these kind of expanded universe stuff. They're like, oh, you should read this book, you should do this. It's like all this stuff is made up. Just because it's made up after the fact doesn't make it any better. Or like even this I don't know, they come up with all these mental gymnastics type of explanations for stuff that doesn't make any sense. Like, you don't need to do that. Like, I don't know, they didn't think of that, or it wasn't all part. Like, yeah, that's my favorite one. Mace Windu's lightsaber is purple because he uses both sides of the Force, both the dark side and the light side, and that's proven by the fact that he's able to choke General Grievous, who has partly bio life form, and you aren't able to do that with the light side of the Force, and he can't affect, biological beings, and, whatever. And it's like, oh, he's dark side, light side, and he's turning evil when he's going to kill Palpatine, and he's going to go over to the dark side, or he has Vapid, and that's why he's beating Palpatine, even though he's supposed to be weaker than Palpatine, and is Palpatine really pretending to be losing the fight, and really he's actually winning, or he could have beaten him, or like all this kind of stuff. No, the reason why Windu's lightsaber is purple is because Samuel Jackson literally said, I want a purple lightsaber. That's fucking why. Now, they can try to explain it within the story, but you see what I mean. Like, you're going a little bit too far, dude. Super Saiyan God is wrong. Oh, I get it. Yeah, that is. And is that what it's called in Japanese too? Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. I know that's stupid. What he's saying here makes sense because you're using God Ki or whatever, right? Like, so you're not Super Saiyan yet. Then you go, or it's basically like Super Saiyan God 2 you could have done. But yeah, maybe that's like a lost in translation thing. So the first form is just, I kind of get it on both sides, but you're not in Super Saiyan, you're just in God form. Now you're in Super Saiyan God form as well. Like, you just go up one level. Yeah, I like this. It wasn't planned. I like how he says that. At least he's not being a fanboy there. Yes, of course. The reason is that it's just a retcon BS that they hadn't thought of that yet, is effectively what he's saying here. Super Saiyan should have become the new base form. It sort of does in the Cell Saga, he shows that. Or maybe that's the point that he's making. Like how Gohan and Goku are able to stay in the form for long periods of time without expending energy, right? They feel very comfortable, and that's what allows them to sort of go to SS2 tier category. But then they kind of forget about that, where it doesn't seem like a strain for them to go Super Saiyan, but they kind of aren't that way. Let me see what he says. Yeah, see, he brings up the hyperbolic time chamber, the room of spirit and time. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It would have been sort of fatigue seeing them in Super Saiyan all the time, but one of my favorite transformations is one that you might not think of, where he is about to fight Android 19 and 20, or basically just 19, and he's going Super Saiyan for the first time, I guess, on Earth or in front of his friends, right? And Tien is watching and stuff, and there's like this really nice track that plays, obviously Bruce Falconer, and he yells, and it's like a very smooth one. Like, it's very quick, but I love that one. It's just simple, but sort of confidence. He has sort of an air about him that I like. Maybe it's to imply that he's even a little off because he's going to start having the heart issue, but maybe not. It just seems like he's comfortable. But it is to imply that turning Super Saiyan actually would exacerbate the thing, or that's what Vegeta says at least. Dr. Vegeta, all of a sudden. He was an average prince, but a genius scientist, a brilliant scientist, or a brilliant doctor. And that's actually a good tie-in to Jor-El, because Jor-El beats up fucking Zod, at least in the 2013 Superman. So it's like Jor-El was an average scientist, but a brilliant fighter, or vice versa. He was a average fighter, but a brilliant scientist, because he actually was a scientist. So, whoops, we copied the wrong script that we copied Superman 2 directly, even though there are a lot of similarities. Certainly with the whole Raditz and the arrival of the Saiyans and stuff, you can see how that feels very similar. So yeah, this isn't a bad point. Adult Gohan isn't an adult. Well, what's the mistake then? Oh. That is a little bit confusing, to be fair. Like we know what it means generally. I get it. Like, calling it Teen Gohan for this Cell Saga, I don't even mind that. Like, I get it. It might be inaccurate, but I guess I think of him as being older than what... Like, he looks older than what this would indicate, though. Okay, that's a legitimate observation. I guess I kind of knew that, but I didn't really care. I like it being called Teen Gohan, though. Like the Cell one. It just feels right. But he's like, I don't know how old he actually is, but he's closer to like 10 to 12, I guess. Or even saying like, oh, you're a teen because you're like going to be 17, 18 is a little bit different. You know, you can be 13 and you're a teen versus 18. There's a big difference. Like, you can call 18 an adult. So he's 16 there, apparently. Of course, we all know in Japan, everybody ages super fucking fast or whatever because we take ages very seriously. Like, you know, 15 is considered old. Like, everything in storytelling even reflects that. Like, every story has to concern, like, people of high school, teen age, you know, middle school, high school age, because that's all we care about, right? Whether it be Lelouch or Light or somebody, that's the demographic of time that you have to worry about, right? Somehow it's very honorable to be young. It's very shameful to be old in that kind of culture.